I think both teams have a very clear plan. I don't think there's a hero that, oh, maybe they should have gotten something else. Apart from the bounty, which I felt
30
maybe Ricky
seconds
would
to
have done a
go.
better job for Wings, because it allows the life stealer to initiate better with the blink strike on Ricky instead of bounty just tracking and running in with the superior movement speed. So I guess that's the only hero I would say that maybe I would prefer to have the Ricky over the bounty. Overall, both teams have their clear plans, and we'll see who gets the upper hand in terms of the laning phase. And Navi wants to be able to contest the Alchemist and prevent him from getting the first important rune, but
The
seems
battle
like he's not going to
begins.
be too interested in contesting the top rune, and he's just going to go block his creeps and get acid spray more or less at level 1.
All right, so runes go for a 1-1 split. Interestingly, Io is able to get the bounty rune for Navi. Is that just so he can rush early bottle?
Yeah, more or less. You want to give Io a good start, get him a bottle so he can help the lanes much better. So it will be a Husker versus a Dazzle plus. I mean, I guess Io will be mid as well. So Husker, Dazzle, Alchemist, and Io will be 4 heroes in the mid lane for both teams here.
This is going to be perhaps a very bloody lane to Ira, trying to do what he can with those flaming spears, just trying to get himself some last hits. I mean, Seneko there as the ambulance should be enough to get things off to a good start. Meanwhile, down bottom, we are going to have General getting harassed back, slapped up by Shadow. But nothing real feisty going on just yet.
Yeah, this is what I've been talking during Star Ladder, when Navi needs to be able to apply much more versatility in terms of their laning, and they've been starting to do dandy safe lane in a lot of their games during Star Ladder, and here we see that because they wanted to have a much better laning phase and a much better lane matchup, they have Dandy in the safe lane on Razor. It's a very bad matchup for Beastmaster, so Faith beyond Vicky here starting to go to the jungle, realizing that there's no way I can do much in this lane. It's better off for me to go jungle and just let the Razor free farm, and at least I'm getting something in return in the jungle.
All right, down bottom, there was going to be the first blood there as General went in, was able to go Caustic Finale strike down, and gets the kill onto the Life Stealer. Now that's going to be a really important kill, go in the way of General, getting himself off to a good start. Now TP back in Shadow, but a little bit unfortunate, goes right back in for the Burrow Strike. General not giving any mercy there. There's going to be the Poison Touch in the back line as Ice is going to be going back in, and now that's going to be Art Style wrapping around. Maybe looking for something else there. Holy Persuasion at the ready, but using the Hellbear Smasher, you got to clap left. Could be walking into the trees there, munching his way through. Ice could be stuck in a corner there. There's going to be Dire Creeps coming back in. This match comes in, and all they have the Poison Touch. They're going to be able to get a kill. General unleashing that Burrow Strike onto Wings, and they really can't respond just yet.
Was what I was saying. You don't leave the Sand King alone. You want to go to the Sand King's lane with the support. It's very similar to how Fnatic approaches the game when they have the Enchantress or Chen. Oh, here comes the TP in.
I mean, Art Style's completely content here. Going to take a Poison Touch under tower, but again, General sitting back. He's got that 2 points in Burrow Strike.
This is good enough pressure towards the Life Stealer. Like I said, the Chen rotation towards the Sand King's lane is extremely crucial for their team, because you don't want to leave the Sand King alone against the dual lane. He doesn't do that well against that lane. You want to be able to help him. And the Burrow Strike, they're setting up the creep. And here comes the Poison Touch onto Artstyle.
Oh, back down. I mean, this is just absolutely merciless coming out. Caustic Finale doing its work. Artstyle getting healed up by Ambulance Whip. Seneko coming back on through. Do they have the damage to get down Shadow? Looks like he's going to be turning and raging. They want to get something done here. He's going to get the Shallow Grave on himself. And now Innocence skirting his way back, just goes in with that 1 point Shuriken toss. But Seneko letting them go underneath the tower. There is going to be the Burrow Strike available. They want to go in. They will connect onto Ice. That's going to be another kill onto the Dazzle. They don't have vision onto the bounty just yet. But General's going to be getting away safely.
That was a bit of over-aggression by Artstyle there, but in the end they still got a 1-for-1 trade, trading his life for the Dazzle's life there, and forcing the Life Stealer back towards his base. This lane has been... Oh, Innocence! Oh my god!
The Caustic Finale is doing so much work right here.
If he died there, it's just... he'll be so upset there. He wanted to just get the levels, the experience from the last wave there before he goes back to base. Oh geez, this Sand King is just causing all sorts of problems.
There's that crucial window before Alchemist hits 6. Can they actually burn him down? Ice goes in with a Poison Touch onto Dazzle. He's going to be able to go in. The Inner Vitality.
Oh.
Wow. Okay, the Burning Spear is good spell there. And again, Alchemist is so vulnerable before he gets that level 6. Now, down bottom.
Ice didn't realize he was going to die. He had Grave there. He could have just went back and graved the Alchemist. That was a bit of misplay there from Wings, and causing them the death of the Alchemist.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Na'Vi are completely in control of the early game. Is that where you expect them to be, or is this big misplace from Wings?
Here comes the Sand King once more.
Oh, they're going back in. The Burrow Strike connects. Faith Beyond, there's nothing he can do. There's going to be a bird slapping out tornadoes every which way. Now General going to be in some trouble there. Might end up going down there, but they have the lockdown on Innocence. They are going to be going in. Chen, what a hero there. The Poison Touch will eventually finish off the Sand King. He goes in trying to deny to neutrals, and he's not going to be able to do so. Dazzle gets the credit for that kill, but either way, just lots of blood being spilled. And in the mid lane, Ditya just owning this up.
Yeah, I think this is what Na'Vi expects with the Aya and Chen early game. Their early game with the Sand King is extremely powerful right now. And Wings with their lineup, which is much more slower pace, more all-rounded, is not able to deal with the aggression of the Chen creeps with the Sand King combination. So, I mean, I would expect Wings to be slightly behind from the laning phase, but this is extremely good from Na'Vi, and they're going to ensnare up Ice and the double Burrow Strike onto two heroes there.
Oh my, this is just absolutely bloody. I was looking mid lane because there was almost a kill onto the Huskar, but they're looking for more here. They're looking to turn this on the offensive.
He's going to get him.
Can he actually connect though? It's going to be Jukin City. Nope. That's going to be General now securing 5 kills for himself at 5 minutes into the game.
I mean, that's why we said that their niche pick is the Sand King, and in Star Ladder, everyone has been banning Io and Sand King specifically against Na'Vi. And this is the reason why. This Na'Vi Sand King plus Chen rotations has been causing so much problems to the safe lane of Wings, and they have a melee core in the lane. He's just getting heavily pressured by this roam, and Caustic Finale harass from the lane.
I mean, meanwhile, Dendi up top has felt not a single drop of pressure, just 0-0-0 top of the last hit chart. He's doing exactly what he needs to do, which is just scaling up, getting his items. And we talked about a Razor we saw yesterday in the e-home games. How is this Razor's build going to differ?
I think most likely stats build. You want to have more HP and armor, because Wings lineup deals a lot of physical damage. Oh, Alchemy's getting run down here.
Once again, pre-level 6, they're going and capitalizing on that vulnerability. Ditya Ra running up. It's going to be charging in. The board trying to break him away.
Oh, he blocked. He got the padding blocked with the ball. So well done there by Faith Bian on the Beastmaster there, making sure that there's no more further aggression coming out from Na'Vi.
I mean, it's only a brief moment of fresh air as Shadow is sitting down bottom, anticipating that tier 2 tower push coming out with the Chen army.
This is real bad right now for Wings. They're absolutely losing all control in all lanes, and the only person that can make a move soon is the Beastmaster with his level 6. He's 5.5 right now, needs another, say, 30 seconds to get his level 6 online. Otherwise, Wings have been greatly struggling in the early game right now. There's no single hero that can try and move around the map to secure a kill until Beastmaster gets his level 6.
Yeah, well, hopefully Beastmaster's able to pick that up soon. There's going to be a dominated siege creep just coming back, so this is just full onslaught from Na'Vi. They're looking to push, and they're looking to go now. They are going to bring in Ice on the Dazzle, Poison Touch onto Art Style. He's limping back. He's a little bit slowed up. Innocent's going to be blocking his path. Shadow's there just trying to get some farm for himself. The Radiant Courier actually going kind of deep there. They probably know Innocence is around. The Courier turn tail and run.
There's no dust on the Na'Vi side right now, so, except on Soneko. So the Sand King and Chen not going to be able to detect the bounty and get a kill there. So they are going to be backing off. And this is looking real bad for Wings right now. Beastmaster, very close to level 6. They have to wait for Faith Bian to make a rotation somewhere with his Raw.
I mean, this is just getting real ugly down bottom. Burrow Strike, not going to latch, and Shadow's going to be able to scamper away. But look at what the Alchemist is able to do. You place so much importance on the Alchemist getting his farm, but he's just really struggling right now, not even close to an armlet.
It's not even his fault. Like his lane is just real bad. Like there's nothing he can do against the Huskar IO. Like this is the expected outcome if you leave the Alchemist alone.
Could see something going down there. Poison Touch starting out onto Artstyle. Going to get roared up. There's the level 6 from Beastmaster, but there's going to be a nice Burrow Strike coming in, connecting onto 2. The Seder Blast coming out from Chen's creep. They are able to go through, pick up the Alpha Wolf, and have General trying to scamper away. Soneko to save the day. Is it going to be enough, though? There's going to be no epicenter there onto General, so I think he just tries to Burrow Strike his way to freedom. He gets through 2, but another Poison Touch should be slowing him down. I think they just leave him for dead. He buys out and will get slapped down.
He should have TP'd earlier. Like there was no stuns on their heroes after the Raw. He should have TP'd. That was a very big kill by Wings. I mentioned that the Beastmaster rotation comes in, and they got 2 kills out of the first rotation from Faith Bian Vicky there. So very well done by the offlane Beastmaster there. At least giving some breathing room towards Shadow on the Lifestealer, which has been constantly pressured throughout the first 8 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I mean, he's sitting back just desperately trying to get something for himself. His net worth is matching up with that of the Chen right now. And I mean, Chen's been performing
that's not good
phenomenally. I mean, I think that's more saying that art style's been playing out of his mind. He's almost at a mechanism here on top of Arcanes.
I mean, I guess that's... I mean, if you're Chen right now in this game, you want to be pressuring and constantly getting those towers. So being ahead is very important for the Chen in this sort of game because you don't want the game to go long. You want to be able to hit your timing.
Mid lane, Bounty Hunter just gets dropped there. Ditya Ra showing off that
That was a
armlet.
sentry on the lane, so easy pick off there by Na'Vi. And this is getting very worrisome. They are going to hit their mech plus armlet on the Huskar timing very soon.
I mean, is there anything that Wings can do to cut through this? If you've got a Wisp tethering up, if you've got the Chen sitting there with a hand to guard the mechanism.
Wings are not going to be able to fight head on. There's no way. Like Razor, I mentioned, going for a stat item, the Dragon Lance, so they are more or less ready, like one item each. They are ready to push and take towers right now. The mech is going to come online very soon from Chen. He's going to get his level 7 soon, going to get all the creeps. Na'Vi is just, and they got the drums. I was mentioning they might want to get drums on one of their heroes. I thought they would get it on the Razor, but they're instead going to get it on the Sand King. So every single hero has one item and they're ready to fight.
Wraparound General finally has that epicenter pickup. Maybe they look for something on the back lines. There is going to be that Chemical Rage coming in. They're going on to Innocence. They will bring in the Razor ultimate. Oh my gosh, Ditya Ra with a fraction of health, still able to go through and get the picks. Shallow Grave can only keep Ice Ice alive for so long. He's just going to go get slapped up by the spirits, and finally Razor picks up a double kill on the back lines. General just farming up. I mean, this is Na'Vi's Christmas right here. They are getting everything they want to out of the lanes.
They're going to get the Roshan as well. Like, they are just super strong in at this timing, at this stage of the game. Every single hero with one item, they are just so much stronger than Wings right now. And with their composition, they're going to just get the tier 1 in mid, get Roshan, and continue to press forward. And Wings, they just need to scramble and get whatever farm they can when they can right now, before the high ground siege comes. I don't expect Wings to be able to defend any of their outer towers until it reaches high ground. Then they have to start defending with their acid spray and try to do whatever they can. But all the outer towers are going to be Na'Vi's to take very soon.
There's going to be a smoke gank here from Wings. Maybe just trying to get a little bit of space and a little bit of freedom to themselves.
Okay, the Bounty Hunter Infest Bomb. You wish this is a Ricky so you can blink over. I mean, they can still get a kill if they get the Raw onto Dandy. Dandy was spotted on top lane alone, so this is the right play by Wings.
They're going in here. They are going to be able to get the jump. They will go in. Immediate roar popped out. Dandy not going to be able to deal with this one. And there's going to be the hand of God to try to keep him alive. He goes in with the plasma field, and they are going to go in to relocate. Ditya Ra laying in the damage of Faith Beyond. He's got nothing there to stop him. The Shallow Grave comes out from Ice Ice, but now he's going to be the target. Gets Burrow struck up, and a couple more Flaming Spears. That's going to be a very dead Dazzle. And just the raw burn damage is going to be able to go through. Oh my golly gee. They're just killing everyone over here.
Oh dear.
Ditya Ra still alive through that entire thing.
Wings were doing the right thing. They saw Dandy farming top lane. They know that he's going to want to take the parting from the top lane towards the mid lane and towards his team at bottom lane. They tried to smoke and catch him, but relocate, plus the Chen heal. The Razor was just too tanky that he took too long to die, and they got severely punished by the relocate.
I mean, the reaction there from Na'Vi, they're definitely playing as a team. They're reading each other. They know what resources to put in and when. And meanwhile, Artstyle just sitting back, claiming this tower as his own. And I mean, we talked about Bounty Hunter not being able to play from behind. Well, unfortunately, Wings are going to be...
He sucks when the game is like this. He won't be able to do much. Like, it's very difficult for Bounty to play the game when the game has turned into a team where he's so far behind. And you want to be able to get kills, but when you're far behind, you're just trying to avoid fights and trying to, you know, just buy time. And that's when Bounty Hunter doesn't shine as a hero. He shines when you're constantly being able to take a fight.
I mean, the plus side here is that Wings do have an Alchemist. They do have a Lifestealer heroes that, you know, can kind of turtle, they can find far for themselves, but...
You need 15 minutes to 20 minutes at least right now for them.
And it seems like Na'Vi aren't going to be pressing that brake pedal anytime soon. They're going full aggression.
All of their heroes have 1 or 2 items and they're already sieging the high ground. This is the correct play for Na'Vi, and this is their timing. They are so strong right now.
They've still got the Aegis there. Poison Touch latches onto Ditya Ra, but I mean, it barely tickles him. He's just going to armlet right through it. Shadow going in, raging up, but all he's doing is beeping some skeletons. And that's not going to be the key to stopping this high ground push.
I don't see them holding the Rex. This is so bad right now for them. They have to try and initiate and kill the Chen or the IO. They can't go on the Huskar, he has Aegis. But if they go on the Chen or the IO, Sand King can come in with the Epi. So it's very difficult. Like, someone has to go cancel his blink, and his teammates has to roll and kill the targets in front.
I mean, they're just double trapped right here. It seems like whatever Wings initiate on.
Someone needs to flank from behind.
Oh, Shadow goes in. He's trying to man up there with the rage, and he's going to end up burning down most likely. He hops into a buddy just to save his life, but this is underneath the tier 4s.
Yeah. Oh my god. Na'Vi.
Na'Vi are doing it. I mean, what was this down to? Was this down to Na'Vi just stomping all their lanes, their early aggression on the Sand King? What was the little golden nugget that made this game such a success.
Winning the lane so hard, definitely with the Io and the Chen. And you have a Huskar. When you win your lane that hard, you're just going to be able to siege the enemy base very, very early into the game. Relocate, gonna just take the Yara out. Free fountain trip for you, buddy. And come back and siege another high ground.
Yep, it's basically just a free reset on the fight. I mean, that does mean there's no relocate, but
15 minutes, one set of racks, and they're going for a second set right now.
There's already over 15,000 net worth advantage going in favor of Na'Vi.
Na'Vi just executing brilliantly and not allowing the Wings lineup to come online.
Oh, going in. They are going to be able to not launch the Burrow Strike, but oh my. There's going to be the life break from Dityara. He's going to be torn between targets, but he doesn't matter. He can kill them all. Going in, the Plasma Fuel coming out. The Shallow Grave is just going to be expended to keep the life stealer alive, but another set of racks should most likely be going the way of Na'Vi.
There's nothing they can do. Na'Vi is just way too strong at this stage of the game, using their timings to their advantage right now. Just fully understanding that they need 1 or 2 items on every hero, and they're so damn strong right now compared to what Wings are at this stage of the game.
And I think Wings were holding, just hoping to have that landing phase where they can just hold out, but unfortunately not going to be doing any of that. Beastmaster's final breath is that primal roar, but it's not going to be doing enough. Meanwhile, in the back line, they are able to get down Shadow. The GG comes out.
Oh my god, Na'Vi just totally destroying Wings here with, like, Wings gave them the heroes that they always wanted to get. In Star Ladder, when everyone played against Na'Vi, Io, Sand King, these are the 2 most crucial heroes to ban against Na'Vi and Mount Prudent. It allows them to play the game so quickly, win their lanes, have such a great impact in terms of the laning phase, and you have very good team fight because Sand King is very good at lane and very good at team fight. And Chen, Io together, their timing window is just very, very fast. The game pace is very fast when you have all these kind of heroes, and Wings don't have the right lineup to deal with it that early. Their lineup definitely scales very well later into the game, but they just couldn't come online in time. Not enough deep push.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi, they went in, they had a plan, they executed very cleanly, and Wings are going to get a chance to redeem themselves here going into game number 2 of this series. Wings versus Na'Vi coming up in just a couple of minutes. I'm Android, that's Winter. Thank you guys so much. Now, if you want to go over to stream number 4, it's going to be Alliance versus Escape, already in progress.
Into jungle, trying to find whatever he can, and I understand him. He needs to get some items before he's tanky enough. You know, 900 HP doesn't get you that far.
Yeah. Where are we on our lone druid watch here? Midas obviously still underway in 1,500 gold. The relic getting closer and closer here.
Yeah, it's definitely approaching, and I mean we're very early in the game still. I think Alliance should make a play with this armlet on Lifestealer. They just need to make something happen between the level 1 Necrobook and the armlets on Lifestealer. These 2 things need to work together.
Yeah, they haven't been able to put that Primal Roar to use yet. They were looking for a setup there in the mid lane, but the opportunity left once they made their own gank for S4, and Escape are possibly going to be looking to put the pedal to the metal once again here. They've clustered in the mid lane, but no smoke
Not the
yet.
best time though, as top is being pushed so hard, and they're also under a lot of dire vision. Not that they know that. They are going to smoke up under a ward. So Alliance, they know exactly what's happening. Probably gonna get a tier 1 for free here.
Yeah, Glyph comes out, but Bulldog leaves his book and his fours to be able to finish it up. And it will be taken down. Meanwhile, back at mid lane, it's Koikva knocking down this tier 1. S4 will be there to kind of repair the damage a bit.
Yeah, and everyone is sort of spread over the map. This is the way that Alliance need to play if they want to recover. They going bottom.
Bottom, boat, pull, torrent, all going to connect nicely here for Eric. Can they take the Razor down? It looks like it's going to be possible without a tier 1 and some help assistance. Oh my god, he's still alive. He is running back out, and he's going to be good. No torrent connected, but he actually runs into Ake, who's going to get him with the poison and with the right click. Man, Era actually almost made it out safely.
I was just barely that they brought down that Razor. Really, really close there, and I'm not sure if he missed the Lifestealer ulti. It's a pretty small AoE when you pop it, but it looked like he landed. It was just not enough damage.
Yeah, surprisingly tanky already, this Razor. Simply just power treads, and I guess having that value cloak in his pocket helps out.
Yeah, really. And meanwhile, most of Escape have been farming up as well. So while you did kill the Razor, you rotate a lot of people. Here we see the rotation.
They're going, and they're getting S4, man.
Oh,
struggling
boy.
game for him. 0 and 4. He had to go back and just find a safe place, a safe space, if you will, to continue farming up, because once you go out into the light, Escape are there and ready to pounce the fields.
And no, it's really a big issue as the
Epicenter, bottom lane. Kezu
That
can't
is a little
quite
bit off.
make it in. It looks like the blink canceled out. No way to kind of close the gap.
I heard Epicenter being channeled. I'm like, he's not close enough. And sure enough, he was pretty far to the left. That was ambitious, but not going to catch anyone. Luckily, Sanking cooldown on ulti is a little bit nerfed, or buffed, I should say. From 140 level 1 to 120, and of course, now down to 110 on level 2.
2 minutes time or so. He'll have it back up and ready here.
Yeah,
But
he'll be
Escape stunt the push power there from Alliance in the bottom lane and force them to regroup and get the hell out and go elsewhere. So back to the grind of Alliance.
The hard thing for Alliance right now is that Timbersaw does not do well in games where he doesn't get any kills at all. He's not a hero that can just sit back and say, hey, okay, I'm going to farm it up jungle, we'll make a recovery, and it's probably not going to help if they pop this smoke here. They did. Been spotted out here, pinged out as well by Yepsor, and he knows where they're going as well. He's like, yeah, they'll go here,
Now,
somewhere here.
I wonder if Escape avoid it altogether or prepare for the possible
they're standing
approach.
under a ward though, but they're not
Yeah.
actually moving that way.
They're trying to make a move for Koikfa, looks like, in that mid lane. But Koikfa's Bear rolls on through. Obviously, Bear not going to be able to detect any sort of smoke movement, but
No, and I think Alliance, they realize their smoke is about to run out. They can't really go into the enemy jungle now, so not going to get any value out of that smoke, and that's very often the case when you're under an enemy ward.
yep. Well, Escape finished that up. Scan is thrown out. And
Escape
quickly
want to
put
defend
down.
this. They
Looks
don't
like
want to
they
give it away.
will. Long ignite. Pokes Loda a bit. Alliance stands strong here in the top lane, looking to take a tier 2 before they pull out. Hits on the Bear. Does Loda want the money? Thinks about it. Kezu makes his move. Burrow and the combo for Loda. Grave is going to be there for Maka, keeps him alive, and then the boat flies through. Will the run be enough to keep him alive? He toggles through the armlet and then begins to open up onto Era. Right-clicking forward, they're going to be able to bring down the Razor. S4 flies back, and Alliance might be able to take a big fight. Epicenter comes forward, and will be able to get the finish onto Kunkka. But still, Alliance taking this one surprisingly well, pushing back Escape. Koikfa
Yeah,
forced
they
to
just
retreat.
are so hard to bring down with the weave coming down, the ship coming out from Kunkka, and then Grave as well. You cannot burst Alliance quick enough. Yes, you got Loda to 1 HP, but Grave is going to keep you safe in this game. No axe. So, no way to kill.
What
That
did
was a-
Escape learn walking away from that? Because to me, it's, yeah, the Dazzle, the backliners, they got to be kept in check.
I
probably.
think they realized that if they don't go on any of the supports of Alliance, they're going to lose the team fights. That's why I hope they learn from this. The Dazzle and the Kunkka are really important targets to initiate on. If you're Sanking with the Blink Dagger and Force Staff, you have to try and get deeper and get the backline with the stun.
We'll see if he will be able to do so with double sets of mobility now. I'd imagine closing the gap should not be an issue here for Kezus.
It's more about if his team is going to be there in time to follow up. And also one big thing is that they tried to take a fight when they were just hundreds of gold away from a Radiance on Lone Druid. He goes from not really being a team fighter at all to being one of the strongest heroes in the team fight when he picks up this recipe.
Alliance make their move now into the pit. Taking a little bit of time, but now Bulldog is showing up with the help of his aura and presence. Hopefully they can take it a little bit faster, but it's still not fast enough, Waga. Escape are right around the corner with the smoke. Alliance, they have to get away. Do not want to risk losing a huge Roche fight here.
They saw a juicy Dazzle there and a Kunkka as well.
They just build up all that momentum for themselves. To hand it over back to Escape would be a travesty here.
They have the Radiance as well, so now Escape are ready to fight.
Oh my god, they are flirting with each other back and forth. Escape, no Alliance is there. Alliance knows something's fishy.
Yeah, they're just staying together, but
Kezu
Sanking, can he
creeps,
get the stun?
Creeps,
Oh.
thinking about it. But you gotta get the Dazzle too. They've learned their lesson last time. Bear moves in, spots him out a bit. Where's the setup gonna come from? There's the move. They're looking to make it here for EGM. Alliance hit it a bit.
No
Ake,
ship.
though, not going to bother. The ship's not gonna come out. No Grave will be there to assist. They'll let EGM fall down while S4 makes chase. Trying to go for Koikfa. He gets joined by Loda. Loda hops in for the infest.
Oh,
while
but he's
Era
losing
saps
damage.
away the damage. He's taking it all for himself. Loda's got to get away or he has nothing to work with. Pops the rage. Looks to go for the Bear. Will be able to get the money on that one. Cinder on the other side. Man's up on Admiral Bulldog here. The big barrel flies forward. Kazoo, big connection on the lockdown. And that's going to allow Escape to clean things up. Cinderin with the double. And they're going to get the Loda kill too, making it a 5-man wipe on Alliance.
What a perfect stun there to finish off a good team fight. They got the Kunkka immediately. It seems that Escape learned their lesson indeed, focusing the right targets, and yeah, they just couldn't keep him alive. Even if they try and grave him, doesn't really matter. He
There's the
number
boat.
3. Yep. Well, a little bit too late as the team fight is over, but Sukezu just flirting with the supports.
It's enough to force escape out from the pit.
Yeah, I don't know if they want to go for a straight Rosh after being so low HP on many heroes. They don't really have a
Here, game number 2 of Na'Vi versus Wings. Very excited to see how this one goes. We are racing through the picks right here. I'm Android, being joined once again by Winter. What do you make of the draft so far?
Well, they chose to ban out the IO this time for Wings, but they didn't ban out the Sand King, they banned out the Elder Titan, so Na'Vi just couldn't get the Sand King again once more. And for Na'Vi, they had the same bans, Oracle and Drow. They open with a Mirana, which is one of the hottest heroes in the current meta right now. And Wings are going for a very different approach. They are going for heroes that are very strong at fighting early. Don't need too many items, very fast-paced heroes, Slada and Night Stalker. But right now Na'Vi has a lot of spell damage, so the Huskar pick could be really good against Na'Vi this time if Wings want to go for it.
Yeah, Dazzle going to get banned out, Oracle taken out. Now, Shadow Demon going to be a top priority, I think, for both teams. Na'Vi can probably run it there with the Mirana very well.
Yeah, probably Navi's lineup might fit the Shadow Demon a bit more compared to what Wings have right now. It's a rather strange and peculiar opening from Wings. It's not very common that you see Night Stalker and Slada picked up right away. I mean, it is a support plus an off-laner, but it's a very weird combination. It's very good together in the laning phase if you sense that the enemy will lane very weakly, so you can actually have Slada plus Night Stalker dual lane to punish it, but it's rather strange to open it right away.
Yeah, I mean, definitely reveals a lot about how you're going to be playing. Lots of ganks there on the Night Stalker. You kind of know what items he's looking for, you know how much farm he's going to be given. Whereas Na'Vi, I mean, they obviously showed off that fantastic Sand King game 1, but they're still holding their cards close to their chest.
Yeah, their draft can literally go in a lot of directions, but Wings right now, be curious to see how they take this draft and how they build on the Night Stalker and the Slada. They're going to go for the Witch Doctor, same like the last game. You need a very good lane support to zone the Sand King, but Na'Vi is going to go for the same thing. you get a creep, you run to the off lane, you help the Sand King, and you pressure the lane. So Wings this time, they have to get a stronger carry to deal with the Sand King Chen role. But Witch Doctor, on the other hand, is much better than Dazzle the last game to deal with the creeps, because your Coconut Bounce is very good versus the Chen creeps. So that's that going on for Wings Gaming right now. They have a much better support.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think you're spot on with the Chen being able to puppy guard the Sand King, but what else do Na'Vi need? Because it seems like with the IO taken away, they're missing a crucial piece of regen.
Soneko's hero. Chat. I don't know if he plays... there's no Dazzle, there's no Witch Doctor, so I don't think they'll have another, like a healing hero for them. They'll probably pick another roamer, like possibly they might go for the bounty this time on their side. I'm not very sure what other heroes that they would pair with the Chen right now without the IO.
You know, there's kind of an old school thing Na'Vi could run here. They could pick up the Bane and combine that with the Mirana. It pushes very, very quickly.
Bane is really good with the Mirana. And Wings are going to go for, like I said, they need a very far range hero so you don't get harassed by Caustic Finale. And Klinks is very strong in the laning phase. So I don't expect Sand King to get the same start again like the last game where he was constantly bullying the carry, running around, pressuring the supports. Klinks will be able to handle the Sand King much better.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, he still does need a little bit of farm to himself, and he's going to want to not really participate right away, but I do think Wings are going in. They've kind of read Na'Vi. They know Na'Vi's going to go full throttle, so Wings respond to that by picking up a lot of early aggression for themselves.
Yeah, much better laning phase this time, much better early game, much faster pace, which is very, very crucial against Na'Vi, because Na'Vi is not going to play a slow pace game. They're going to just get some items, pressure in the lane, and just run at you and kill you, push your towers, get objectives, get Roshan. So you want to have heroes that come online fast. Klinks is a hero that doesn't need too much, needs his levels, maybe one item, and you're good to go to fight. And you can easily take out one of the Chen creeps as well with your ultimate.
All right, so Na'Vi going to have to play a little bit differently. I mean, what's going to change based on the way Wings are drafting?
They most likely, I would expect to do the same thing again, fast pace. They're just going to focus on their own game rather than what the opponent is doing.
Yeah, that's fast-paced.
Yeah, Na'Vi so far has always been a team that focuses on themselves rather than, oh, we need to pick this hero because the enemy has this hero. We want to counter them. No, they are just very, very concerned about how we want to play the game. This is the kind of game we want to play, fast-paced. We don't really focus so much on, we need this hero to deal with a specific hero. We're just going to be more comfortable with what we have and just play from there.
All right, so last ban out, Na'Vi still looking to pick themselves up a mid, most likely. Do you think that's going to be support Mirana? Like, what are they doing with that little Priestess of the Moon?
This game, support Mirana. I don't really know support Mirana with Chen, though. I don't like that too much.
I mean, does Dendi play Mirana?
Yeah, Dendi plays Mirana for their team. Dendi and General, but this game I expect General to play the Sand King and Dendi to be on the Mirana, and they will go for another support hero to pair with the Ursa. Like, if Ursa goes top lane solo and it's Night Stalker and Slardar, he's gonna have a rough time. So I would expect them to put a hero to babysit Ursa this time. I don't think Ursa will be left alone like the last game where the safe lane Razor was left alone. This game I think they need to pay attention to the Ursa, so they will need a laning support for Seneco.
So he's going to need a babysitter. What's the best bet?
There's Venge. I mean, Venge is not the greatest babysitter, but they're on dire side. They want to get a Roshan strat going and they want to play fast pace. Venge Chen helps you push, you have the aura, and that could work for them. As long as they have a hero that will help the Ursa get his levels and get his farm. That's the most important thing for Na'Vi, and get a support that synergizes well with what they're trying to do with their lineup and helps with the Roshan and push.
All right, Wings definitely taking their time on this. They're going to ban the Disruptor.
Maybe Shadow Shaman though. Like if they want to push, I've seen some games but it was Artstar playing the hero. It wasn't Soneko. So right now this game with Artstar taking the Chen, I'm not sure if Soneko would play the same hero. So we'll see what Na'Vi goes for as their babysitter. Like someone that can push, help them get Roshan and protect the Ursa.
All right, now last pick here. Na'Vi don't have a whole lot of time to decide on this. I mean, how important do you think the Roshan objective is going to be for both teams?
It's more important for, I would say, the Na'Vi strat, because you are running Ursa and Chen. I mean, for Wings, they have the Slardar and Klings. They can do the Roshan too, but it's more important for Na'Vi. So they're still going to go back for the Bounty, like I said, like one of Soneca's heroes. It doesn't have direct synergy with the Chen, but it's just a hero that they like to play. They're going to fight a lot. You want to have Track on your side. Track and Ursa is very, very good in the later part of the game. He's not the best babysitter in the lane, so Ursa might struggle this game if Chen decides to help the Sand King and not prioritize on helping the Ursa first. So Bounty will be also roaming. Like, Ursa against Slardar and Night Stalker, if that's going to happen, he's going to struggle a bit. He's still going to get levels, but not so much farm. And Wings, they're going to go for the TA, more minus armor. And more importantly, because it's very important for Ursa to get Roshan, now you have the TA traps to scout the Roshan out. This is very crucial for the Wings gaming lineup. They have to be able to scout when Navi's doing Roshan and contest it whenever they can.
Yeah, I'm really liking this Wings lineup. They've got lots of disable. They've got tons of minus armor. They're going to be bringing in a fair amount of damage. Now, when do they come online, though? When can they start contesting Navi's early push and early aggression?
Oh, this game is much, much faster than the last game. They don't need too many items. Blink on Slardar, TA Blink Deso. If you get your first Ancient stacks, you get Blink Deso maybe minute 15, minute 16. So Night Stalker at the same time, you don't really need the Aghanims ASAP. You just need your levels and you're going to be able to fight around the nighttime. Same goes for Klings. One item. Soul Ring, and then you get... If Klings is getting the Deso, TA will get something else. So it really depends on who's going to get the item. Both heroes would really love to get the Desolator. I mean, Wings lineup is just much, much better and much faster this game to deal with what Na'Vi is going to run.
All right, I definitely like this. I think Wings have responded appropriately to the challenge that Na'Vi has thrown them. Now, how's Na'Vi going to play differently with this Bounty Hunter as opposed to another little ganky support there?
I think his primary job this game is to mainly play deep wards, and you want to scout where the Klings is ganking, because when Klings has level 6 or level 7, he's going to be looking to be extremely active on the map, trying to gank and kill heroes, and you want to be able to scout that, and number 2 is scout the TA Ancient stacks. Those are all the things that the Bounty Hunter needs to keep his eyes on for his team. It's very important for them to understand how much farm they get on the TA and on the Klings.
All right, so where does Na'Vi have to focus most of their energy? Because it seems like there's a lot of heroes on Wings that can easily get out of check.
Same plan. Right now, they are camping around the Ancients area. They want to make sure that Wings don't get a ward down to block off this camp right here near the Ancient. So if this camp is blocked, it's gonna dissuade the Chen to help the Sand King that early. He needs to run all the way towards his jungle to be able to grab a keep before he can move down. So having this camp near the Ancients area is extremely crucial for their playstyle.
All right, Ice going deep. Is able to get a D ward here, making sure the Dire lose a bit of their vision, but overall, nothing too action-packed happening up here in the top. Dityara going to be forced back, not going to be given a free bounty, but Rune's going to go for the 1-1 split. Nice and easy, no one getting harmed just yet.
Yeah, that's a pretty straightforward one apiece Rune, but I'll be interested to see whether Innocence on the Night Stalker, whether he's going to go all the way to top to pressure the Ursa, which I think could be a good idea, or he's going to go to the mid lane or the bottom lane to help to start out. He starts off with helping the TA to block the creeps. Yes, he's going to go top. So this is what I expected the most from Wings, having this dual lane. Night Stalker and Slardar is very, very scary. If Ursa makes a wrong move, they can easily kill him with their low cooldown spells, the Crush from Slardar, and they have two slows, the stun and slow from Slardar and Night Stalker respectively.
All right, I mean, I hope Ursa's going to be okay there. The Crush will latch. I mean, they do have that Void coming out from Innocence, and now they're going to be going back in, just taking a couple of beatings, but Dityara should be able to go and salve up if he needs to.
Oh, if they had Orb of Venom, they might be able to get that kill, but right now, like I said, the Ursa might need babysitting, but Bounty Hunter is not the best babysitter in the lane for the Ursa. It's going to work well later when he has track for the Ursa, but right now he's not the best support to babysit the Ursa. He's going to do his best by pulling, trying to get the creep wave near his tower, so Ursa will be able to get some free last hits.
Down bottom, General going to be taking a lot of damage at the Coconut bouncing.
Oh, here comes the Chen though. Chen is behind.
Oh, nice Sandstorm there just to dodge out and break the vision, and now they're going to be going in. They will be able to do a fair amount of damage onto the Witch Doctor. The net creep does latch. I don't think they've got the raw right click to go in, and Art Style actually quite deep. General looking to go wrap around. He doesn't have the point in Burrow Strike just yet. They've got the sandwich though. They're going for the TP, and they will be able to get the first blood. Art Style snapping up that one for himself.
Oh, very well done by the Chen there. He missed one of his auto attacks, but he managed to still made up with it, with the creep running around, surrounding the support there. So well done there by Artstar on the Chen. Once again with the same type of rotation, successful, helping the Sand King get his first bullet.
Now back in the mid lane, we've got Dendi doing a decent amount of job, getting a decent amount of farm up against the Templar Assassin. How is that momentum going to be shifting as the game moves forward?
TA should get a better grip on the lane once he gets more points in refraction. I don't expect Mirana to have more farm.
Seneko going to get turned around on the Void, comes back in, but they lose vision.
Yeah, they have no dust. It's fine. This lane, as you can see, is extremely scary for Na'Vi. They can easily get punished by the Slardar and Night Stalker if they get out of position with their heroes. So they have to be really, really careful when they are trying to get farm, because they are both melee heroes. If they get farm, they get too close to the Slardar. A Crush followed up by a Void Slow, they might be in trouble. So they need to be very cautious. A stun onto Dityara here at top. Another Void to follow.
I think this might be a kill onto the bear. They're going in. They've got the raw damage. One more hit means that is going to be a kill going in favor of the Night Stalker. And they do have the dust. They are able to just clean up the lane. Na'Vi getting a little bit sloppy there.
Yeah, in the meantime, they were able to get another kill on the Witch Doctor in the bottom lane. So 2 for 2 right now between Wings and Na'Vi. Both the safe laners getting heavily pressured by the opposing team.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's definitely a different general game on Sand King at this point. We saw him have, like, what, 3 or 4 kills? And, I mean, he's slowly winding himself up. Art Style sitting back. Looks like the Witch Doctor does know something's up, but I don't think they can jump on him just yet.
Yeah, because he's up against a long-range hero, so he decided not to go for the caustic. He went for 1 point. Obviously, he went for 1 point earlier to save himself when he was being chased down as well. But this lane, Klinks is still able to get some decent amount of farm with the with the fire arrows. And Dendi right now still doing. Oh, he lands an arrow onto Blink.
Oh.
Refraction gonna come online.
Oh, the fairy fire gobbled up. The TA is gonna be able to get out alive.
Yep. Very nice attempt there by Dendi there. Unfortunate that he can't really get the kill. Here comes the Night Stalker. He has to be careful here. Nighttime is here, so... Oh, he pops the dust there. Just making sure that Bounty Hunter is not near the vicinity.
Yeah, Bounty Hunter's been spending a lot of time pacing back and forth, and obviously the roaming Bounty, you expect him to do just that.
He's not exactly roaming this game.
Oh, down bottom. Ice is going to get trapped, and the Burrow Strike does latch. Do they have anything to follow up? Shadow just going in, laying a couple of searing arrows, but no blood.
Yep. Witch Doctor casts pretty good versus the Chen rotations overall, so it's much more difficult for Art Style to dive the tower like the last game. And Soneko manages to get his level 2 right now, but still pretty difficult for the Bounty and Ursa right now to land a kill onto the Stardust lane. And we see Night Stalker roaming all the way to bottom to try and set up a kill here.
He's going to be walking straight to Artstyle to follow up to get the Maledict. I think that is a very dead Chen. They've got all the damage in the world. Now General going to be the one in trouble. There is going to be that Shadow Walk coming out onto Shadow, and they're going to go in. The Burrow Strike comes back in. Soneko joins the party, lands one by Junata Slash onto his back, but that's going to be it.
Night Stalker is much better at doing what Beastmaster did last game. Beastmaster can only make this move if he's level 6, but Night Stalker can just do this with the first Night phase.
The Void able to be such a strong initiator, and I mean, General, he's able to go scoot himself out of there. He's got himself some decent farm, but very different Sand King game from last. How does he keep himself relevant?
He just needs to keep pressuring and keep farming, and Chen needs to get himself back towards bottom lane. If Chen is down here, then Sand King can continuously farm and pose a threat to kill the Klings or the Witch Doctor. So as long as the Chen is around, Sand King should be able to constantly keep getting last hit and pressuring the lane. And for the Slardar here right now, he's 1v1 against Ursa, so Ursa should be able to farm very well. And Dandy,
he's going to be fine there. That leap away, totally saving his ass.
there's no ancient stacks at the moment yet. For the TA, he's going to be able to get the 6-minute rune, haste rune, so might be able to use this rune to help the other lanes.
Yeah, I mean,
Dandy has no leap though. He knows Dandy has no leap.
he's going back in. The Moonlight Shadow might be enough. They are going to bring in the Refraction. TA goes under tower, but she'll be okay. So unfortunately, not going to be a fruitful attempt. Meanwhile, up top, Ditya-Ra's going to be invis, but they've got the rotations back in. He's going to pop into his ultimate form. He's very, very angry, trying to go for the chase. And we'll be wrapping
He's
around.
dead.
Faith Beyond going to be scooting away. I mean, Ditya-Ra now, his ult ends. He's trying to burrow himself into the trees, but I think that is going to be one more hit. And the Fuzzy Wuzzy falls.
Once again, very good rotation by Innocence on the Night Stalker there, making plays around the map for his team. Leaving the top lane, coming back to the top lane and getting that kill onto the Ursa there. Ditya-Ra was just not ready for the kill. It was like, oh, it's a 1v1 lane.
Down bottom, General goes for the Burrow Strike, but it's not going to be that fruitful. Everyone just kind of spraying damage back and forth. We haven't seen a whole lot of big group up in fights. What's going to be the catalyst for that?
When Klings will start to... I mean, I don't think there'll be any big fights yet. They'll be trying to roam around to get singular pickups like what the Night Stalker is doing now. He just stacked the Ancients and he's trying to decide where he should rotate to, whether he should go back to top lane, but Ursa has left the top lane. He's not feeling safe going back there, so he wants to get the Roshan. Like I said, it's more important for Na'Vi to get the first Roshan compared to Wings, even though they have Slardar. And this is a very early attempt onto Roshan here by Na'Vi.
Meanwhile, down bottom, there are going to be a bunch of heroes posturing up. You've got General on the Sand King, Artstyle on the Chen.
Oh, Blink, is he going to put a trap there? Oh, they see the Rosh.
Mad pings going in. It looks like Soneko's going to be wrapping around. They're looking for something. The Burrow Strike is going to come in. There's the Refraction coming back out. The arrow going to collapse, and that's going to be, oh, all of a sudden, TA in some serious trouble. They've got the Starfall coming back down, and they are able to go through. They clean up, and there's going to be Ice going down as well. They're looking for more. They've got the Burrow Strike. It does latch. Now they should be able to get the pick onto the Night Stalker as well. He's trying to run for all he's worth, but it's not going to be enough. So in addition to getting 3 kills, they are also able to go through and get the Aegis onto Ditya-Ra.
That was just very well coordinated Roshan by Na'Vi. They smoked the Ursa in with the creep, even though Wings scouted it out, but everyone on Na'Vi was just around the vicinity to be able to contest the Roshan when Wings is trying to pressure the Ursa. So very well played there by Na'Vi. The Sand King there proving to be very, very powerful in those sort of engagements with his stun.
All right, now back in the mid, we could have a bit of a sandwich going on, but we're just going to have Bounty Hunter going in and Soneko plopping down a little sentry board there, making sure no more stacks go the way of Wings.
Yeah, here you can see the Sand King there being extremely strong in this fight, getting multiple Burrow Strikes off.
Yeah.
And winning his team the team fight. But right now, Soneko just placed the sentry ward onto the Ancients area while his team is pushing the tier 1 at bottom. Like, it's really important for Na'Vi to stop Wings from using this Ancient stacks to get back into the game.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Here comes Shadow with his level 6.
Yeah, he's wrapping around. They are able to get the Psionic Trap onto Dendi, but a little bit late on the initiation means they're only able to latch an arrow or two before he walks away.
He was trying to force him to leap away, and maybe Klings can get the kill if Mirana wastes his leap, but not gonna happen. So he's gonna play around the enemy jungle. This is what you want to do as a Klings at this stage of the game. You want to be constantly looking for kills, farming the enemy jungle, leaving the lanes for your teammates, so everyone else is getting much more space to farm.
I mean, is everyone on the map basically where they need to be to scale up nicely, or are there heroes that are starting to fall behind?
Right now for Wings, the most important hero is the Slardar. He needs to get his blink because Night Stalker has already done his job in the first night phase, so he needs to take some farm and levels right now. And yep, Slardar has his blink right now, so he's going to be able to be that pacemaker for his team. So let's see, the biggest kill probably either the Mirana. Ursa has Aegis, so that would be hard. Sand King or Mirana would be really good kills if he can actually go for it. Oh, the Bounty's going to scout out the blink. That's huge.
Oh, they have a lot of
That
vision
is
going for
huge.
themselves now in mid lane. We could have something going down there. Is going to be Mirana just sitting there farming up. They know the Witch Doctor's around, but not jumping.
Yeah, but Na'Vi right now are fully aware of the blink on this Slardar right now, so I would expect them to approach the next few minutes with extreme caution. They don't want to give away any big kills to the blink Slardar. They have to be able to get more items, like get to the mech and then go fight. Like Ursa is more than happy to fight when he gets his blink plus Aegis. He's very close to the blink right now. And they're gonna move towards top. General does not have his blink yet, but they're just gonna want to defend their towers because Na'Vi is in the driver's seat right now. When you're leading in the game, you do not want to give away free towers.
Faith Beyond, though, sitting there looking for the Blink Crush. Is going to scout out the Chan army walking on through. And they go for the... Oh, nice dust reaction there. Able to get two into the Burrow Strike. Faith Beyond sitting there. Will get the Crush up, but only after Chen creeps able to follow up the arrow. Short range, but connects into Faith Beyond. They are able to go through and get the double Starstorm proc.
Oh my
and that's going to be
God.
Dendi on a killing spree.
He was really lucky there on the Burrow Strike. He did not know Slardar was going to blink in there, but he was able to get a double stun, a dust on top of that, but didn't get the clinks, but the rotation from Dendi there. Landing the arrow, allowing his team to get that crucial kill on the Slardar. So they should be able to pressure this tower right now with the
Now
Slardar
mid
going down.
lane, TP in. Diyara just showing a lot of courage by going right underneath that tier 1.
Yep, and he's going to have enough gold for his blink right now. Na'Vi is starting to get into shape. Bounty Hunter has track. Ursa just got blink. Chen will have his mech fairly soon. And Na'Vi is going to start to have their...
Oh, nighttime popped out. They do see General go in. They are able to get the coconut bounce. Everything dropped here onto the Sand King. There is going to be a stun coming back out, so General might be able to leap away to freedom. He's got the Maledict on him. Okay, there's a Meld Strike. That will be the kill. They are able to go get the jump out. Dendi trying to leap away here, but it might not be enough. Innocence chasing down, has the Void in 3 seconds. Instead, going to be changing targets on art style.
You're not getting out of this style.
He's trying, man. He's going right back in. He's just facing his fear right in the face. Is able to go through and... Oh, it's unfortunate.
Here comes the Ursa.
Oh, the smoke coming wrap around. Ice is going to get tracked up. They've got to know something's going down. His blink is going to be going back on in. Now Seneko going to be stunned up. Moonlight Shadow can only keep you invis for so long, but look at Diyara's damage. He's now getting surrounded upon by 2 heroes, but Mirana from the high ground able to keep the pace of the fight under control.
They were able to get 2 track kills there, so that was big for Na'Vi. Getting that 2 track for their team, and Ursa is going to complete his blink. And he's trying to run in to get the Night Stalker.
Taking a look at the replay here. Hopefully.
He's gonna get the Night Stalker.
All right, so
oh my god.
Ursa gets another kill in the meantime, but looking back at that Burrow Strike, unbelievably nice angle there from General.
Yep, so overall Na'Vi that getting the tower, trading 2 for 3 kills. Probably with, I think there was 2 tracks and the other one wasn't, yeah, the Night Stalker wasn't a track kill. So bottom lane Shadow, another track. Oh my god, this is getting out of hand. Like they have to stop giving up so many track kills.
I mean, Klink's got the tower, but that's still not enough yet. General's gonna be able to go through. Will he actually live through this Maledict tick? Can they get the deny off? He goes
the bottle.
in.
He's bottling him.
One more tick. Will he actually be able to live through this? I don't
Needs
think.
another
No,
bottle.
he falls down. There will be a crush to follow up. Dendi is gonna be sitting back. They have Seneko going in. There will be a Shuriken toss bouncing around. They get the mini stun onto Faith Beyond, but they can't follow up.
Well, Wings have to be very, very careful not to give away too many track kills. This is going to allow Na'Vi to snowball out of control. Like the Ursa, despite not having a good laning phase, but if he gets too many track kills, he's just going to be able to still snowball ahead of the enemy team. And top lane, the TA does not have either the blink or the Deso yet, and it's close to 40 minutes. And if you look on the Na'Vi side, they have the Mag, blink, and everything is online now for Na'Vi. Mirana is still working on towards her Aghanim's, but not so important. The other more important one is the blink onto General, but he's not anywhere near that after dying twice.
Yeah, he's still definitely pulling his weight though, going in and trying to find some farm for himself. Now, Wings, you look at their damage dealers. TA feeling a little bit underfarmed. Slardar feeling a bit underfarmed. He has his blink,
And
but
Slardar's okay. I think he's at where he should be with the blink and building into the 4-staff. Like, Slardar's the only one that has the right amount of farm considering the situation his team is in. They're trying to pick up General. They know that he's trying to farm his crucial blink and they do not want to allow that.
Crush. He's sitting back. He's got himself the amp damage, but no one really following up on that. And there's going to be a big rotation in. Oh man, this could be huge as Na'Vi. They scout out what's going on, and Ditya is just ready to jump. He loses the Aegis, it's consumed, it times out, but they should be able to go in, and as Seneko goes in, he's going to be the first one to wrap around. And okay, Innocence about to lose some there. He's going to get tracked up. That's going to be another track kill going the way of Na'Vi, but they actually get the track. Yep. On the back lines, they're going to be dropping everything for this. Here in the river, they should be able to go through. They will get a kill, but at what cost? They're going to bring in Ditya. He's going back in. Ice. Going to get slapped away. Oh, the arrow not even going to be needed there. Faith Beyond now slipping away. Shadow might be in some trouble as well. They don't have vision onto Shadow just yet, but
Yeah,
either way, Na'Vi, they only lose their Chen there, and they get 2 in return. Track kills starting to really spiral in their favor, and they should turn this into a tower.
Na'Vi is just using their heroes plus track and all their movement speed and mobility with the blink to run them down and just to continuously trade kills. This is what Na'Vi wants with their lineup. They want to keep fighting with track, trading heroes for hero, and Wings right now are struggling to keep up the pace of the game. They need to get 1 item at least on the TA to be able to fight. Like, this is not looking good for Wings at the moment, despite having a very, very early blink on the Slada here this game.
Messianic Trap's giving a lot of vision. Faith Beyond actually going to walk right into the Chen army. A track there.
Track on Slada, this is bad. They're not going to be able to move around now.
And now up top, they kind of think that Templar Assassin's hiding out somewhere. There's 2 heroes going back to
He's
farm.
going to get his blink on TA, so that's going to be very good with the Slada. They blink in and crush and amp damage
Oh, down near the Roche pit though.
at the same time, so they'll be able to burst 1 hero down extremely quickly with the double blinks. So Wings have to use this timing window right now to be able to get pickoffs, to get heroes, important heroes down, like Ursa or the Mirana.
All right, so a bit of a stall out in the full-blown action. Is this Na'Vi waiting for Roche? Na'Vi waiting for big item timings?
Let's see what important items. I guess the Aghanim of Mirana and the Ursa, those are the 2 important items. And obviously the blink still not online yet for General. He's going to struggle this game to get the blink. Like, he doesn't want to farm outside of the map alone because of the Slada plus the TA running around and the Klings. It's very difficult for General to push the lanes. Like the last game, he was very confident in pushing the lanes because of the heroes that Wings have. This game is difficult for him to solo push like this against those heroes. He's going to need to play around his team to, like, you win team fights, you get Roshan objectives to be able to get towards his dagger.
All right, so Na'Vi right where you want them to be, ahead of where you expect them to be, or starting to fall behind?
They will hope for the Sand King to get his blink around this time, but everything else is fine except for General's farm. Na'Vi is still where they want to be. They have the Aghanims coming up on Mirana and Ursa very soon, so they're waiting for the next Roshan. Once they get the double Aghanims plus the Roshan, they should be looking to siege.
All right, Roshan spawns right now, right into the eyes of the Dire, and Radiant not going to be too keen on this. They've got themselves some scans going out, but Dire just making sure that Radiant heroes aren't going to be in the area.
Yep, Shadows has 3k gold, so hasn't decided what he wants to go. If he wants to go for the Dazzle, then TA would be going for another different item right now. But I don't see Wings being able to contest this Roshan at all. Na'Vi is just way too strong at this stage of the game. And Wings, they desperately need more items on the TA and the Klings.
I mean, they're going to rotate Seneko pretty deep here, maybe looking for the track here onto the Night Stalker, but either way, they latch the track, they get Ursa another Aegis, and they should be able to go and at least apply some pressure to the bottom tower now.
Yeah, if they can get this tower and the other 2 remaining towers, it would give General his blink. He's going to just have to rely on his team to siege towers, try to get whatever farm he can. And Ursa is also very close to his Aghanim. He already has his Aghanims actually, sorry. So 2 Aghanims already online, and they're just waiting on the Sand King blink right now. If they had everything now, Na'Vi is just so strong and ready to push the high ground.
I mean, you see the posture up here. Everyone going to be starting to charge in. Shadow goes in, consumes up a creep. You know, they're wrapping around. They're trying to figure out where their jump point is. But again, it's pretty difficult. You've got Night Stalker just ambling around. No blink on him. Certainly no Aghanim Scepter. There's going to be a crush coming in. But oh, immediate follow-up. They're trying to go through. They get the Melt Strike there. But Ditya Ra just manning up, going back in. Coconut bouncing every which way. Moonlight Shadow comes out. There's going to be dusts and heals and max every which way. But it seems like Na'Vi aren't deterred. They're going back in. The arrow not going to latch. Truken tossed. Oh, it's just bouncing around the entire team. Deep popping every which way.
Wings cannot fight here. They have to maximize their chances by defending only the high ground. I think if they fight outside of the base, it's super risky for their lineup. And Na'Vi, they're gonna give General the safe lane on top, so he gets to his blink, and that's gonna.
Oh, blink in. They're going in. They're trying to just completely punish. And it's another track kill going the way of Na'Vi. The cask still bouncing, but Na'Vi feel very firmly in control here. They have just got double damage runes onto the Mirana as well, so she is hitting so gosh darn hard.
And they're starting to get way too much out of the map right now.
Oh, Sand King may have to 1v1 as a Templar Assassin just wants to get a pass away from this. They're able to crush. So General gonna get further delayed. He's so close to his blink, but isn't gonna get it this time. Hand of God coming out a little bit late. Ditya might be able to get some revenge going in as he is able to go. Oh, the arrow, this snipe from the low ground. Dandy cleans him up, avenging his fallen Sand King.
I mean, that's still not the most ideal for Na'Vi. They really need to get the blink on the Sand King so they can siege the high ground confidently. Even though they got the starter in as exchange, but still not ideal for Na'Vi. Any 1-for-1 trades is good for Wings right now. They are just happy to get whatever they can get their hands on right now. They're really, really desperate.
I mean, what's your ideal situation for Wings? Do you continue to just bully General and maybe hope to slide ahead from there? How late do you have to take this?
They have to get BKBs on all three heroes, the Klinks, the TA and Stada. Then they can feel confident in taking a team fight. Otherwise, the Mirana plus Sand King and even the Chen army, they're doing way too much. Shuriken Toss as well. In the last fight you saw bouncing around, dealing so much damage to the Wings lineup. They need to be able to not worry about all those nukes in the team fight. So BKB is extremely crucial for all their calls. That's their timing. If they can get 3 BKBs, defend their high ground, they would be in a good position in the game.
And mid lane, we're going to have that Moonlight Shadow coming out, but up top is where the real action's going to break out. Dendy in some serious trouble, going to get dropped. Death Ward cleans up the Mirana.
The Observer Ward there, giving them the vision, allowing them to understand that Dendy is coming in, being alone and being able to use their numbers advantage to just get a free pick off there. And Slada running in as well, trying to find additional kills to slow down the Na'Vi 5-man.
Radiant use their scan to make sure no one else is waiting near that cliff, but for now it seems like Wings actually get a free pass onto this tower. Ditya, I mean, he's manly, but I don't think he can jump against 5.
His team is nowhere near. Sand King got his blink, he's running all the way back to top lane. So they're trying to wait for the Sand King to come over so that they can bait the Ursa.
Oh, Ditya gonna get slowed up a little bit by that Psionic Trap. Fortify comes out. Meanwhile, there is gonna be the crush in. They're gonna try to do something there. The Sand King trying to get something done. He's still got his Epi, not gonna channel that up just yet. Ditya trying to get things going there. Track kill onto Ice Ice. They are able to get that done. General lives through this somehow. On the backline, Seneko may have to give his life for this, but Bounty still gets his worth out of that. And there could be another track kill. Innocent's gonna get netted up by the Chen. Looks like he might get away for now. Ditya gonna get slowed. Meanwhile, oh, General with the Epicenter gonna connect onto 2. They're looking for the kill onto the TA. And he got Ditya just sprinting after that Night Stalker. Another track kill going the way of Na'Vi. Now Shadow looking to man up onto Dendy. One more hit. Is it going to be enough? No. They end up losing the Klinks there. Triple kill for Ditya going around, and he still got the Aegis.
Yep, that kill was 2 for 3 trade, and I think they were able to only get 1 track. The other 2 wasn't tracked because Bounty died pretty early in the fights, but still really good trade for Na'Vi.
I think it was 2 track because the Night Stalker was definitely still tracked when he went down.
Okay, so that was 2 tracks. So it's definitely very good for Na'Vi there, getting the 2 tracks. And Sand King with the blink there, with the debut of his blink, getting a really, really good epicenter onto 2 heroes there, allowing Na'Vi to secure that team fight. And Ursa going to get even more items, so he's going to have the defusal right now, so it's going to make it really difficult for him.
Oh, Ursa just going in. He might have bitten off more than he can chew there. Even the Thunderhide participating, but they are going to bring in General. The Aegis is going to be consumed. He's not going to be able to heal up this time. He's not going to come back to life. General going to get stuck as well. Big overcommit there from Na'Vi.
Oh dear, that was so unlucky. I think he just totally forgot about the timing there and just paid the price. Just as the moment he jumped
from that last fight. We are going to be able to go see what happened there in terms of tracks. Art style going to get cleaned up there, but on the back lines, track there onto the Witch Doctor going through General. He's going to be skirting around, so Shadow just going back in, trying to live on the back line. Seneko gets cleaned up. But look, Night Stalker still tracked, and Ditya never takes his eyes off him, even after he goes and wraps around all the way into the top lane. You still are going to see the Ursa able to catch up with those phase boots.
Yeah, it's track. You just want to get that juicy gold. Track gold. Must kill that target. It's generally what you want to do. Focus all the track heroes first, get all the bonus gold, don't let them escape. That's your priority. I mean, right now Na'Vi's still in a pretty good position, but slowly Wings are starting to catch up. I talk about the BKBs coming. Klinks and TA are more than halfway down to their BKBs. Slada is not going to get...
Oh, jump in here. This is going to be a big punish. Dendy not able to escape. I mean, you look at the overall net worth chart, and it's actually tipping in favor of Wings for the first time this game.
Yeah. All the pickups they've been getting have been really, really crucial. Like, their heroes are much more mobile. Like, during the night there's Night Stalker, and like during the day there's Slardar sprinting around, there's traps, there's Klings moving around. So all these pickoffs have been slowing Navi's progression as a team. They want to be able to group and 5-man and push down towers so they do not run the risk of being picked off by all these heroes. But Wings are still constantly finding all those pickoffs, and once they get their BKBs, they're going to be very strong in the team fights. The team fight supremacy will start to fall into Wings' favor once the BKBs come online.
So how much longer do you think Na'Vi have, and what's their best shot at getting the most out of that time?
I mean, right now it's already 1 BKB up on the TA, so they're starting, as soon as they see this, they're going to be starting to figure whether we should slow down the game and just try to focus on our own farm. Because taking team fights against BKB is very risky right now for Na'Vi. So they might want to complete more items, like for example the Aghanims on Chen. Mirana just got a blink, so won't be getting any more items yet. Ursa wants to work on his basher as well so he can deal with the BKB.
Do you think Na'Vi are relying a little too heavily on the Ursa for their damage?
Yeah, at the moment, yes. I think once the BKB is going to come online, every other hero can deal damage. Because Mirana is all spell, Sand King is all spell. Same goes to Chen and BH. So Ursa is going to be their only physical damage once all the BKBs come online on Wings. I mean, they don't have much choice though. The other heroes just have no good tools at dealing with BKB targets. They're going to smoke and try to make the most out of the situation before the Klings acquires his BKB.
Yeah, they're going to have to go in and get a really successful fight now. They need the track gold spiraling up, but they also just need Wings to hit the deck, so Na'Vi have room to go for the high ground, sneaking around through the Ancient Pit. They drop a sentry. Now the smoke is going to end up breaking soon as they rotate into the mid lane. Who's going to be the first one to bust it up?
They have to get the jump with the Sand King first on the Slardar if they can.
Well, they're wrapping around. The smoke's going to break. They know someone's nearby. The arrow going to go through, just connects on the little Zenthar. And now it looks like Ice is going to be going first one down. He tries to channel his ult, but he's going to get picked up. There is going to be a dust popped out. General going to get silenced up. He still has his epi to go through. And there's going to be the BKB showing off from the TA. Can he still get her down through the BKB? First BKB charge used, and it's going to be a waste as Faith Beyond now going to be slithering away on the defensive. Going to be an Earn Strike coming out, and that's going to be a Burrow Strike connecting. Net creep going in. They drop the Slardar. 3 dead for now. They're looking for another kill. In a sense, it's going to be sitting there looking for the TP, but too much damage comes out from Na'Vi. They get 4 there for the smoke. Hell, I'd say that's worth.
That was really, really good play there by Na'Vi finding the initiation. Wings were like, they saw the heroes coming in, but they were not positioned well. Like Witch Doctor was way too out of position. They needed the Witch Doctor to drop his cast around the tight area there and drop his ultimate for them to be able to win the fight. The BKB alone from TA was definitely not enough for his team.
Well, here's the replay, just looking at how things got started, and if there was a better jump point. It seems like Wings kind of figuring like, oh crap, we're getting chased. Do we initiate? Do we back off? Do we run? And there's the crucial moment of indecision, the 4-step away. Witch Doctor the first to go down, and then look at TA here. She panics, she pops the BKB, she tries to fight, but then just tries to book it. But I mean, this Ursa is still ultra relevant in this game.
Yep, there's not much you can do with track on you and Ursa running down against you. Like BKB is not going to save you from that. So Na'Vi getting a very crucial team fight victory there before the Klings got his BKB. He's going to have his BKB now, but winning that team fight is going to put Na'Vi in a much, much better position right now.
Yeah, looking at the net worth, it goes up and it goes back down. But Na'Vi clearly realizing that their timing window is going to get a lot tougher. Do they have to end this real quick, or now with the BKBs up, do they have to start playing late?
I mean, I think this game, if it goes late, it's still possible for Na'Vi to win because they have Bounty Hunter track. If Wings make mistakes, they capitalize on those mistakes, and you get, because they're Dire, they can get Roshan much better than Wings as well. So those are the factors that would play to Na'Vi's hand when the game goes late, despite not having multiple physical damage costs, because they're going to only rely on the Ursa unless Mirana builds into a much more DPS type of build. But at the moment, he seems like he's just going to go all out magic damage.
And rotation in. Shadow going to be revealing himself here. Seneko might be able to punish that.
If they got the track off, that would be huge for them. He's dusted though.
Yeah, do they have the follow-up? Looks like they're just going to be leaving him be.
That was so risky by Shadow there. If he got track, he was going to be in all sorts of trouble there. So manages to get out of that sticky situation, and now Wings deciding we need to be able to get the jump, and it's nighttime. So if they can get the jump with the Slardar, with the Night Stalker giving them vision and eliminate one target extremely quickly.
We're going to see a big Roche fight coming in as it looks like Wings. They want to get something done here. Seneko going to be the scout. Will end up popping the smokes right there as they walk in. They know Seneko's there. There's going to be a nice blink. They get the crush off. Faith Beyond going in. Shadow with the BKB just doing so much damage. The Roshan will go down to the Dire. Ursa gets a second life. There's going to be the epicenter going in there. He should be able to do a fair amount of damage to Ice. He gets the Maledict off. They're going to go in with the Starstorm, and that's going to be enough. The back lines with the Hand of God trying to do what they can, but they will end up losing the Sand King. Now Dityara running around, wants to get some blood for himself. Will find the Witch Doctor to get the slow off onto Innocence, courtesy of the Fuse Blade. Now the track here, that's going to be another piece of gold going their way. Na'Vi able to get 2 for the price of 1 right now. I don't think they can go in and get Faith Beyond. He's just too far away. But still Na'Vi getting the positive out of that engagement.
Yep, despite the Sand King not landing a good epicenter, but Navi still able to come out on top there with the track giving the vision and Ursa running down the targets there. There's just no escaping this Ursa if you're support on wings. Even Ghost Scepters or 4 stars won't be able to help you since he has the diffusers to run you down. And this Ursa is just so scary for the supports. They are just going to rely on the Slada and their core to hopefully win the team fight.
Seneko, oh no. Yeah, he was just out a little bit far.
Yeah, you can't afford to be around the map like this against the Night Stalker, the Slada, the TA. Those heroes just run you down very quickly. And career kill, not anything important in the career, but just good team bounty.
Wrap around though, they're looking for the jump. Ursa a little bit far away. Will go in, will be able to latch a couple of strikes out of Faith Beyond, but
fine.
Lotus Orb showed off. That's going to be a neat thing to work around. Now, how's Na'Vi going to play around that Lotus Orb any differently?
I mean, you can't really do anything apart from just, handle it. You just have to be careful when he's Lotus Orb out, maybe try not to use track because you track yourself. Just try to track the other targets. They can only Lotus Orb 1 target at the time, so.
Smoke up. This is going to be a huge play. If Wings can actually get the jump, they get the crush on the 2. Dityara on the backlines looking for the follow-up, an immediate pick up there, blasting away the Chen. Dendy trying to do the game with the Ghost Scepter, leaps himself up to high ground, but Dityara going to be left to deal all the damage here, but it's getting too low. They are going to pop the Aegis on the Ursa on the backlines. Ice going to get tracked up, but will he live? Shrugentoss polishes him off, so at least they're getting something for the troubles, but it seems like Na'Vi, 1 step forward, 1 step back, and they're not making any big progress there. They are going to get the kill onto the Clinks there. That's a nice position 1 for their troubles. And can they actually get the stun off? Oh no, not able to get the arrow in time.
Yep, nor the bash as well from Dityara. He just got a Skull Basher. So, I mean, that was pretty okay for Wings. They got the Aegis and they got 1 support. It's pretty similar to what they gave up. But Na'Vi will be obviously more than happy to get the track kills there. But it wasn't so bad for Wings at the end of the day. Navi's going to try to press forward, not knowing if Klinks has a buyback or not, but even if Klinks has a buyback, they want to force it out if they can.
What do you think about the double Desolator pickup for Wings?
I mean, it's still a good item on those 2 heroes, so I don't think it's much of a big issue for them to have double Desolators.
Is there anything they could have itemized better or gotten them a little bit farther ahead?
It's just very good items on those 2 heroes, damage efficient wise. I don't think there's any better items you will want to get. I mean, I know sometimes stacking the same item is not great, but in this game, because of how good the item and how much value it gives the hero, it's just very good for them to have those items.
So Na'Vi, I mean, they're definitely still making strides in the right direction. Do you think they're scaling up efficiently enough?
They're going to just keep fighting though. I don't think they want to farm.
Oh, Burrow Strike connects. They can get the kill on the TA here. That's going to be huge. He has the refraction. She's tracked up. There's going to be a bounce going every which way. Maladin connecting onto a couple of heroes on Na'Vi. The Death Ward doing a lot of damage. Dendy could be in some trouble. There's going to be a crush onto 3. The follow-up there is going to be they cut the BKBs, but Shadow getting blasted apart. Little Skeleton Man falls back down to the grave, and there's going to be the Epi coming back on through. Sand King able to bring in so much damage, and looks like the crush going to be a futile effort. Wings, they drop 3, and it looks like there's going to be no buybacks on the field for now. That's going to be at least this tier 3 tower going down, most likely the racks as well.
I mean, this style of game, like, Na'Vi is just extremely happy to keep trading kills, and they're just constantly getting ahead because of the track and just allowing them to be always having that snapper advantage over Wings here. Wings there, even though getting a really good crush, but not being able to finish off any targets here. Na'Vi is just very far ahead compared to Wings at that situation, despite of the good initiation.
Oh, they're going in. They want to immediately punish the Templar Assassin who just respawned. They got the truck, they cut the bounce. That's going to be 2 more dead, a complete wipe. And there's going to be a TA buyback if they absolutely need it here. But I think Na'Vi may have just secured themselves a 2-0 in this series. They are showing no signs of leaving Wings' face anytime soon.
Yeah, very well executed draft by Na'Vi, like with the Bounty Hunter. This is the type of game they want to play. Even though with the Wings lineup, they want to play the same game, but you're playing against track. So it's going to be extremely difficult if you're not always winning the fights cleanly.
Oh, the Burrow Strike connects. Poor Shadow doesn't even get a moment of reprieve before he's slapped out
This game is
once
over.
more. I believe so, Winter. The GG coming out Wings, I mean, they are doing a phenomenal job trying to play their best. The draft, I feel like, responded a lot better to Navi's playstyle, but Navi's still feeling incredibly strong. And look at that teamwork there. High five and all around. It's got to feel good to be Navi right now.
Yeah, both games, exceptional teamwork displayed by Navi here. And this game with the Bounty Hunter, just giving them a very big edge in terms of the way the game is played out. Constant fighting, trading kills, and having the track on your side definitely a big plus. And Ursa on the Dire side as well, just facilitating the playstyle, allowing them to play a very fast-paced Dota game with constantly getting the Aegis and trading kills with track. So just a well-executed game by Navi.
Yeah, it took a little bit longer than game number 1, but in the end, still able to pull this off. Fantastic playing all around. That's going to conclude this series for now, but we're going to kick you on over to Alliance versus Escape, which is currently on stream number 4. Again, thank you guys so much for watching the series. I'm Android, that's Winter, and stick around for more TI6 action. Final day of group stages continues after this.
Makes the jump, they could get Yapsor. Yapsor double. Force staff to make it away from the pressure. Era has also been stunned up. He's locked back in behind. There's the torrent. Kezu has to step in and help him out. Hits with an epi and a burrow, but the burrow damage is not going to be good enough. Era still locked down. Forced to BKB. Forced to pop
they're running.
He's running back in away. Koikfu's already TP back home. Era might not be able to make it. He goes down.
Great X there as well, catching out to Sand King. No use.
They pull him back and they get him with the torrent. Alliance just shoot down another 3. Hit the deck. No buyback for the Skywrath. Double buybacks already coming out for Escape.
Yeah, and we see Koikwa trying to pressure top lane, realizing that this is going to be very hard to defend high ground, trying to force Alliance to back out and think twice about pushing. But Timbersaw defends quite well.
Gets back, stops that push.
That was a hard fight for Escape, since there's even an Aegis on the Dazzle. This time you can't just focus the backline as a Sand King and try to lock them down. He tried to go on the Beastmaster and get him killed quickly, but he's so damn tanky.
Oh, top lane, X-Torrent. They're going to get a free bear, it looks like.
70 seconds on that one. I don't think they have time to get to the high ground, though, in these 70 seconds. He, in fact, buys a refresher, refreshes immediately, and he has a bear summoned fresh, good as new.
I wonder if they could use that. I don't know. I don't know if Alliance has been keeping dabs on the bear cooldown. I know for a lot of teams they do.
Alliance
like that.
should be one of the teams that has pretty good understanding of the cooldowns for the bear and when they kill it, since they always play on the other end of that spectrum. But at least we're going to see one more smoke movement here, it seems. Grouping up.
I wonder if they're hiding the bear right now. Koikfu's keeping it inside the base. Alliance might assume that there's no bear, but there actually is.
They are.
They're hiding
Oh,
the bear.
they got scanned.
Oh,
Scanned by Dire.
They know that something's fishy. They're heading that way. They already blink in. S4 makes his move. Is Escape going to be ready for it? What a brilliant scan setup coming in from Alliance. Yapsor blasts right back, and they're going to be able to take out S4. Arrow locked down, pops the refresher, pops the ulti, and then begins to go to work, while rest of Loda and company are hot and right inside the mix. He's going to get graved. He's going to get saved, but as you can see now, Bulldog getting harassed and down by the bear. Loda's going to get dropped. It's Escape's fight back, and they're going to be doing it here. Kezu moves in. They're going to get Bulldog down. 4 drop from the side of Alliance. It's only EGM who will survive and make it out.
That aggressive blink by Lifestealer, that definitely told me that maybe they think bear is down, we can take a fight, we got this. He blinks in, turns out there's 4 people right there, and they do have a bear, they do have everything, and the fight just goes disastrously for them. S4 getting bursted down as well. I'm not even sure if he got his BKB off before dying. I don't think so. And yeah, that refresher on Era, the Razor, very big impact item this late in the game. Extra duration on the BKB as well, of course.
We have buybacks, of course, here still for Loda, the Dazzle, and even for Bulldog. But this defense will, I was going to say not include Aurora, but Aurora will be back.
Oh,
about 5 seconds time. They make their move in. EGM pops out the boat. Here comes the TPs from Alliance, and Escape are quick to get the hell out if possible, but it looks like Cinder will have to be the one big sacrifice here to tank it all.
Yeah, that's fine. Just an Ogre dying is perfectly okay for them. They have very low HP. In fact, 1 HP on that tier 3 tower. Would you look at that? Tier 3 tower does not want to die on the top lane. But it got pinged out as well by, I believe it was EGM.
Still holds though.
This game.
Both bases just...
I can't believe how many 70-minute games or so that are really back and forth that we've had here at this group stage.
Look at this. Look at the net worth. I mean, I know at this point in the game it's irrelevant, but you could just see how close it is based on that. I mean, both net worth and experience split right
it's
down
crazy.
the middle. It's all execution here.
Yeah, it's really insane. And I mean, we've had, I don't even know how many Roshans that have gone down, but you know, we're in the stage, of course, where supports are getting the Aegis and cheese. It's kind of ridiculous. DD now on Lifestealer. They might be looking to take a kill with the smoke if they can find anyone.
In about 25 seconds, Koifa will have 2 bears to work with. Alliance.
In fact, 3. He also has one up already, so will be
he's
the
got one
third.
up. Oh yeah, and the refresher. I didn't even notice the refresher was also glow off cooldown. 3 bears.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to bring all of those down. You kind of have to go for the Lone Druid himself. Not gonna find any kill though with the smoke and the DD rune. His Alliance.
Do you think the late game Agnum's Lone Druid is of value at this point for Koifa, or is it not really necessary?
I think it's irrelevant actually. I think you rather just build some items for your main. Like get maybe Halberd or Basher or Abyssal for Lone Druid himself. One item I look towards here is actually Kunkka getting possibly the Aghanim's upgrade. It's not a bad upgrade, and it also stacks up the enemy quite a bit, so S4 can get them killed off, pulling the enemy along. Oh, they find a ward in their base, they're like, what is this doing here?
Free money, but obviously Escape had been gaining some nice little intel from it. But they're on their own side, working back with their own farm again. It was another, I mean, how many times have Escape pulled out these crafty plays to get them right back into the game? 2
It's
different
crazy.
smokes, the surprise bear refresher.
It's
and
both teams really. I mean, Alliance, they were meant to lose half an hour ago, 40 minutes ago. They were meant to be out of this in my book, and they just came back from the dead. And then Escape, while on the brink of destruction, they're like, oh no, we don't want to lose. We're gonna make a smoke, we're gonna kill everyone. It's gonna be fine. It's really just back and forth. I can't tell who's gonna win.
Yeah,
at
both of
this
these
point.
teams very good at fighting back on what feels like the brink of defeat.
Yeah, and right now we have, of course, everyone being super passive, as we can see. The buyback, the only one who has it is EGM, and you know, he's not sharing.
No, not at all. So it's going to be a bit of a slow roll here until everybody feels they have everything they need and prepared for any sort of future movement. And what's this courier holding here?
They do have a smoke again on the side of Alliance on Dazzle, and I think they want to use it pretty soon. Lanes are in a pretty decent position. They are grouping up a little bit here. Might be going for it right away. But at the same time, when you smoke up, you want to know where the enemy are. It's very hard to just smoke into the dark and say, okay, let's find the enemy. Now they do see a few people on mid, but that might be enough to tell them to smoke. Not sure.
Yeah, it's tough because I feel like I'm a broken record, but it's like if this fight goes bad for one team, it just could be game over. I say that though, but the other team always seems to find a way to
so
still
many
hold.
times they've been able to hold. It's getting pretty ridiculous.
But there is no more structures to afford losing here. There's no buffer space between you lose the fight, and if they make it in the base, the game is just over at that point.
The big thing right now, though, is that Era and his squad on the side of Escape, they're definitely moving more across the map and getting more farm taken in the last few minutes than Alliance. Like, they've been getting a lot since the last fight. Sure, they did win the last fight as well, so getting some extra control of the map because of that.
We are going into the late innings here, 71 minutes in, and a very disciplined Alliance and Escape as we get into the final stretch. What kind of crafty plays can we concoct here? This Lone Druid, 40K of net worth here. Him and Era still round out the richest boys on the block, but
yeah, really,
they're at the max point now.
Yeah, they're getting pretty maxed out. Of course, Era can still get that moon shard, you know, and get some extra attack speed. He does have a lot of damage from a static link at all times, so would be a good thing to add some more of that. But right now, I just wonder, are they going to be able to take the push all the way here? As Alliance a little bit slow on the reaction. They haven't been able to split push in time, so they're going to be forced to high ground defense against a Lone Druid Bear. And not just one, not just two, maybe three.
3 sieging bears could be coming their way.
Yeah, and we have seen them blow the ship on the bears before, but Escape taking it a little bit easy, farming up the enemy jungle before they head over.
Ping up inside the base of Alliance here. They see Loda.
There is a ward. They're going to find it as they drop their own observer ward. They saw Yapsor. Get that, dude.
Okay, got it.
There we go.
Now they could be hiding under the dark a bit.
The
There's
1 HP tower is denied.
X Torrent on the bear. Yeah, tier 3 denied as it looks like it's going to be taken. Era makes his move in, pops down the Eye of the Storm, looks to zone them back. S4 begins to unleash here as he gets off the Shivas.
He's really deep.
He's very deep here. Now double force puts him all the way back in towards his team. The boat will fly, but it ends up being just a bit short. S4 makes his move and is able to get the finish on Yapster, while Loda gets the grab on the Bear. Era now sapping the damage, taken away from S4. He pops the refresher, begins to go to work. Can they burst down the machine? S4 doubles back now on the back of a timber chain, and Loda picks up the pieces, moving on in, gets the kill on Era, and Era's going to be forced to buy back and relocate back in with the help of the Boots of Travel. And as mentioned, though, the Ancient is in trouble. Can Alliance hold it? Quakefa's going in for it. It looks like they've been able to spot out Quakefa.
Oh, the Savage
Roar! Pushback, goes for the TP and makes it away, but no! They have the X pullback, and he's right back inside the base. They're going to get the Quakefa Bear.
Yeah, he's trying to run to the woods, little bear, to the woods. No way.
Alliance still alive again, and no megas. There's one Rax each side.
I believe the Era might have made a little misplay there, running in so deep into the enemy base. He lost 50% of his HP. Then when he popped the refresher and double BKB to go in and fight again, he just got bursted down very quickly by the Lifestealer. If he had full HP at that point, oh, it's the what ifs really of the fight.
Yeah.
They have 2 cheeses on EGM. He might be sharing those, in fact. Not sure about that. If any of his teammates are hungry.
We'll see.
It's a picnic.
If you have some chips, I'll think about it.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Base
Escape.
push.
Can they hold? It's their turn now to defend.
Surprised he hasn't bought back yet on Lone Raid. You will definitely be forced to, so might as well do it as soon as possible.
Yeah, get it on cooldown.
Yeah.
Let's go.
You don't want to hold on to it like this.
He's nursing it, though. Has that refresher still. Bear needs 20 seconds, unless he's going to be forced into a position where he has to use the refresher. It looks like he uses it now. Jump in, Epi, they look to burst S4. They might be able to get it, but the grave is there from Ake. Loda makes his move. He could get Era again. Era going to be forced all the way down as he continues to sap the damage, but S4 moves on in. He could get the finish here. Razor has to run. He makes it back and away, and Alliance go right back in for the jugular. They're trying to get the Megas and get the finish. Kezu bursted. Loda pops out, goes back in, tries to right-click, but the glyph is there. It's stunting the damage, but now it's over, and Alliance have just unleashed the Megas. Here comes Escape, though.
He died on Timber, but he has buyback.
They're running in. They have to make Alliance pay for this, and they have to make it back the other side if they want to stay alive in this game, but they turn back. They are going to get EGM bursted down. S4 moves back in. Think he can make a move for Kezu, but Kezu doubles back.
Oh,
now they move back in, and they're going to get S4 down. He's out for 2 minutes, no buyback there, and they're going to get Loda.
No grave.
He has no grave to put out. Ake to the low ground. Can't even TP away. They get him too.
Oh no, this is disaster for Alliance. They don't have Timber. They don't have Dazzle for a very, very long time. Did manage to cancel one TP down on the bottom lane, defending that lane, but what are you gonna do, Alliance? How are you gonna stop Escape from winning the game right now?
Escape need to clear out this mess in this top lane and get to the other side as fast as possible.
Yeah, and it's time for Bulldog to get crafty. He has been known to be one of these players, you know? He can get there in the enemy base.
To work with? He's got Refresher Orb.
Yeah, I mean,
he's got a Roar.
He's got everything to work with. He can
Necro
travel
book.
in on his bird.
Buy
he can
a
do a lot of
second
stuff.
Necro book.
Yeah,
It's something, man.
That's true. He could buy a second Necro book and a refresh and have both of them summon. That works.
Here comes Escape, though. This is it. Their stride down the mid lane here. EGM.
EGM is just trying to stall the creep wave in any way he can.
Tries to boat it.
Oh, he got the TP target.
He got a lot of them.
Oh no, Loda, what are you doing there? Okay, he's being held away.
Yeah, he's being held away from his base while
I think
Bulldog
this
is
is it.
dead. Bulldog is dead. Escape are in. They're going for it right now. The Agent's in trouble. How are they going to stop it? Bulldog moves in, gets the roar off after refreshing, but he's going to get quickly bursted thereafter. Loda's chasing down Quakefa, but he has to move in and try to go for Syndra, but there's too much pressure. It's over. Escape take game number 1 in one hell of a back and forth match.
The dream is alive for Escape as they take the first game in the series. They need everything.
This is smart. Yeah. They realize we can't take them in a head-on fight, especially without the Alk available. Yeah. Best thing to do right now is just a split push.
The glyph is there, so at some point LGD are going to kind of second-guess themselves. They're going to trade Rax if they keep pushing. LGD, where are you? Mirana's back. This is a range Rax in Fear. Could Blade Fury attack it? Yep, he'll do so. Won't actually finish it off as he TPs out instead. Takes the safe approach.
Yeah.
And PPD, he expected to kind of die, I imagine, as he was split pushing this bottom lane, so he's not really too concerned. And it's actually back on the Dire side. We'll leave PPD for dead. They've initiated and they've caught one. Looking for Zai. Here's LGD. There's the Omni Slash aggressive. Doesn't have mana for the Berserker's Call. Fear, he's gone in. He's got the Blade Fury now as well if he needs it, but he'll just right-click down the axe.
Yeah, Sumail going to be the beneficiary of that kill as EG, they continue to try to chase. They want something if they can grab it, and
Chronosphere, Ice Blast, it's coming in. The
wide.
arrow will catch Sumail as well, and I don't believe Sumail can find his way out of this one. No buyback as well. They can get Fear. This could be big for LGD. They may be able to force that high ground. This time they don't have to worry about the bottom lane. Zai, you're not you are TPing out. He guessed wrong on the torrent. I thought he had vision, but no, he was hiding in the trees.
if Banana could have just walked in there instead of going for the torrent toss, they probably would have picked up that kill, but LGD, they are going to be incredibly satisfied with the double pick-off on the cores, as that might just force them to have to buy back.
Not the fastest pushing lineup. They're actually going to see the bat blink in, but he gets immediately caught by the time dilation. Yule Scepter will help Universe out for a little bit, but it's still not going to be enough to save his life. Now he's dead for 48 seconds. Dazzle, it's a 1-by-1 domino feed. Maybe says, I'll come take out this Tombstone if I have to. And there's the Alchemist buyback. He just had it back up and decides it needs to come out to protect these racks.
Yeah, and even still, LGD, 27 kills now. They're ramping up the pace right now. Much bigger fan of this style of play, rather than the sit back and allow somebody to farm. It feels like both teams just kind of flip their play styles, as it's now LGD getting aggressive all around the map. So BKB picked up by this axe. Fresh 10-second one to go along with it. Ancient Apparition has wards for days. And that third point of his ultimate does kind of help.
Oh yeah. And the Shatter health threshold for very high HP heroes, the damage per second, I mean, everything about it, it gets better.
Yeah.
The
450
duration,
damage.
I guess, is the same with because of the Scepter,
Yeah.
but
450 and 12 and 32 damage per second. 32 damage per second for 17 seconds on top of the initial burst is insanely high.
see what EG's next move might be, but right now they are struggling. Alkus starting to work on his Aghanim Scepters. He doesn't have buyback, so he's just going to start buying all the pieces as soon as he can.
All right, who's the first one go to? Who would make the biggest difference? I would say maybe even the Undying.
Undying is just so... Undying's at that state where you're so poor that I feel like you just die instantly, even with like the Ags.
Yeah, but you take away an Ogre Club worth of strength every single time.
Yeah, I'm not... I think it's good, just unreliable, whereas like Jug doing damage is reliable.
I think Decay is reliable. You get an
Yeah.
Aether Lens on that, throw that sucker on.
It's Jug is reliable also just because the hero wants stats, wants to be tankier. But I'm not sold either way. I don't feel like there's no obvious choice in my mind.
EG are smoked up though. They want to make a move, and Zai is just gonna run into people.
He pops the Tombstone just in the open here as Universe gets the grab on. Maybe they broke the Lincolns for this, but I don't think they've got the damage. The Chrono comes out. Fear's being caught. Universe as well, locked in place by the Cold Feet. And Zhao Wei will leap forward. Gun for Fear, and we'll get him.
Run,
For Zai.
PPD.
This is your life now, Peter. Get the hell out of there.
He does not have a TP, and LGD are, they're just mean. They're gonna chase this guy down.
I mean, LGD is probably flashbacks to last game where like they're having no mercy today. Not in game 2, and for LGD a win here, it keeps their final day hopes alive. They need a 2-0 probably in their last series against Wings. They also need to complete the job here in game number 2, but right now it's looking incredibly good.
Yeah, this Alk is the only one alive right now for them. As buyback is available for this Juggernaut, but without the rest of his team there, I'd imagine that he's a little bit more reluctant to go for it. As LGD, they're gonna start flooding into the base. EG in a position where not really sure what the best choice here is. Sumail looks like he wants to go for the split push.
Gawait's already TPing back home, leaving his team to finish off the melee racks, and there we go. There's the Sumail TP back. Oh, good reaction. As soon as his Lincolns gets broken, the Universe was on top, but
There's no more gem now for EG as well. They rely on that pretty heavily. I mean, maybe his build just makes him so hard to kill. They committed everything to kill him in that fight.
Yep.
They used the Force Staff on the bat. They lassoed him. They all beat on him at once. And he just kind of shrugged it all off.
Didn't even get down to half HP, it looked like. LGD to be feeling pretty good about themselves. They keep that bottom lane pushed out. They take their first racks of the game, a melee one in the mid lane. Looks like they're going to make their next move now. They transition into a smoke. Roche is up if they can find a fight, but I think more likely they just want to team fight and then try and end the game. They do not need to play around having an Aegis.
Yeah, and without any detection here,
Oh, maybe he's a bit trapped here. We got a great Chronosphere on 2. It is, it's a support and Fear. They'll take that.
they will
That
take
works.
that every day of the week, as now they are so close to the base. Man, if maybe he had a Blink Dagger here, he wouldn't have been stuck in the trees. That was such a good Chrono opportunity, though. Even with him being in the trees, he couldn't pass that
Oh
one
no.
up.
I think the Shadow Blade has given him a lot that a Blink wouldn't, just as far as roaming around like the enemy jungle while invis.
Oh, for sure.
It means you can initiate and have some protection against the Bat Rider too, because you roam around and you're not going to run into a lasso.
LGD all going to get weaved up, but I don't think they care at all.
Doesn't seem that way. Alka's coming in from the side, throws the acid and stun. It gets Manta dodged.
Doesn't even bother popping the Lincolns. What a boss.
Universe will scurry himself back. MKB for Zhao Wei. He's actually transitioning in some physical damage. Don't see this all too often on Mirana, but I mean, it doesn't really matter what item he gets. Let's be real. So that's the E-Blade, the Manta, the BKB we sometimes see. It's all frills right now for LGD, who have 4 racks advance, or 3 racks advance. They didn't get the range in mid. So who got the Aghanim Scepter? Alright, Fear with the Ag's Omni Slash. Bit of extra stats, a bit of extra slashes. Here comes LGD, trying to contest the Roshan. Aggressive will be the target, as a BKB won't get a chance to use it as he gets taken out at the start of the fight. The Ghost Ship will catch PPD, does not kill him though. Chrono on 2, Ice Blast immediately follows it up. Zai and Fear get caught in that one. Good news for Sumail is he didn't get caught, but problem is he now doesn't have 2 of his buddies. He's been X'd up, he'll be pulled back in just a second. The buyback from Jug will come into play as Sumail will see this grave wearing off.
Maybe he's dropping quite low, though.
Sumail's opting to run, should just turn and fight, but decides that perhaps too late. Sumail may be regretting not fighting earlier.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Universe being chased down right now by Aggressive, who still pissed about what happened in the last game. He is not giving this up.
Yeah, he remembers getting solo kill.
And LGD doesn't even look like they want to finish off this Roche.
Aggressive at the same time may have gotten too overzealous.
Yeah, Fear, though. In an awkward position right now.
Nice little healing ward in the trees, but looks like Fear may be brought down here. Has some backup coming into play. The Ghost Ship will help block some of the damage output as...
That was his buyback.
Yeah, 80 seconds, and Peter's going to call it. He realizes we're down 4 racks. The Alk isn't working. Let's tap out.
Yeah. And everyone from... Ooh. Rough game for EG.
Rough game for our prediction. It felt like that was in some way the story.
I thought for a second it could work. I think that was a big thing.
It really. So they know the Cuckoo was heading down to Roshan. They won't realize he's invis unless they have a gem. There's Dust on Moon. He makes a break for the tree line, actually locking himself into the Firefly. Spy Carpets will hold him there with the call. Wait for the Culling Blade until the right moment, and that would be the right moment.
Cut you like cordwood.
Unfortunately for them, they won't be able to get too much out of this. Ideally, you want to take out a Roshan and take it away from the Drow lineup. Drow Ranger committing for the super early Hurricane Pike.
Belongs to me.
The movement back then from EU, he just told Notel exactly where the Observer Ward is. Notel would have had a guaranteed kill on SD unless that Observer Ward scouted out.
Still looking for a kill. Well, that's an Ags on Mirana. Saw her complete, and that's with an Arcane Boots to boot.
She's got a hell of a lot, almost got as much as the Bat Rider.
Demon and Cuckoo laying a trap for Miracle. Oh,
No,
who's
wait.
there?
Hey, hello. Miracle will imprison himself. The arrow's flying in, hits perfectly. Sentry Wars down for Nyx Assassin, and there it is. Fly dropped his own one down. The ship from Demon, gonna be a big fail boat. There was no way he could find the proper angle there. And that is 2 quick and easy kills going the way of TNC. They were trying to do that without any obs ward outside the tree line.
That would have worked if Nyx were in Vendetta. But now, you get 2 kills, immediate go at the Roshan.
Yeah, this is going to be too easy for OG. Obviously all the damage in the world for them. Maybe not great for Miracle, who Fly is currently hurting to heal.
No Tail's a much better tank because he has 18 armor, marksmanship.
Well, team with the first Roshan kill. You're right, it will be OG.
I'm a little bit worried about the next
top
kills
lane.
prediction though.
Leap forward, let the Aghanims do its work. And now the call, it kicks in. Is there a Moonlight Shadow? Time for crit. That Culling Blade was too early. But crit will still end up going down. Good kill for an Axe. Just shy of 650 gold for it. And the Moonlight Shadow can't be used aggressively on the bottom. It could be used aggressively on the top. Moon, blink, and he'll start the lasso. Pulling back the Axe. There's more support arriving. It was No Tail who TP'd to the tier 2 tower. So Sam, this is the kiting, and there's nothing you can do about it. Cold Arrow high level, but you can try and gank the other lane. Down to bottom lane, Cuckoo. I say it's going to miss the stun. He missed it on Miracle. Instead he connected on Fly. And Fly and Miracle will walk out together. That Sentry Ward went down just at the last moment to try and see him.
One of these cores is not like the others when you look at your net worth graph.
You talking about the Drow being so far ahead?
No, I'm talking about the Nyx Assassin being abysmally low.
You're a glass half empty guy, Ben.
Nyx Assassin. Well, Drow and Juggernaut are neck and neck. But the lowest core by far is the Nyx Assassin. I mean, Juggernaut and Drow are within 200. That's not even glass half full.
Yeah, they definitely need something more to work with. The bottom 3 belonging to TNC, where both supports are able to beat the core. Makes for a hard life.
Yeah, I am very concerned because Oracle has so much farm this game. Arcane and Mech, combine that with the Ags on the Mirana. Uh-oh.
TNC just smoked up. I don't know if they got scattered up by the ward before it timed out. But I think they did, considering the positioning of OG. Crit is the man who's close enough that he'll break the smoke. The Observer Ward gets planted down by the Dire side. So they see Crit. No Tell, he actually pushes himself in with the Hurricane Pike, looking for the kill over on the SD. Can't get it thanks to the Torrent. The Lasso keeping the Axe on the back line, but No Tail really exposing himself, but he's still not dead. The false promise from Fly. Crit knowingly, No Tail knowingly put himself in harm's way. Just because he understood his team would be right behind him. Miracle with the imprisonment. They prepare for the kill. And Demon does not stand a chance. And this will beat the mid racks. Crit's already working on the bot racks.
Come on, I need one hero to die in the next 3 minutes. Only one, not more.
In the next 3 minutes, I think it's guaranteed.
They could call GG.
No Tail are not leaving the base. They are going to fight this one. With an Aegis Immortal on the Drow Ranger, the Silence and the Arrow connect over on Cuckoo. No Tail dropping down low, but the heal is still there. Not going to be enough. The Aegis Immortal will trigger. There's Omni Slash. Juggernaut going in deep. Moonlight Shadow trying to get him out. No Tail still way too close to that tier 3 tower. They push him down. They push him up. And then the Nyx Assassin. I'll end up popping him. 702 gold coming to the Nyx Assassin, repairing some of that net worth deficit.
Who forced them back in?
I don't know. Was it the Axe?
I don't know, but he was the one who forced himself out.
Nyx Assassin is the only other one on TNC that has a 4-star. It could have been Moon. It could have been Miracle. They maybe thought he was looking the other way around, and then just whoops.
I think it's more so that they were expecting him to turn around. Oh, okay. Let's hope no hero dies in the next 1 minute, but don't know if that's going to be possible.
Total number of player deaths by 25. Well, you can have 35 in total.
What, I have 35 in total.
Oh, that's why he said only one person died the next 3 minutes. Yeah, in that case, we got bloody lucky. But I think everyone's pretty well spaced out. Next, probably.
Wow. Drow Ranger was doing such a good job of not holding on to so much gold, and now he's 4,000.
Oh, he just spent it. He's buying an Aghanims. He got 3 1Ks. And
Axe
not
is interesting. I would have expected BKB maybe, but maybe not enough damage. Or Yasha. Yasha's always a nice pickup on the Drow Ranger.
Well, they're coming again. It's like prediction might be out the window 1 minute until that prediction can be correct.
The Drow Ranger's not there though. She's actually farming up Ancients right now.
But she's trying to
get
finish up her
Axe.
Aghanims.
Yeah,
Which
farm
means
up your
OG
Axe, no tail.
Yeah, they have to back out. Without no tail there, they just don't rip through the tower fast enough.
And she already used her aura as soon as she respawned.
Courier's already waiting. They would have to delay even longer if Raven went to that side shop. He'd end up killing the Courier.
Tower is under attack.
Well, that's a nice rune for Moon. An Invis rune while walking around with a gem. Could catch the next assassin by surprise, but right now all of TNC are waiting inside their base. The only person who's out far is Raven, trying to farm up the remainder of his diffusal blade. Not the easiest thing in the world. Spins and TPs back, realizing that OG has to be on the hunt. They also smoked up for this maneuver, but didn't find anybody. So 3, 2, 1, and you are correct.
Whew, that was close.
So TNC, defense time. Everyone's grouped up together. Notel has his Aghanim Scepter.
Axe is not that great for the high ground. I guess it's okay. Axe is
it's
super
kinda
underwhelming unless you have the Maelstrom though.
I kind of like it when you got Hurricane Pike too. Like, there's actually double Hurricane Pikes. Miracle as well as Notel both finished Hurricane Pikes.
Dire has used scan. They do know exactly where No Tail is, but Moon is, but they kind of already knew that.
Yeah, this is pretty obvious what's gonna come. As well, X marks the spot being used. Oh, they're gonna imprison. They can't pull him back. Here's your Blink Lasso. The Gust will control the Axe outside while they dragged the SD unwillingly to his doom. The buyback comes out quickly.
Nice try with the shenanigans.
Unfortunately, imprisonment too strong. Arrow flies in, gonna miss. But there's more of a fish.
He's the anti-Kunkka.
They're going again. 4-staff up. That was the Nyx Assassin trying to push Notel into a bad position. Now the disruption as well as Catcher. Fly took the Catcher for him, however. And now Teeman. Well, Torrent can go to work. OD. Miracle, you're in a little deep there, man. But they don't hit the impel. They don't hit their stuns.
I'm still waiting for them to drop the Sanity's Eclipse.
X marks the spots over on Notel. There's no follow-up to this.
He has so much intel. He has 130?
Yeah, when was it? Have we actually seen him
No,
use his ulti?
He's going to use it soon.
Here it is. 4-star forward. Nyx Assassin, Spy Carapace on cooldowns, and maybe now Miracle can use it. Raven was looking for an Omni/target. With the creep wave there, it's not really the greatest thing in the world. He needs every single hit to crack on a hero. And now with the Axe back alive, they may just have enough control. Axe is actually TPing himself up to the top lane. So Sam can try and loop in from around the corner. Jump into the tree line. They clean up the creep wave as quick as possible. Arrow flies forward. It hits Cuckoo. Full 5 seconds. A quick jump in from Crit with the double starfall and the lasso. Cuckoo is down. 45 seconds. His buyback is available, but TNC are on the retreat. They'll be forced into an engagement thanks to the imprisonment. The Gus keeping Axe off the front lines. Demon, there was not even 3 hits to kill him off. Now Miracle doesn't have enough mana for this Annie's Eclipse. He can't let it rip. Notel in deep. Omni/Slash goes to work with a great call from Sam. They lock him in. 1 Culling Blade. They need more, however. 2 hero kills after you've lost your mid-racks. They have to find other kills. Miracle will be that primary target. Arrow flies forward. It hits on the SD. Miracle will stand his ground. There's no mana. Can he go invis in time? No, he can't. The Axe will get the Culling Blade. And TNC gets some much-needed kills. Nyx, maybe? Okay, he's looking for the Mirana onto Moonlight Shadow. TPing up. Not going to find him.
Very nice job eliminating Drow Ranger from that fight. They had used all their Hurricane Pikes and Force Staves to commit up to that high ground push, but unfortunately for TNC, they do not get the gem at the end of the day, and they are 1 melee Rex lighter and range.
They may find a couple of kills. They may even find that gem. The wrap around from behind, Cuckoo as well as Demon. They walk in, there's Bat Rider. X marks the spot. Spire Carapace for the initial stun. Torrent into ship. Moon
No
will drop,
chance.
but the gem stays alive. Crit TP'd back.
Moon did not have his BOTs off cooldown yet.
stuck in no man's land. We get a point boost now flying in for Fly.
Oh, is he going for eggs?
Yeah, I think he is. Whoops.
Well, they can get out of their base right now because they do have the BOTs up on the Bat Rider, so they don't really have to worry about him having a TV back to the T1 and then walk all the way over. They can look for a kill very shortly. However, Roshan is going to respawn. It has been 9.5 minutes since the last one, and it will respawn in just a few more seconds.
That's a long time to wait. And OG may not wait even longer. And they know he's going to be coming up sometime soon. Thanks to their observer ward they got on the hillside, they see both Demon as well as Sam running around. It looks like Demon is about to deward. If only they had someone who could reach this.
X can blink, but he doesn't have his 4-step up.
Yeah, but you don't want to blink when you know there's an observer ward there, and OG could be nearby. Exactly what happens to Demon. It is simple imprisonment into Arrow. The El Clasico combo, and they drag back in the Axe. They get both anyway. 1 minute without both Axe and Kunkka. This is just a ticket to push the tier 3 tower on bot.
Yeah, time to end the game. Neither of those heroes have buybacks, and trying to secure the Roshan area. They had a lot of time while Moon was dead, but they weren't able to kill that observer ward at the end of the day. Stray arrow comes in. It will not hit the SD.
A little too shallow. Fortification being used, just trying to buy some time. Never-ending purifying flames coming in from Fly. He has some to heal him. He knows he's going to get his mana back thanks to Essence Aura, and with the AWP attacks! Oh, that was almost 2 AWPs from Miracle to find that kill. And now they bring down the tier 3 tower. This just seems to be a little too easy for OG to take high ground. Another fishing arrow. They'll see Raven in the tree line. Push up as quick as they can, but he blinks away to safety, but melee and range is gone. X marks spot from Demon. Maybe they can get themselves a pickup. It's going to be No Tail who gets dragged back. No Hurricane Pike. They just send him into Moonlight Shadow. Sentry Ward also being dropped, and they jump forward. But OG not finding any targets from TNC, but they do find the 2 obs.
Man, that Essence Aura is so nice with Oracle.
It never ends.
That's
no way to keep vision. Roshan can now go to OG. They have obs and sentries up, so TNC going for a surprise jump in will be very, very difficult.
And OG doing the fake back. They are around the secret shop. Demon sitting right on top of the observer ward.
Demon wasn't ready for it. The disruption's going to be there. They jump in deeper. OG looking for more than just 1 kill. A nice double call, but it won't be enough. The problem is OG is just way too strong. The Omnislash Fly, he's already used False Promise, so Omnislash does get 1 kill. A flying arrow going to evade the vendetta up Nyx. But there's 3 heroes down for the count. Crit jumps up on the hillside. He can't leap down, and there it is. How long did that take? Eclipse will get the kill on the Nyx Assassin. And they're coming in for the GG push.
Yeah, that's pretty much GG from them. So looking at TNC and their playoff hopes, because we are currently on the next to last round of the playoffs. With 0 wins, I'm not sure how good their standings look right now. Looks like Na'Vi have moved up to 6-6. I believe they 2-0'd Wings.
I believe so.
Then TNC is now sitting at 7th.
They still have a chance by the looks of it, but it depends on the results. OG and Na'Vi are going up next, so that'll change a hell of a lot. There goes your Fortress finally, so...
Thanks for believing in me, Toby.
Green across the board. I'll always trust you to the ends of the earth, Merlini. Correct across. But yeah, OG 2-0. I believe that secures themselves a top 4 position.
Strictly, it looks like.
Era is, of course, freeing up space with this Axe, letting Synderen get his levels, and now they're thinking about doing something, but this is now already a very strong...
They do have Yapsor coming in from the rear, too. See if Bulldog can find his way out of this.
Spin, spin!
Era needs the spins here, not getting a whole lot of it. There goes the lead in, the Boulder Smash, and that's going to be good. They'll get the Bat Rider down and escape fire back once again.
Yeah, it is a very high kill potential kind of lane. The Venomous Gale makes it very hard for Bat Rider to get away. And Bulldog got kind of baited there. He got like 3 or 4 stacks onto the Venomancer and was hoping to get a kill on Synderen, but Synderen is too sly for that. Sneaky little bastard.
As per usual. Bulldog back though, hangs to the tower and will be in a good spot, but Yapzor continues his movement, this time accompanying the Koikva Alk in the mid lane because it is a bit of a 2-on-2 as EGM also kind of matching and mirroring Yapzor.
It is a hard day as well for Koikwa. This game right here, playing Alchemist on mid lane, being 7 CS, and the rune control is coming out from Alliance as well.
He is getting just crushed.
Yep.
S4, no surprise, 23 and 14 to denies.
I mean, that's some 8.5k MMR right there. You know, S4 started playing on his 8k account again. He's going for 9k, man.
He's no longer scared. He's ready to ascend into the 9k realm with the few select.
Indeed. And Bulldog again might be baited into aggression here, or is it Syndra who's going to be feeding this time? Ooh, he chukes it!
5 stacks, he sidesteps the Gale and easily torches and burns him up.
Yeah, this time Syndra, you know, pretending to be baiting, I guess, but there was no one there to save him, and Bulldog calls him on his bluff.
Yeah, probably grinning a lot about that one here, but look at this, we got a smoke response play here in the bottom lane. This could be Yapzor, double Ion Shell, gonna be set up. They're looking for their target. It is Loda. There they make their move. They connect wonderfully, and he tries to get the gust off, but the boulder smash is going to be able to connect, which will pop off the stun. They get the surge. They need a little bit more. Heal is there, and Ake holds the grave. Will finally dish it out. Will they overcommit for the Drow? It looks like they will. Beautiful defensive play. He gets the gust off, and it looks like they'll be able to end up with 2 kills for Loda. Double kill.
And
wonderfully played.
Bulldog also gets a kill top lane. Together with EGM, they managed to bring down Era on his axe, in fact. So beautiful play all over the map. That was really clutch by Loda and Ake as well.
Suddenly, Alliance are up 8-3 at the end of that.
They're back?
They are. It looked like just unfortunate mistime. The Iron Shell, I guess, expired at the end as Yapzor was making chase onto the Drow.
I
just
mean,
didn't quite have enough firepower.
Ake coming in there with the heal and the grave just turned everything around as well. The second gust flying out, pushing them away. Could not have been better.
They're going for it again, and Ake's back in his position once more. Here he is, gets off the poison, has the grave if he feels it's necessary, but he knows it's not.
He actually doesn't have mana after that poison touch as well, so good thing he didn't need it.
Uh-oh, trouble's coming. Look at that, it's S4. Roaming in, pops off the nuke. It's going to force Yapzor to totally roll away, and he'll be good.
He's going to be just fine. Meanwhile, though, Alchemist gets a little bit of breathing room as soon as the Razor leaves. Razor with a 24 denies. He's really been just cranking down on his poor Alchemist.
Alchemist will try to recover, but already a big amount of momentum coming the way of Alliance here, stringing kills across the board. They're winning all 3 lanes.
The fact that you're behind net worth as an Alchemist to your enemy mid is just never acceptable to you. You always want to be ahead by at least a few thousand heading into a 10-minute mark. Right now he's behind by 600.
We'll see how much escape feel value to be able to strike back in a sense to get Alk back into the grind. It looks like Bulldog made an approach towards the mid lane here and runs into both Koikva and Cinderin, but he'll be able to fly up and above and away from any trouble. While mid lane, they're making their own possible approach. Yapzor looking to get in position here.
Kesser's stealing creeps though, stealing the big creeps here with the Iron Shell. Very good little move, getting that experience taken away from the enemy, and of course the bank of gold.
Wow, that gets even Yapzor a lot of XP. He was about to get to 4, and now he's quick to 4.5 off of that. Uh-oh, they ran to EGM. It's a big ogre, though. I don't think they want to commit for this, so they decide to pull off. Plus, with Dazzle nearby, this is pretty much an impossible mission, so they got to get the hell out. Kuzu needs to pop his wand and maybe a TP here, but EGM's chasing him, and he has a Fire Blast.
Oh, he's trying to be sneaky, but yeah, no.
That is not
It's all ogre.
Sir. You got a pointy head, and it's going to be
He's trying to walk past, but this ogre...
Just hard to watch. Takes him into a back alley and beats him down with a bat.
Yeah, it comes up with a bloody club after that. Like, yep, had some issues to take care of.
And now we see Alliance up and above. 9-3 now with already a little over a 3K net worth advantage. They're in a solid spot. Loda in the bottom lane, man. He's been doing work. He's got a Dragon Lance already. Look how hard he hits.
Yeah, he's really adding up agility as well for the rest of his team to get extra damage as well. So he has the power treads and the Dragonlance now. Really good stuff for the Razor on the mid lane as he has plus 34 damage.
Radiant on the move. They pop out a scan to see if there is an Alchemist farming nearby. They're not going to catch them there, so they head that direction, look to go up and around. And
on a stacked small camp is where he's been farming, so they find the results. What happened there?
Bulldog comes out big in a fight. He walks away with a Blink Dagger.
Dire scan coming out as well. He pretty much knows where they are, but did not catch them with the scan. Oh, he feels safe now, but
Oh, can they get close enough? An Ignite will be there, but it only
That's
slows them down a
too
bit.
deep.
Bit too deep.
They're gonna run away. They forced out a TP by Venomancer, but he did cancel it as well, staying down on bottom lane.
Radiant's middle tower
So,
is under attack.
Alliance not going to be able to get the catch they were hoping for on that smoke movement, and for escape, they will be able to avoid the trouble using the game sense to recognize that Alliance are doing something a bit fishy here, but
Yeah,
they just go back into the grind, and even though Bulldog doesn't get a fight, he wants to get his Blink Dagger, he's just going to have it by farming out a wave or so.
yeah, definitely. Just keep farming for a little bit more. Than Alliance should be looking to take the tier 1 towers and get some control on this map, because that's how you shut down the Alchemist. You limit his space, limit the area that he can use to farm,
Middle tower is under
and
attack.
aggression will pay off.
I'm wondering to see here. I'm sure soon enough Alliance will ramp the pace up here, particularly in the bottom lane where this Drow could maybe push through a tier 1.
S4 is punishing this mid tower a lot. He's just slapping away at it. Of course, the creeps get pulled back by Yapsor, so I'm not going to take the tower in one sweep, but he's been dealing a lot of damage.
And he's going right for the mech, so
Mhm.
he's going to be the one to bring the sustain for his team. I think that he is the appropriate mech candidate in this game. There's really not a lot of else unless one of these supports can somehow manage to farm it up.
And can we see a deny? Syndrin with the wards. Not strong enough. He tried though.
Yep. 3 wards, micro together, still not as good as, unfortunately, Loda's heavy hit. They'll be able to get the last hit on that one. And they could follow it up with a secondary tower takedown, possibly here in the mid lane. It looks like Alliance have already rotated in a couple backliners, including a certain
Lot of
Bulldog.
damage on the
He's got a
Racer.
blink, ready to go, pops in, gets the lasso. It's going to be on Yapsor. A pretty
Oh.
safe and easy target there.
Good thing he didn't get the grab on the Alchemist instead. That would have been even worse for Escape, so they're probably happy. Even though they lost a hero and lost a tower, you have to be happy that you didn't lose your core as well.
Alliance not done yet, though. Posturing up in a more offensive front as they continue moving forward here. They're going to get some early pot shots possibly on this tier 2.
Some really good base defense though by Venomancer and Alchemist Acid Spray.
Yeah.
You have the wards and Acid Spray. It's so hard to break into. You should go for all the tier 1 towers if you're Alliance in this spot, and then just think about Roche, maybe keep ganking with the Batrider. And yeah, Batrider is actually stealing the enemy jungle right now with a Firefly.
Yep, already has his blink, looking to acquire a Force Staff in due time. Cinder will see him and try to snipe what he can away. But
Yeah, see if he-
Alliance are nearby just in case trouble approaches here.
Dire's top
But
tower is under attack.
I was just going to say that maybe Escape's aggression might have been put on hold for a bit, but look at this. They
Oh.
smoke and they go on the move here. It's a good time because, I mean, they got Yapsor's level 6. He's actually level 7, but they have the Magnetizer to work with now.
The Blink Iron Shell axe is really powerful.
Oh,
they could
for
bring down
sure.
the Dazzle if they see him.
Let's see.
They see him for now.
Tier 1 is going to be dropped. The Lions take that and continue to move right down the lane. Will Escape try to make a jump from the trees here.
Oh, they've been spotted by the ward now though. The smoke just ran out.
Uh-oh,
They know.
Bulldog takes to the skies. He's looking for a setup play, possibly for a blink lasso. Makes his commitment, gets the grab. It's on Yapsor, who already gets the magnetized while Era jumps in. Gets a nice 2-man call. Loda gonna get saved though with the grave. Keeps him alive and well, but Koikfa could end up waiting for him a bit, and he'll end up getting burned down. They lob out the stun, and they'll get the follow-up takedown on the Dazzle. They're looking to go for Bulldog. He flame breaks them back, but the chase is on, and Koikfa is fast, man. He's got that haste rune, and he just chops them down. Era, though, the man left behind here between EGM and S4, will be dropped. And Alliance are able to string together a couple of kills themselves, too, with a killing spree now on S4.
I have to say it, the Venomous wards actually paid dividends there. It was really important. They got one pot shot off on the Batrider, so he couldn't get that clean initiation. And that made Alliance have a little bit awkward positioning, because he had to back off, get the Blink Dagger off cooldown, and then go. But during this time, Loda got caught out on his Drow Ranger, and things escalated from there, let's say. The haste rune was, of course, a big part of the team fight as well, though. Escape get
Yeah,
a
I
lot
was
of
actually
chase.
seeing their positioning. I was a bit nervous that Koikfa wasn't going to be able to be there in time, but wouldn't you believe it? The Mighty Frog blessed him with a haste rune, so he was there in good time and able to participate plenty and
Oh, yeah.
help a bounce back play because he had been beaten down so bad in that laning phase.
Yeah, now he's recovered pretty well. He is sort of even with the Racer and net worth. He definitely still needs to pull ahead, but looking at those creeps that he's killing mid right now, he's taking a lead in the CS and or in the net worth department.
Now at 7.5k, I mean, you would hope to expect to see at least an Alchemist for a team you want to win be there at the top at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Start to really climb ahead. Drow is nipping at the heels, though. And in fact, looking to go for more is bottom lane, Loda and S4, both sieging away at this tier 2. We look to see what Escape are going to be doing for a response. They're already
they've been
up,
scanned.
but they have been scanned, they have been spotted. A casual flame break is going to be set that way, and Escape might have to think twice about approaching Alliance here.
Batrider looking for anyone he can grab, really. Any target is a good one.
Flying up and over, who will be the best target? Era quick to blink back. Quick for already in the ulti. He makes his move, gets the grab back. They have no way to stop him except for a slow kick of a boulder smash. They'll finally slow him down, but the damage has already been done. Kezu's going to be taken out of this fight. There'll be no wall for you, sir.
Yeah,
he's gone.
And they're back to pushing the tower. Bloodlusted up on the Razor and a Drow. Tons of damage, and this should be a very natural transition to Roche if they want to.
Beautiful time.
I don't think they should be going high ground against this, but maybe they want to get some poking done.
This delays the mech even further for Escape.
They're gonna back out. There is, in fact, a DD rune as well outside Roche Pit right now, so would be so good for Alliance if they can go there.
Looks like not. Loda's already heading towards that top lane, and we'll just push out and do some casual farm there instead.
Damn it.
Bit too risky, I suppose. But they'll get back into it here. It looks like Loda is going to Morbid Mask, so Helm of the Dominator seems to be en route for him.
He's got the Shadow Blade as well on the Courier. Gonna come out soon. There's a Dragonlance coming out for Razor as well, so that's gonna help him with the damage output, being able to hit from a little bit farther away.
And you could just see, I mean, we were mentioning it in the draft, if Bulldog is able to kind of get that lead in initiation, the response play from Escape is very limited. A flying out concoction or a boulder smash just move a little too slow.
Yeah.
And Bulldogs are going to get what he needs and get out. And unless there's a Venom Ward like in the previous fight to stop him, he's going to get what he wants.
With that Blink Force Staff, Batrider is a powerful, powerful initiator, that's for sure. And they're not looking to shy away from a fight either as they go for the tier 2 top, and no split push is being done by Escape. They want to take the fight. They're smoked up.
I think this is like 3 straight smokes or something.
Oh, they're 200 gold away from the mech on Darks here. What a sad time to smoke for Escape if they
the difference
get forced
between that
to.
one pick off in the previous fight, and it could happen here to YapzOr. He gets pulled right into the arms of the Drow. Eric jumps in, but he gets silenced immediately, so he cannot follow up with the call. Cinder's going to be going down as well. Koifert tries to move for S4, but he gets forced back and away here. A good move in from Alliance leads to 2 successful picks on both supports, and they'll be able to follow up with a tier 2 takedown.
And that's why you're happy you have a Dazzle as well after you get hit by the Venomous ulti. You know, you don't care at all. Poison Nova doesn't do anything to you. Just keep healing up and you can keep going. The sustain is very good on Alliance. And that was a clutch silence by Loda, so showing off some good reflexes there. Old man Loda.
Old man Loda. Able to kind of
probably the oldest man in this match.
Oh, for sure, dude.
Yeah.
These kids are
by years.
Some of them are children.
Yeah.
For God's sakes. I see their ages and I feel like an old man. I feel way old. But young, talented, and fighting for their lives potentially is Escape. As this one not looking as likely to hold out as it did in game number 1. I mean, a lot on the shoulders.
Stream 1, we've had caster substitution. Malini and myself have been upgraded from number 2, but we're following OG nonetheless, as we just finished watching them beat TNC down 2-0. Now they're up against Na'Vi in the battle for top 4, if it is possible. OG have pretty much secured it. Na'Vi are still looking to try and reach it. Malini, do they have what it takes? Does Na'Vi have what it takes to defeat OG?
I haven't actually seen too much of Na'Vi this tournament. I saw them in that epic slugfest versus LGD, but it looks like they've gotten stomped a few times. They've stomped teams a few times, so I don't know. I actually viewed Na'Vi as pretty consistent before this tournament. It was like they were 5th through like 7th at most of the Valve events, and then at LANs they were just behind the big 4. And
well, they got in front of them. In one of them, they took out Starladder.
Yep. But now things have changed.
Yes, yes, it has. You just approach the game with a fresh mindset. This is something which we get to have as new. OG not running a Drow Ranger because it gets banned out within the first 2. They ran 2 Drow strats against TNC, and both of them were very powerful. Both of them also included Mirana, which Na'Vi is able to snipe out here, so Crit will have to find himself another hero to play.
I actually can't believe TNC gave it to them in the second phase, both games.
Yeah, that was kind of odd. That was kind of odd. So in the first game they played up against TNC, OG went for the 1-2 combo of Drow and Mirana. But in the second game, they managed to get the Batrider through the Drow in the first, and then get Mirana in the second phase. It was, yeah, I think either Demon was trying to prove a point with his draft that we could beat them no matter what they draft. Obviously they couldn't. But the Batrider is here now for OG, and we'll see how OG change things up a little bit.
They've been pretty consistent with picking it first for Elder Titans did not get banned out.
No, it did not. They OG focused on the IO of Na'Vi, and they focused on taking out General's SK, which has been rather successful for them. So ET and Batrider both slipped through the pool, and that answers that question of what does OG have as their first support.
OG's turn to ban.
It's a pretty nasty one at that. Fly's probably like, okay, yeah, I'm happy to take Elder Titan here.
I'll deal with it.
Crit's like, not again.
Why? Can I play something different each time? It's like, you had 2 games of Mirana, man.
It's usually banned.
Navi's
Yeah,
turn
normally
to
it is.
But he's been playing it a lot.
The Na'Vi must have a plan. If you let it through, you get your Mirana, you get your Beastmaster. It's really good vision. It's potential ways to engage or disengage thanks to Moonlight Shadow, long-range arrows, a lot to work with just the first 2 pickups. So I don't think Na'Vi's going to be too sad with this. In general, on a hero, he's very comfortable on, the Beastmaster.
10 seconds.
We also have to keep in mind that could actually be a Dendi Mirana. It may not be a support Mirana
5 seconds
rotating.
remaining.
In fact, I'm wondering, I think they actually run it more in the mid than they run at support.
Yeah, they do. There's not that many teams that run it at support.
We just lucky enough to have 2 games in a row with Crit running at support, so it's fresh in the mind.
Dandy all hoodied up.
10 seconds remaining.
That looks like a face of a guy who doesn't know what
5
hero he's
seconds
playing.
remaining.
Yeah, it's not a comfortable draft at least. Actually, maybe it's the face of a person who doesn't know exactly what OG is playing.
OG's turn to pick.
So the Juggernaut gets banned out because they were in the banning phase. So no Jugger, no Naga. Just looking for big cause.
10
Looking
seconds
at their
remaining.
heroes, they really have not picked too many
5
heroes
seconds
aside from the Batrider, ET, Mirana, and Drow Ranger, both of which are already all in this draft. Other than that, we've seen Oracle decent amount coming out from them, Shadow Demon a few times, and there are those 2.
Yeah, the Oracle and SD.
Turn to pick.
So now Na'Vi have big saves for their cause. The SD, a nice way to synergize with the Elder Titan. A lot of ways to control Na'Vi when they initiate too. So SD Disruption can save when a target gets arrowed, roared.
There's still
10 seconds
Alchemist too.
remaining.
Alchemist is a
yeah.
pretty big concern in this game. Na'Vi can easily pick it up, and I don't think OG have enough burst to kill him, and they have Oracle backing him up.
Reserve time.
And they don't have a support pick left for the Ancient Apparition.
Maybe that's when OG consider picking it themselves.
Yeah, perhaps.
Wouldn't be too bad with their lineup. And giving Miracle more money, that can never be a bad thing.
Why not?
Unless you give it to Notel, give Miracle something else.
Do they want to go for that sort of game, though?
The longer kind of drawn out game.
I don't really see anything wrong with Alchemist in this draft. I just don't know which team's going to pick it up, if any.
I might have something else in mind. When you're running an SD as well as another Titan, we did see Miracle's Invoker earlier today. Huge amount of damage. He got level so quickly. That Sunstrike was actually not really as effective as I thought it was. It was more of an assist every time. It wasn't the guaranteed kills you normally see from Invoker Sunstriking.
They don't have the Drow Ranger this game, though, so the mid matchup is a lot more limited in terms of the pool that OG can play around with.
Yeah. OG did, obviously they went very wide with their pool. They ran a Drow OD in their last round.
There's still Kunkka available too, but with both supports taking on a set of OG, far more likely that Na'Vi will pick it up. They have run core Kunkka with no tail before.
Yep. And it's going to be a Razor. So easy synergy with the SD. Not bad with the Elder Titan. And gives him a lot of sustain during the team fights now.
Oracle has a lot of trouble dealing with a Razor. Like, you can false promise someone, but Static Link is still going to be there. And then, if you want to cast any sort of spells on Razor, you're going to hurt yourself more than you hurt the Razor. kind of interesting choice for them. Some
5
synergy with the
seconds
sleep,
remaining.
some synergy with the Shadow Demon, disruption.
Reserve
Nice
time.
hero up in front for them. And also Na'Vi have been picking up a decent amount. I wasn't sure if they were going to pick the Ursa because of the Shadow Demon opposite team. Like, I think Ursa just struggles massively versus Shadow Demon. You can kite him incessantly with his toolkit, and Ursa has a lot of trouble doing the damage. But I think if you have an extra threat in the Mirana with damage, then you can't really control the Ursa that much. Ursa also
5 seconds
doesn't really struggle
remaining.
versus Razor. You can still do a lot of it, even if you have like 0 damage with your white
Reserve
damage.
time.
Like Razor can still die to an overload of Fury swipes.
Might be a good way for Na'Vi to also have a extra bit of confidence during team fights. Kill off Roshan, get that Aegis to the Immortal. So you've always got that extra hero every time they fight. The advantage of Dire Side Ursa.
Yeah, you're dealing with ET and Batrider. Like, these two heroes are, I would say, two of the most difficult heroes to take Roshan against. ET, I think, is number 1. I'm trying to think of any other heroes. Like Beastmaster's like okay, but he just sees you. Face's Void is also pretty
5
good,
seconds remaining.
I would say.
There's Miracle on your screens, the man who don't know if he'll actually play the Razor in this game. Normally it's No-Tail who likes to play the Razor. So there's still the question mark. The Morphling was the final ban out from Na'Vi. And we get their last potential core.
10 seconds remaining.
Still not certain if that's going to be a Dendi Mirana or not.
Probably going to be some weird
5
Dendi hero,
seconds remaining.
like Shadow Fiend or something. I don't know. They're still sinking. Oh wait, no, sinking's been.
Sinking got taken out.
What else is there?
I would ask for a Tinker, but we've kind of been disappointed with both the Tinkers we got to cast during this tournament so far.
They've played Brew.
Brewmaster?
Yeah, they have played Brew.
Not the greatest hero for escaping from a Razor if he is, like, if we're looking at a mid matchup.
It's a great hero to kite Razor though. And
But so could Mirana, like pushing Mirana to the mid lane, quick leap away every time Razor goes for static link.
for some reason I think it's General's hero though, because they like to pick Dendi's hero last. Let's see what else is there. Ember Spirit, but that would struggle a lot in laning phase, and Dendi usually does not play it. Huskar is still available, I believe.
Wow, really? With the Oracle all the way through as well?
Yep.
That's dangerous, but how does Huskar really go against Razor?
So-so. Burning Spears doesn't really get affected by static link. And you can easily go boost first.
Oh, they get the Death Prophet instead.
Common pairing with the Oracle as well gives them much needed team fight, I would say. Their team fight was actually pretty weak before this.
Oh, that's Slark for OG. So we get a little bit of early aggression. It will be a Miracle Slark as the last one. Smiles all round for the Na'Vi lineup. They're going to be very, very happy with this draft.
Wait a second.
They are.
Sineko's Ursa.
That's why we're smiling a little bit more. A General Beastmaster. We're running a... Wait, what? Hang on. Hold the phone.
Art Styles Mirana. General is Beastmaster. Ditya's Oracle. Wait, Ditya's Oracle?
Yeah, that's where my question mark comes. They got to be swapping. They have to be swapping once you get into the game.
I don't know. Let's see. I hope.
Look, it's shits and giggles right now with the team. Like they know they're gonna get in the game. They're gonna switch it up.
Are they though?
They have to. What is D-Rock gonna do with an Oracle? That's not his hero.
Yeah.
I think someone misclicked.
There they go. Okay, it's already swapped.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense. All right, quick predictions for everyone at home so we can get everyone some free points. Player with the highest total magical or pure damage under heroes by 10 minutes in.
That one's tough.
Would you lean towards Bat?
Oracle does a lot too. Does it count like self heroes too? Or like allied heroes? I'm going to go with Oracle.
I will back you. You got me 4 greens last one, so I'm going to go with Sineko. Team with the most kills at the end of the game. You want to lean towards OG. Like I like their draft a lot more.
I got to go with Na'Vi.
You got to go with Na'Vi?
Ursa currently holds the record for, I believe, highest win rate in this tournament with more than 5 games played, as well as highest kill average. So
The stats obviously do not lie. Team with the first Roshan kill.
Ursa's been super successful.
Yeah, Na'Vi. Team with the most runes picked up by 10 minutes in.
I think Na'Vi.
With a roaming Mirana. Actually, it's not even a roaming Mirana.
I'm going with Na'Vi. Na'Vi all the way down.
Wow. And literally is all four into Na'Vi. There's still going to be a tall ask to defeat OG.
I like their draft more.
General already has
and the Ursa.
General already has a bit of a fish. He hit a 5-second arrow on Fly. It's not going to allow him to take the bottom lane, the bottom rune. So it's a simple thing. Notal gets one, Dendy gets the other. They are going to run Miracle in the safe lane, so safe farm for Miracle, as that's luck.
I wonder how early Navi's going to do Roche. They could.
Well, what are you waiting for, really? Does Outstyle, like, do you even look at early Medallion just to make it a little bit quicker?
I was thinking maybe they could two-man it with the Ursa and the Oracle earlier than normal, because you can just Fate's Edict Roshan.
Crit and Fly really invading heavily. General was looking for an easy arrow to hit Notel. Threw it very, very early, very wild. Was far away, and then Fly and Notel just walk up, and they've already sentryed up. They actually sentryed the smaller camp, so they didn't sentry the big ancient stack.
Saneko versus Moon, they were going at it in the top lane. Saneko will expend his first salve in attempts to push Moon back from this lane, and Moon has not really been iron talenting on the Batrider.
Might be worth picking up a stick for Saneko too.
Yeah, already has. Oh yeah, Saneko needs one.
Yeah, Diddy Ryle's got himself like 7 stick charges already, so he's going to be very happy. And again, General, well, that arrow didn't hit its mark. Hit one of the very small center conquerors, as opposed to the big one he wanted. Now it's a run away from crit.
He doesn't have a leap. General is going to take a lot of damage from this.
That's boots versus no boots too. Crit is not going to, he's ended there. He knows Outstyles can be farming around there, so there's no point chasing any further.
They don't really have that much space to farm in the jungle with Crit occupying that left side and then that right camp sentry warded up. General is going to have to share the jungle with Artstyle.
General's got to stop hitting the small creeps with his arrow. Like, the instant kill of the arrow on the big creeps is what he's searching for. He's hit 2 small centaurs so far.
He shared it with Crit, so it wouldn't have been that big a deal. But yeah, you know, General, you want that big creep.
You do. Build into the arcane boots, and then all of a sudden, your rotation from Rana is very easy. We've seen Yapsor as well as Crit do it very, very successfully. And they need to get him some farm. Got to remember, the General is still the 3 position in this game. It's not Artstyle, even though Artstyle is currently like light years ahead of him in experience.
There's already a fair amount of stacks on the OG side for the Batrider. I see 3 camps already stacked up for him. I'm not sure what build he's going to go for. I have seen him go for the drums build very early on in a lot of the games that he's played.
That's what he did with his Batrider in the last series. But in this game, maybe it's more worthwhile going for that Blink Dagger, the straight jump on the Ursa into Lasso.
Not when there's an Oracle. Generally, the mindset is that you rely on being very annoying with Napalm and Firefly, and you don't rely on Lasso. And Moon is one of the Batriders that don't scale up Lasso typically at level 6. He waits until 8, 9 perhaps.
Since that first arrow that's been thrown out by General, the one that connected on Fly, he hasn't had a single hero with his arrows. And OG's been free to do what they want in the jungle. There's so many stacks inside the Radiant jungle at the moment. Moon's preparing to farm the first one of it, while Dendy, a smoke maneuver from Crit. He's coming up. Artstyle's fairly low. Crit's not going to find his target. He just throws down an aggressive Observer Ward inside the jungle, so at least they can keep tabs on what's going on with Artstyle.
There's not really that many camps left. General's constantly searching for creeps to arrow, but that sentry ward is still up, I believe, until the 4-minute mark. So he won't have a spawn until 5 minutes.
I love that smoke. Like you normally smoke for those early ganks, but Crit did it to get 2 very good wards down between the towers as well as that one in the dire jungle. So they see everything that's going on around Dendy. Means they can prep up a lot nicer. That's why Fly moves in from the south. Notel, they're looking for a good control on Dendy. The poison at this point is the only thing that's really hitting him from Fly. But they do force a TP out from Snako.
And looks like No-Tail's going to grab himself a haste rune on the bottom, and OG have control of both sides of the river. Wonder when Navi's going to make the first move, probably when our style hits level 6, but that's still going to be another minute and a half at least. Snako perched on top of the hill waiting for another go at Dendy, but OG have a reserve ward in between the mid T1 and the T2.
Still also have to keep in mind what's going to happen with Roshan. Like, when does Diri move off that top lane? The Bad Rider decided to give him more space, obviously, because Moon went to farm up the jungle. So he's going to finish up his Magic Wand as well as Tranquil Boots.
Snako placing him as a reward is immediately pinged out by Fly with suspicions of where it is.
Yeah, they saw him move up thanks to the 2 Obs wards. They actually get some really good space, like vision, around the top rune. And No-Tail with his haste rune is also looking for an opening. He's coming up behind Art Style on that top lane. And he can't find him in time. Instead, it's going to be the 3-man smoke maneuver. They go underneath the Obs ward, and then the hasted No-Tail doesn't run all the way over, but Diri still shows himself in the lane. Moon running forward underneath the cover of that Firefly. Disruption puts Diri in a good position. There's no lasso, but No-Tail in from the rear with the plasma field. Snako dropping low, and there's going to be your first blood. It goes the way of the Ursa, even if he has to sacrifice his life straight after. Dendy with a quick TP in, Exorcism as well, Spirit Siphon, enough to dissuade OG from going further. But it's still a 2-for-1 trade-off. You lost No-Tail for the Ursa and the Oracle.
No-Tail got blown up right there. I didn't expect him to die so quickly. Snako with a nice amount of burst.
He threw everything he had, just fought on the top of the tower.
Well, that ward was dewarded, so they won't see Moon going into this camp and trying to get his... I don't know, he committed to Tranquil, so still not sure what he's going for. Snako going already to the Roshan pit. No-Tail will see him.
Diri gets lucky. A double damage rune. He wants to try and kill off No-Tail. He's got the movement speed thanks to phase boots. So Diri, he can do this. The neutral's in the neighborhood, and now, boom, boom. Say goodbye to your Razor. The second death for No-Tail in the space of 1 minute.
What a fortunate rune for him. And with level 1 static link, Ursa is still sitting in the green.
They're coming for Miracle.
Yeah,
They got a Fortune's End into Arrow when he's not going to Dark Pact, but Dark Pact already gets triggered. Diri moves over. Miracle's on the run. The Arrow from General, not even thrown. They don't even have a guess. Moon's on the run up. He does not have Lasso, even though he is level 6. He's about to hit level 7, and Cred, the perfect block. Snako couldn't go down the stairwell. And with a pounce forward, they're going to help give that kill over to Miracle. Well, that should be Moon who takes it. And he still bypasses his lasso. 4 points now up in Firefly. But Arstal also is level 6. So they look to the mid lane.
And now they move Ra over, looking for an opening to take down Roshan, but that leaves Na'Vi safe lane unoccupied. Might be a good time for Snako or one of the supporters to reach some levels up there. Artstyle still busy in the jungle, trying to farm up his Necro book. They need some space though, they need some time. OG, looks like they're gearing up for smoke very shortly. 4 heroes sitting around that mid lane.
They're actually giving the space to Dendy on the top lane. Snako and Artstyle instead will smoke inside their own jungle. They did it out of range of the Radiant Observer ward.
Well, those 3 heroes just showed themselves to those creeps. I saw the ping coming out from Snako. They know exactly where these 3 heroes are.
Oh, bottom lane. Miracle wants to finish the job. General so low, 1 charge is not enough. Miracle goes to tree line. The TP is coming in, but will it be quick enough for Snako in the tree lines? But Miracle pounce in 1 second. He can get to the other side, which is able to do so. Fortune's End will connect. Arstal, he needs the vision. The Hawk will pop up. Raw is available. He doesn't have a lot of damage after he lets the Raw go. A Miracle starts the Dark Pact. Arstal, no! He roared. It should still be enough. Will it? Miracle locked in the trees. There we go. The secondary nuke from Snako will connect. Thought Arstal was going to wait out that Raw until the Dark Pact was done.
And Dayara was trying to sneak in Roche as he saw all those heroes top, but it looks like Miracle has created enough space for the other members of OG to secure that area. That Roshan's at half HP. Not sure when he's going to sneak back in there, but OG, they have to be concerned.
They have to be concerned, but at the same time, Moon was also creep skipping on the top. He does it again. So this tier 1 tower is still going to take some considerable damage. So the more Na'Vi commit to Roshan, it's like, what are you really getting from this? You're letting a Bat Rider farm up the remainder of his drums, continue to get easy CS and damage onto a tier 1 tower. You're probably going to lose it anyway, but you still haven't claimed Roshan.
They will soon. Dendy's going back to base. He does have his exorcism off cooldown. I expect him to fight pretty shortly. He needs to bottle up Ditya Ra, though, so he's actually in fighting shape. Doesn't really have enough mana for it. Even 2 overpowers at this point, especially with him using the 1 on the Ancients. But they're not really in fighting shape right now. Neither General nor Seneko are level 6 at the moment. And Artstyle does not have his Necro, so maybe just need a few more minutes. But OG, they realize what's going on here.
That's why they keep checking.
And Dendy DP to the top lane. And OG, they can't take Roche for themselves, but they also can't leave the pit.
I wonder if Dendy could even force this top lane himself. Just exorcism onto the tower. Get someone to rotate up. Arstyle's already coming in behind. He's got a Aurora available. Okay, Ditya Ra. Fly Miracle again. Just waiting from the pit. But yeah, Dendy does exactly that. He triggers exorcism. He's trying to force a reaction out from OG. Pull them away from the pit, away from their protection of Roshan. The first one to come is going to be Notal. He's triggered a Haste Rune, and he's got a double damage rune bolted up. Then he can't run from this one. Instead, he tries to Spirit Siphon, the Roar onto Notal. If they have enough damage, it won't matter if you got a Haste Rune as well as a double damage rune. The Exorcism is still there, and now it's Moon who's in trouble. The damage from Dendy is still not enough with the Spirit Siphon. He does get the kill, a double before his own death. Arstyle going to the cover of Moonlight Shadow. Seneko could not get there in time, doesn't even have level 6, and Miracle now knows this. Hunting him down the river. He's uncertain if he wants to go to the lane or to the river, and Fly still remains next to Roshan.
He's dropped 3 sentry wards, but he hasn't caught that 1 observer ward that has been looking at him the whole entire time.
It's gotta be around here somewhere.
And OG, they're losing out in the economic war just because so many heroes have to stay around that pit. Fly's getting some farm with the stacks in the meantime. And they're making good use of Exorcism, but Ditya Ra is not actually close to the pit at all. Maybe trying to get a Blink Dagger so he can blink in and out at will without the pesky Observer wards sensing his presence.
I'm really wondering if this is worth the time that OG has committed. Like you said, overall, like OG, it doesn't look like they're getting like a really good trade out of this. Meanwhile, Ditya Ra, like, yeah, welcome to your farm, welcome to your Blink. General's finding enough money to finally pick up these arcane boots on bottom, even if he is taking a lot of damage from Notal.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Now Na'Vi, and because this observer ward's up on the hill, you can't even just blink in Ursa into the pit.
Smoke in a blink. Elder Titan's still checking. Elder Titan with the Spirit inside the pit. They're worried about him sneaking in there. Notal trying to pressure this T1 tower with the remainder of his double damage.
I love the fact that Crit can actually check for that, but still be farming up mid lane.
Dire's top tower.
There's a 4-man smoke from Na'Vi. They're going to cross the river. The Ursa Warrior. Where do you go? They want to move to the east. They're searching for Notal. They know Razor. He'll have to TP out. There'll have to be a TP escape out. It's the only way he survives through this. And in fact, that doesn't even happen. Notal again. We saw him explode up on top lane. And now that's going to be the 4th death of Notal.
Elder Titan has level 4 Stomp, though, in case they want to delay until the Razor is up. However, Na'Vi still keeping their eyes away from the Roshan pit.
They left the illusion rune behind, so Slark has a very pesky illusion in there on Ditya Ra.
Dendy uses Exorcism, though, but he's running away, so he's not able to really use it, and he won't have it up for this upcoming team fight.
He might have it for a little bit of damage into Roshan. Fly really caught out. Arstyle got the Roar, the Stomp into the Splitter. Crit! He's going to slap him 3. You may have lost the SD already. Artstyle dropping very, very low. Miracle wants to finish the job thanks to the Sentry Wards that were down before. They did see him, and they moved just right through Na'Vi. 4 heroes almost down. Moon controlling Ditya Ra, but Ditya Ra just claps and brings down the revenge kill. A 3-for-4 trade-off. The Ursa the only one to survive. And for once, Notal is able to survive through a team fight himself.
That was on the Mirana. Artstyle roared up the Shadow Demon, and then Mirana missed the arrow.
Oh, we get to watch it again. So here's the roar.
The arrow just whizzes right past him, which is a big deal because he manages to, per general, he gets hit by the Earth Splitter because of that, and then he has to use False Promise, and then we see Seneko die. Miracle kind of left unchecked throughout the fight, but he will die to Dendy, and Moon just dies to that clap, as you mentioned, after Ditya Ra sticks up.
Scrappy fights, 9-9 apiece. The advantage is going the way of OG in experience by about 2k in the experience and 1k in the gold.
Dire's structures are
Nice obs ward from Fly. Instantly sees Diddy Ra arrive.
is under attack.
Gotta be careful of their positioning too. Are they coming in with any kind of... Nope, not a smoke.
Bottom tower is under attack.
OG have just been all about this Roshan, though. They have not left this area in the last 5 minutes.
Look at the lines they draw now. It's just this is Moon just scribbling, saying, I want to come down here and kill Artstyle. Artstyle goes for the Raw. It's a level 1 Necro book. It may be enough to burn through crit, and it will be before the Stomp can be triggered. While Seneko and Fly battle underneath the tier 1 tower, Disruption will keep him out. Moon to lasso Artstyle, so they split the fight into 2 different parts. Artstyle will drop thanks to Miracle jumping forward. Seneko has to false promise himself, so he'll survive and get back behind the tier 2 tower. While General, he wants to leap over and do something here, but he didn't realize that Miracle was right on top of him. Came outside the Shadow Blade with that nice Crypt Swarm from Dendy. Fly and Miracle have dropped down low, but now Dendy is in too deep. Miracle can just go ham. They disrupt up again. They just go from one to the next to the next. We're playing Duck Hunt right now. And Diddy Ra underneath his own tier 1 tower, running to the tier 2. They got the movement speed thanks to the haste rune on No Talon. The last hit from the Slark will end the killing spree and give Miracle a grand total of 6 kills so far.
OG have done a superb job of pressuring the Oracle. Oracle isn't there to save the death problem because he's constantly under fire. He has to run back to his T2, getting chased down by the Razor, who doesn't even have that many items up at the moment, forced to blow false promise on subpar targets, and all the meanwhile, OG gaining more and more control of that precious Roshan area, and Ursa still has yet to make another move after that initial venture, taking him down to half HP.
16 minutes in on a dire side Ursa, and Roshan hasn't died yet.
They need a team fight with the Exorcism, I think, but then they had to deal with like the Elder Titan and the Bat Rider. Moon's just been a nuisance in these fights.
Moon's got so much farm too. Like while all this was going on, he was farming up top lane. He's got his drums, tranquils, and a blink dagger on a Bat Rider. He's got the second highest net worth on the field, when not a single person from Na'Vi has more net worth than a Bat Rider. Like I know we took a lot of stacks beforehand, but this is not the situation you really want to be having when you want to have your Beastmaster staring down the barrel of finishing his level 3 Necro book, not just nearing his level 2. And a Blink Dagger is just a distant thought. Haven't really felt the influence as well of this Mirana.
No, not at all. A lot of it was due to her stacks being blocked early and not hitting arrows on the big creeps, but she has been underwhelming.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
OG prepare on the bottom lane, Miracle into the tree line. It's like Na'Vi have no design to defend it. Oh, hang on, they're TPing in here as Dendy and Seneko come in. And they rotate in over from the side. The blink, lasso, already false promise used on Death Prophet very early on. Fly, he's actually in a little bit of trouble himself, getting disrupted up. That Stomp going to create a little bit more space for him. Fly will still end up dropping as Dendy, now the Exorcism can be involved in the fight, but it's No Tell who's on the run. Diddy Ra can't reach him, having to run through the end of the Firefly, which will now wear off. They do find their second kill, the arrow from General. It hits on crit. A TP scroll is available, but it will be very optimistic to think he could get out of that one. So Na'Vi, a good fight underneath the tier 2 tower after OG had all the time in the world to prep, to set up. And this could finally be Roshan.
All it takes is one fight, and Na'Vi, they lost maybe 2, 3 in a row, but...
Oh, Miracle! Miracle!
Oh,
he's in there! He killed Ra! The Sentry Ward was too late! Now he gets an Arcane Rune and just walks away! Oh, that's
he
not
was so ready for that.
That's not Roshan!
Is under attack.
Oh, boy!
If Ursa had any sense that the Slark was going to come, he could have popped his Enrage, but he just didn't expect Miracle to already be waiting in there. And that, you know, that right there... that Na'Vi works so hard to try and get Roche. It's like, okay, we'll keep throwing bodies. We'll win one of these fights eventually.
The funny thing is also, if he waited half a second longer, the Sentry Ward would have connected, and the Oracle probably could have done something about it. Or as you said, the Ursa could have enraged. Well, Roshan on Diasad will remain again unkilled. General and Artstar preparing for a mid lane fight. They have Raw Reval, arrow will fly, No Tell barely misses it. Managed to hug the tree line just hard enough.
Maybe regretting not baiting out the Elder Titan at this point, though. Elder Titan, like without the Elder Titan, they couldn't constantly get vision inside the pit without posing significant risk to their heroes. but because of him, they're always able to keep eyes on how it's going. They don't let like a 15-second window go by where no one's inside the pit scouting out unless Ursa's showing on the map.
Which he is at the moment up on the top lane. Still, that's a lot of farm coming in for Didira. Like both Denny as well as Didira's net worth is fairly good, 7.3k, 7.5k respective. General still a little bit further behind, but once he finishes up the Aghanim Scepter, even his 4.8k, like piddly net worth, will still be able to do something during the fights with double Star Storms.
And they already have a Force Staff on the Elder Titan. Very useful for saving an arrowed hero, break a Spirit Siphon Link, or kite Ursa more importantly. I don't know how they're gonna really have that much damage in these fights without the Mirana Ags.
Yeah, they just need to give General that space. It's rather difficult though for General just to go like right around the map, just do his roaming and then find a lot of farm because he doesn't have the arcane boots, he doesn't have those never-ending arrows. Miracle. Loop around, he's got an Invis rune, and they're surrounding Na'Vi. The Firefly, where is that vision to come in from Moon? It's on cooldown at the moment for 10 seconds. Blink, Roar, they go over to Miracle. Necrobooks didn't do enough. The stop is perfect on Arstal and Didira. Dendi going to trigger off the Exorcism with the Fortune, then catching Moon as well as Notel only for a split second. They're still looking for the damage. The Sentry War's down. Miracle cops a lot of it. The Yule Scepter will buy time for Dendi to back up, and then he gets hit by the splitter. Didira as well, caught on the tail end of it. Gives a double kill to Notel, and they'll make it a triple. No, they won't. Miracle will take the last hit. But Na'Vi, that was not the fight they dreamed of.
They got punished so hard. Man, that Elder Titan ultimate just killed Dendi from, what, 60% all the way to 10?
Where are you going here, General?
Elder Titan's way too over-leveled. He's level 11 with max natural order. Yeah, he's dead. Well,
General threw an arrow in case OG were trying to take Roshan. Revealed his position, and then they just chased him down. Because he used his leap to try and escape, but didn't get out. So let's see that moment again. So first target initiate on his Miracle. That will fail, and then space is just created by the Stomp.
yeah, and No-Tail gets a level 3 static link drain off of Didira, and Dendi just caught out in no man's land. There is still
Didira's
a
choice.
false promise.
Like Didira jumps in, he's at the very, very southern end of the point of the screen. But then again, another Stomp from Crit. Perfect spot. Saves No-Tail by just one swipe. One swipe was all Didira needed to kill off No-Tail.
And Saneko has just died too many times to feel comfortable being in the front lines. He had his ultimate available for him. They
Miracle.
really needed it on Dendi.
Oh, he really wants to go for Arstal. He's out of range of the tier 2. Dropped down his own sentry to make sure they couldn't see him.
And very important that Slark Dark Pacted the initial roar out the fight, or he would have died to the Ursa.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Notice to Didira's item build.
Dire's structures
Blink Dagger, Casual Mask, and now he's going for a straight Ags.
Still has a problem with getting kited though. He can survive, but their damage is going to be very, very low. He's still going to get hit by ET Stomp every time. And there's still Lasso available for him in case he gets BKB. There's still Demonic Purge.
Oh, Moon. Firefly up into a lasso. Arstal's going to get torn apart. He had the rest of his team just an inch away from him, but he kept running down while the rest of Na'Vi were running up. And that allowed the opening for OG to pounce.
I don't think I'm getting any of my predictions right this game. I think this is 0 for 4.
It looks to be the case. Na'Vi is definitely, well, I don't know if there could be the team. There may not even be a Roshan kill. No one could be a winner on that front.
If Slark gets Scotty, he can do it very easily.
But at this point, OG don't even need to.
Yeah, they don't.
It's like
General gets scouted out by Miracle. Oh.
And he actually misses the arrow as well. Can't leap yourself out of that one. You can try the TP. But Miracle, just a little bit too much damage. Got that last Echo Saber double swing in. And that's what got him the kill on General. How much? All right, so there's a Gem of Truce that also being purchased by Crit. They're going to start de-warding out Na'Vi.
OG are not that far away from putting this out of complete reach for Na'Vi. Their early game just went super poor. They don't have that strong team fight because they can't protect the Death Prophet, and more importantly, no Aegis. Over and over, they've been trying to go for that, but OG are relentless.
Moon's on the hunt again. Falstaff in forward, gets some vision. The Observer Ward's actually doing that all for him. And sees Arstar blink lasso, drag him back over. Necro books are available, and Arstar will trigger them straight away. As Diddy Ra, he doesn't know it. He didn't realize he was sitting right next to Miracle. They Moonlight Shadow. Denny will trigger the Exorcism Raw onto No-Tail, and the arrow connects on Miracle. 5 seconds, not going to be there because he already had the Dark Pack triggered. As No-Tail, Falstaffed away. 1 bottle charge still up his sleeve. They've got the distance, they've got the speed. No-Tail is away. And now Na'Vi are around Roshan. Miracle's looking to come back in for another fight. Arstar's probably low enough. He's got 12 Essence already shifted. So he can battle, and he goes for Snako. False Promise, it already has to be used, so he just switches his target over to General, keeping that Essence shifted. Miracle, this feels invincible.
Of kiting the Exorcism. That's a completely wasted Exorcism by Na'Vi, and they have way too much ground to cover too in terms of reveal. They cannot keep tabs of this Slark.
Tier 1 tower is going to be fortified, but it looks like he'll die. One little catapult with a creep wave of momentum. And that's Na'Vi's first tower of the game. And now it looks like OG, they are starting up on Roshan.
Na'Vi, do they want to take a fight without Death Prophet? I don't think so. Without Death Prophet.
Without the Exorcism?
Yeah. They don't have enough team fight.
I don't think they could take a fight even if they do have it up right now. And unless they're fighting underneath their own tier 3 tower, then maybe. OG's just too strong. Looks like No-Tail's even closing in on, like, is that actually gonna be like a Rod of Atos for him? Kite the Ursa even harder. Moon's got Blink 4-Staff, so the dream of a Batrider with the drums as well. Fly's got his own 4-Staff. And that Skadi should be practically done.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Trying to look for opportunities for Na'Vi to get back into this game, but
OG dive, tier 4s.
Maybe.
Opportunity.
Radiant's top tower.
We rarely see Miracle and No-Tail go in too deep, though.
But there's always a Moon.
There's always a Moon, but he's like not that
Na'Vi,
important.
you're running out too far for this one. They want to kill off Crit. At least they can get rid of the Elder Titan before this fight begins. But now the rest of OG flank him from the rear. The buyback comes in from the ET. He's TPing the T1 tower. He'll be there in just a jiffy, but it's a Razor being ripped apart by Diddy Ra. They have enough damage. They don't. Actually, they can't kill off No-Tail. Fly helped him out with a disruption. Now they get through No-Tail. Buyback out from Deddy. That means Exorcism is gone, while Miracle looking for another target. Saneko's probably the most obvious one. But Moon, no one around there TPing out.
Really nice job by Moon. He separated the Death Prophet from the Oracle that fight. And all of OG kind of honed in on the Death Prophet. No Exorcism up for her. She did have to use buyback, or no Exorcism used that fight, rather.
Yeah. That was my bad. I thought it was also used during the fight. Miracle.
4-staff up. He's in their face.
He's between the towers. He's not visible. Shadowblade wears off in half a second, and Artstyle, he's going to have a crack at him, potentially just pounce away, which is exactly what he does do. And Artstyle didn't have Raw. There was no control they could use on Miracle. And even if they did, he's got Nagus the Immortal. Na'Vi's base is, well, not theirs, really. OG is welcome to come anytime they please and not pay rent.
Curious about this heart build on the Razor. He almost has it completed.
It is a heart? Okay.
I think we've seen Hurricane Bike before on Razors.
It makes
Ursas.
Yeah, it would make sense to get away from the Ursa, even out of range of Exorcism.
Maybe he just wants more initial HP to survive the burst from Ursa. But I think that's where you rely on your team for, like Solar Crest, maybe.
Miracle runs in, finds 3, blink lasso, they want Snako gone, no false promise in this fight. Dendy also leashed up, Flame Break keeps him in range. He'll start the Spirit Siphon, the arrows will fly through, but it doesn't hit anything. General actually managed to thread the needle with that arrow, hit nothing, and now OG can just go ham. Arstyle's covered up in napalm. And Fly once more with the poison stack on him too. It's not enough. Arstyle will get back into safety, and Fly is a little too deep. He's got 11 1 charges up his sleeve. So both Moon and Fly will get out. But 3 heroes lost from Na'Vi. Miracle actually wants to die. He's got this Aegis to the Immortal for another minute and a bit.
They weren't even close to overcommitting there.
They did the same thing again.
Those 2 cores were just hidden tower.
They forced off Miracle into the small little vision area. Flame Break, Moon does not have lasso. It just gives General and R-Style off the lane, which means an easy kill on the tier 3.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
A Diffusal Blade Miracle.
Dire's
He'll pick that one up after the Aegis is gone.
Oh no, that renders 2 of Death Prophet's items fairly useless.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
There you go,
Dire's
stop
top
racks.
barracks has fallen.
It is a very, it's the dream, the impossible dream right now for Na'Vi to win. Over 15k net worth advantage going the way of OG, about 17k on the experience.
And I believe Nox told us that they needed to win at least one game to secure
Miracle?
themselves
Miracle? Miracle?
for bracket.
He just walked in! He just walked into the base and triggered the Shadow Dance. He's like, I got Nagas, I got another minute on this damn thing. Try and kill me if you want to. Moon will drag Outstyle out of the base so Miracle can just keep going ham. He's actually solo killing Didirar at the moment. He has to enrage up to protect himself. But then Outstyle, Miracle can just go back in again. Shadow Blade up, where's the sentries? Where's the vision? The Elder Titan Spirit. It'll find the kill on the Beastmaster. And Na'Vi play the game from the only safe place they have, and that is their well.
I really like OG's approach to dealing with our Ursa. Just never leave the pit.
Oh, goodbye tier 3. So I'm gonna watch that Aegis Immortal timing. It's getting closer to ending. They drop down the sentry ward, so Miracle is now visible. But not where he is now. Jumps on Dendi. He's still got 16 essence shifted, so you'll keep beating in to Dendi, stealing more and more thanks to Snako that keeps him alive on the false promise. Dendi will still pop when that wears off, and this game is over. Miracle is tearing apart Na'Vi. They'll take out the mid racks. They can rotate towards the bottom, and there is the call. Na'Vi will admit defeat in game number 1 against OG. And they went fully ham. 18-7 is the end KDA for the Slark.
Not really enough in the Na'Vi's toolkit. It seemed like a one-trick pony, try and win one team fight with Death Prophet and then try and take Roche. But OG were one step ahead of them at every point of that game.
That's a great game from OG, no matter how you look at it. Like, they read Na'Vi perfectly. Na'Vi, they were all smiles, like and giggles. It may have just been because they had different players on different heroes that wasn't really right. But the smiles kind of ended when you have a Dire side that never the Dire side Ursa that never kills Roshan. That's kind of brutal for them. But game 2 is a whole new day. Before we head there, though, we've got the man of inappropriate nature. We're going to throw ourselves over to Slacks.
You're already here, Toby.
We're going to throw ourselves to Slacks.
Hey guys, I'm here with Draskell and OD Pixel, one of our better combos, but I'm here to solve a little problem, right? OD, something's been going on?
Absolutely. I feel, Andy, that recently we've not been up to top notch, and as I'm perfect, you're the issue, so I'm here to help you with a bit of casting expertise.
Yeah, a little bit of advice. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Fantastic. All right, Owen, what's one tip that you can give to be a good caster?
First thing, Andy, we need to get you a catchphrase. There's a few already out there, so I want you to try one of them out. I'm going to show you the wow. I want you to come back at me with the it's a disaster. As we can see, wow!
Happy surprised to see Alliance.
Jesus. Andy, make up your own catchphrase. You need one.
Really good with but he said I'm just supposed to say it's a disaster.
No, you can't have somebody else. Make up your own. Come on, just watch the game. You're good.
Whether he rushes it over a blink, that I'm not sure.
They're not even losing. Come on, Andy, one more.
Right now, Puck is like your only
game is hard.
Okay, great. He's just saying memes, so when he needs more help.
He does. Now, you're an analytical caster. I'm 4K, so I'm already in a period where I can say whatever I want about pro players, and Reddit will agree with my opinions. So I want you to pick a popular pro player at the moment and say something that's less than amazing about them.
It looks like Alliance could tilt very heavily.
And be lost as Nyx against Death Prophet with Drow Aura.
They could go for more split push and late game.
Is that harsh enough?
Good job, Andy. You'll probably have about 6 threads coming live on the line right now at the moment, which is exactly what we need to stay on top here at a Dota 2 tournament.
Sure. All right, any final advice? We good?
That's a good thing.
Just be obnoxiously loud, try and speak as fast as you can when you don't actually have anything to say, and you'll be fine.
All right, here we go. Come on, buddy.
And in Evil
there's a big score on the screen right now. There's a lot of abilities going on. I don't really know what's happening, but apparently it looks like he's standing by trees. I don't know what's happening anymore. They're just sitting outside of the base waiting to get a pick off. I don't even know what's happening. He jumps inside of the base. He's going to go for somebody. No, he's just standing there.
This is good. I think you guys are going to be the best combo.
Absolutely, Andy. Keep it up, and I'll be able to carry you to the top.
All right. We did it, guys. Fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, I think so. They have no real setup.
It's great with the Drow Ranger to have another save.
Also good with the Rana in conjunction to set up arrows, but
yes,
there and that is an available hero.
Shen Shadow Demon is a good dual roam combo.
Mm-hmm.
So Alliance ban the Bane, which is another hero that can set up ganks.
And PPD's Bane is he plays that a fair bit too. I would say
and the Enfeeble is quite annoying for Lone Druid as well. So
I'm thinking of PPD heroes, and Earthshaker also comes to mind. Treant, all these heroes, but none of them are going to fit in the lineup, I feel like. So it's more likely, like you talked about, a Shadow Demon.
I still think it's a PPD Chen.
We'll see. Last pick, Lion, coming out.
All right, so it gives them a better way to deal with Puck. This is the main reason for the Lion pick, because now, like, Blink Lasso against Puck isn't really that great if the Puck is quick reactions. You can just phase shift and then blink away before you actually get the Lasso off.
Right.
Or just blink out, potentially, if he has his own blink dagger. But if you get the blink hex, then you can focus him down.
A very strong pick, a very strong support duo. Lots of burst damage with Test of Faith, with obviously all of Lion's abilities as well. We'll wait and see how it's going to turn out. And then the last pick, Broodmother, coming out for Alliance. And it's a load Lone Druid. Who would have thought?
I mean, this just goes to my point. Like, you didn't know what Alliance was doing 4 picks in. Are they going to go for the loaded Juggernaut? You know, the Lone Druid, just 5-man Death Ball? Do they go for a Spectre and try to take it super late? I didn't think it was a great Spectre game. Do they pick, you know, something like a Centaur that's good for, like, the mid-game fighting, gives them a secondary initiator? No, Travis, they don't do any of those things. They go for the double split-pushing lineup. They run the Lone Druid for Loda. This is definitely a curveball. I don't think EG saw this coming.
And it's going to be kind of tough. I mean, yes, you have the Bat Rider against the Broodmother, which I think is a better matchup for the Bat in that situation. However, until the Murata is going to come down and throw up some Star Storms, there's no real way to deal with all of these Broodlings. Earthspike's not going to be able to do that much either. There's not that much AoE clear from these heroes. It's really Starstorm, and it's going to be Firefly. So Alliance get away with a great last pick coming out as well. And with that, we will jump into the game and see who heads where, as right now, lots of TPs coming in from Alliance. They'll TP 1 mid, have Ake drop a ward down, they'll TP Bulldog down bottom as well, and put his, of course, webs, and then, well, actually, Zai's nearby to drop a ward himself if need be.
Yeah, the Zion moving in here, bottom, and we'll get an Observer ward down on the high ground near this bottom lane. But looking at EG, no dust to start the game off. They only have the sentries right now on PPD. So it looks like they want Universe to be matched against the Broodmother. I still think this is a very good lane for Brood. You can easily cut the creeps. And when Firefly is down, Bat can't do anything against Brood. So just keep your Spiderlings away while he Fireflies. If he doesn't get help, Bat is going to have a rough time. But he can always just carry TP Scroll. If he feels like he's under pressure, just TP out, come back to the lane. So unlikely to die, but it should be free farm for Bulldog. They also have the Lich. And so I think Alliance can win a second lane on the back of that pick.
Yeah.
Just secure mid for S4, maybe EGM even helps him. And then you have a Lone Druid heading to the off lane. Lone Druid versus a Drow, which it looks like Fear. I think Fear probably goes mid here. Sumail top? Looks like Sumail's mid. So you have an off lane Drow. I don't know. EG might lose all 3 lanes. This looks really good for Alliance as far as the laning setup goes.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you look at EG, and they'll probably send Zai up to the top lane. The Chen, he can't really just stay in lane, so it's not like an aggressive trial lane is going to work out. Obviously for Alliance, though, they were going to have the Lich, and he'll be mid for the most part, or at least helping that at least in the early stages of this game. And so as you've mentioned, their backs against the wall. Alliance go for the choice of getting a really strong laning setup with the Broodmother as well in the last pick, and Ake playing that Lich. And we'll see how things do turn out here. His sacrifice was already used in that mid lane, so this will push out in favor of Alliance and head towards the tower. And Sumail needs to be avoiding that Frost Blast as much as possible. Meanwhile, in the top lane, this is where we're going to see the action. Is Fear, Zai versus Loda, as well as EGM. But bottom lane also, we may see a first blood if we're not careful as well.
So the key hero to keep an eye on is definitely the Chen. Lich is just going to sit in lanes and try to win them passively. Do want to point out, nice play by Bulldog. He blocks this camp. I think they were expecting the Bat to be off lane. So we'll see if Alliance want to make adjustments. But to be honest, I still think Brood versus Bat is a fine matchup. Early on, though, EG doing a good job at harassing Loda's Bear. It did not start with a Stout Shield, so I don't think they're expecting the Drow to be here. They might kill this Bear. This is a big blunder if it goes down.
Oh, man, 12 HP. Zai, he needed a bit more extra damage to get it done, and unfortunately, it was not going to be his right click to do it, but Fears.
He needs a Stout Shield, and Loda's like, yeah, I'm going to go grab that right now.
There it is. That'll make it a little bit harder to bring this Bear down. A bit more tanky. And still obviously susceptible to the damage from Fear, but we'll see how things do turn out. Sumail mid, he's actually going toe-to-toe with S4 right now, and here comes
Arrow.
Arrow's going to come through, and he's going to hit him. He walked into it, S4! Oh, he walked into the Arrow. Oh, my, S4. What an uncharacteristic mistake to go down like that against Sumail.
He had plenty of time. He knew it was likely coming. Miranas generally are not going to Starstorm at that stage. Just an individual misplay. And now EG, honestly, like Alliance win that lane passively because they have the Lich. All they have to do is just deny creeps and they're going to win. But now maybe not the case as PPD. He makes his first smoke rotation. What's he going to find?
He was deciding where to go. Maybe just get another, I guess he's just going to go for another camp at this point. There's no real wards here for the Dire, so even if he doesn't have that smoke, he could still rotate up to the top lane and try to find a kill, or mid. Vision-wise right now, there's I think there's one ward. It's currently sitting in the mid lane, and then there's another ward down bottom, close to that small camp for Alliance at this point in time. So there's not that much vision up top. We'll wait and see what rotation he makes. He's bringing down a camp currently with his, of course, Dark Troll Summoner. He could have brought Mud Golem with, of course, the 125 damage Boulder Toss, but that's not the case.
You love emphasizing the damage on the Boulder Toss.
It's a lot of damage. I mean, listen, 125 is a lot of damage at like 3 minutes into the game, and you have like 4 of them. It's really good, but he's found Ake instead.
Speaking of damage.
He's got the Penitence. The Earth Spike will come out, and that's more than enough. The amplified damage coming out from his Q ability is actually ridiculous. Now the Bear might fall with the Frost Arrows. He's going to try to get away, and it looks like he just might. They need the Hex or Earth Spike. There's the Hex. Earth Spike might be next. They're diving the tower for this, and they'll get it. Zai will take tower hits. But there's no Ignite to follow up from EGM, and that's a 300 gold bounty going the way.
And Sumail finds a solo kill again in the mid lane. Alliance just getting outplayed. That's all you can really say about this. It's little things, and then it's big plays from EG. No Stout Shield on the Bear to start the game. Sumail finding a kill that he never should have. S4 just getting a bit overconfident, playing way too aggressively.
So we leave EG versus Alliance with EG leading 3-0 to come in for our second game of this 2-game series between Na'Vi and OG. Na'Vi having a very rough game number 1 off the back of a very powerful OG Slark and just really nicely executed lineup. But it's a new day, it's a new draft, and it's a time to ban an ET.
Yeah,
there she is.
And that's just customary versus OG. Na'Vi are on their last breath of life. This is their very last game of the group stage. They are sitting on the cusp of not even qualifying for the upper bracket tiebreakers.
It's problematic. If they get this victory, they'll end with 7-7. Now what that means is they will be in the upper bracket, tiebreakers guaranteed, or they can stay in the upper bracket depending on the result between Alliance and their last series. They could just tie with Wings and remain in the 3rd, 4th position.
But they need a win. If they lose, they have a chance of not making the upper bracket. That's a better way to put it.
Yes, then you could find yourself in a 4-way tie for the 4th position if you're lucky, if things go your way. But yeah, you could find yourself just straight in the lower bracket with a 6-8 result.
And I'm pretty sure that they know this. I'm pretty sure that they know that we did okay today, but we need to finish up strong.
We'll see if they're capable of doing so. Again, we are going to have a Moon Bat Rider take the field. The Drow Ranger gets banned out. Will Na'Vi slip in? They're going to go with the Beastmaster. That was played by Artstyle in the last game. They tried to run him in the jungle. That really wasn't that bad. Problem was, there was just... I'm still wondering if they just put General onto the Beastmaster this time and just say, to hell with it. Because I didn't feel his presence as a Mirana.
His Mirana's usually much better. And they'll go for a little bit more reliable hero against the Bat Rider, the Vengeful Spirit. I also think Vengeful Spirit is just better for them because they play better when they're aggressive. I felt like with the Oracle last game, they never played aggressively. Maybe that had to do with Dendy Zero too.
It's good they've actually got the an easier counter as well to the Batrider with the swap. Something like False Promise always having to be used on one of the cores, not always wanting to have to trigger it straight away on the Batrider.
But that's the thing, OG don't care about Batrider counters because they don't rely on the lasso as much as other Batrider players and teams. He goes for drums first, he gets the lasso late, he does significant amounts of damage, and once a lasso comes through, the fight's almost already over.
Counter push in with the Keeper of the Light for OG. Also, opens up the split push for them. Na'Vi, I'm wondering if they are considering, because they are... the first thing that came to mind when I saw both Beastmaster and VS is just some kind of aura strat. And there has been some teams having some success with Luna. Having the Luna or the VS together.
Luna's good. There's still a lot of heroes available. Void is still in the pool.
Yep.
Rana is still in the pool.
But if you're going to run the Void, then you've either you're running it as a 1 position or you're going to give it to General. That pushes Beastmaster into the jungle.
0, 6, and 12 KDA. Not pretty.
No, it wasn't. I think he would prefer not to have that stat shown up on his screen. What did I have that was useful? Aghanim Scepter. At least he got there. Alright, they banned the Terrorblade as well, Na'Vi, so concerned about the big push that could be coming in from OG with Illusion base. Kind of surprising if they were considering a Luna, they wouldn't be as worried about the Illusion style heroes.
Perhaps.
10 seconds
I really like the way Moon's been picking Batrider, and it's definitely worthy of a first pick. We've kind of harped on a few teams like, is it really worth picking Batrider first for this and this team? I won't name teams.
Why not, Ben? Charlie would do it.
Because there's too many of them.
We'll be here a while. Don't worry, we'll get some time in that draft.
But OG's one of them that I fully support their first phase Batrider.
I'll take out both Enchantress and Chen, trying to restrict the combination art style, roaming around with a Vengeful Spirit in a Chen army or an Enchantress army. We've seen Na'Vi do it time and time again. Would have given a really nice push lineup as well for Na'Vi, no matter what core they would couple it with. But they just remove it from the field. So another choice will have to go the way of Seneko, who is drafting for Na'Vi.
Time to bust out the draft sheets.
Where's this piece of paper? This piece of paper tells me what to do, right? Like, they've got this one right here, right? They're still debating. It actually looks like a pretty heavy debate. Like, R-Style in general, debating with Snako. And it's going to be a Na'Vi Razor.
OG's turn.
Potential block pick against OG by doing what they're doing, but it's also a good stability in the team fight by having Razor there.
I think OG preemptively took the Razor from Na'Vi last game, and this game might be a similar situation. Razor pretty good versus the Batrider, not a hero that you particularly like the lasso, but as we mentioned, Batrider not about the lasso on OG's side. And Keeper can also pose problems for Razor. Razor, a hero that wants to run around in the fights, get those Ida Storm debuffs, keep up those damage with the Static Link. But with Mana Leak on, you're not really free to move around.
Yeah, you need some protection in BKB.
I tried Lotus Orb once on Razor versus Keeper. It wasn't as bad as it might seem, but it was still pretty bad.
Yeah.
You could go Greaves. Greaves is an option.
Yeah, actually, you're talking about that one the other day.
That was on Bristle. Bristle's, the Greaves is a lot better. On Razor, it's still an option. It depends on how often he's casting it on you and if there's better targets for him.
Well, the build-up isn't that bad for a Razor. Like, we saw Fada for a very long time running a mid-Razor, and he went mech first on that Razor, just as a full utility. Yeah. Just full stable and make sure you don't get Mana Leaked. Earth Spirit will come in as well, so OG now got some roaming potential to hit into the Razor, and Na'Vi will take the Slark as well. So Miracle will have to find a different hero this game. So a blend of aggression.
And this time their heroes are better suited for dealing with the Batrider without the help of a support. So
yeah,
that's kind of nice.
Also gives them some mid-game presence. The Beastmaster and the Slark can combo really nicely, moving with the VS. This also adds into question now, like, that's probably a general Beastmaster. So we're looking at the second support for Na'Vi.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unless they want to switch their lanes up even more. Are we having ourselves a general Razor to go with the normal thing of Dendy's hero being picked last? No, they had to pick the Razor then.
It could be.
It would be unique if they do it. OG was still waiting for their 2 big cores.
They could aggro with Razor. That's not completely out of the question. You can have Stark one-on-one versus Bat. We'll see.
But then you push what? Beastmaster into mid?
Actually, yeah, I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that. Crazier things have happened, but not many.
Aggro tri-lane, Beastmaster up on top, Razor mid, Slark, VS +1, and a Venomancer. And this is a, this should and will be a core Venomancer for OG.
I'm trying to gauge No Tail's reaction from it.
No Tail's like, not like this, not like this.
Crit was also
he always does
game.
that. No Tail always looks like he's half asleep before he plays a game. Like, I know he's done a lot of things to control his emotions during games. Like, if you look back when he played with Cloud9, he was a huge screamer. He was always up in the face. And then Frankfurt came, and he was a rock wall.
Look, Denny's looking at the hero list. He was looking at the hero list.
These guys are giggling away. Are they? Do they have a plan? Do they know something that we do not? They banned an anti-mage?
It's necessary to reset your spirits. That's what that game.
Ah, that's what it's all about. Someone told a very funny joke. 2 dragons walked into a bar. One said it's hot in here. The other guy said, "Shut your mouth."
Pretty decent.
Yeah. Valley unmanned by OG. Smiles all around. That's a Jakiro joke right there.
They have so much magic damage.
Okay, they didn't wait a second for that. The Omni Knight of Art Style instantly picked. Maybe this is actually an aggro tri-lane. A VS, Slark, and Omni Knight together. Pounce into Leash with stun to Purification. Can make for a dangerous lane, but Morphling is a very hard to kill hero still.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to pressure him. I think you're more concerned about Omni Knight getting levels and farm. That's really what you need. The problem is their lineup suffers greatly versus BKBs, and Repel is similar enough. What do they do? Where's their right click? Morphling 30 minutes in? Maybe.
You just turn Morphling into a physical damager as opposed to the E-Blade normal build we see?
Even the E-Blade normal build is good physical damage because you have a lot of agility. You hit for like 200 or so. But there's not really that many. You can go like, what, Yasha Lincolns or something? That's still a lot of physical damage.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, let's get into it. OG.
You might have to. I was thinking about maybe a diffusal build for him. Because they needed
on the Morphling?
They needed the diffusal carrier, right? And you have to start thinking about that right now before the game starts. And
you make No Tail a diffusal carrier?
I think it has to be Miracle. I think Miracle might do like a Manta diffusal build this game to start off with. Link is really good versus the Beastmaster though, but I think you have to start thinking about it right now. And it could be Veno too. Veno could also pick it up, but one of those 2 cores.
Well, let's do our quick predictions. Player with the most kills at 10 minutes into the game. That's really early.
Crit? Morphling?
As if Crit gets the kills.
Where's Morphling going?
Morphling's going safe lane.
Okay, Morphling's going safe.
And there'll be a Venomancer going up against the Razor in the mid. As if they end up there. It will be. Dendy's built for the mid.
Who do you think is going to die the most in the early game? That might be a better question.
I would look to the offlane. I'd look towards General.
So that means one of the supports or the safe laner.
Yeah, so Coddle or Crit. Maybe Crit is the best person.
Morphling might be.
Yeah, Miracle. They do actually like to make sure Miracle gets the last hit, so he would probably be the best bet.
He has the biggest nuke too, aside from Keeper, but Keeper usually doesn't finish people off with that.
How long will the game be? I'm kind of okay with 37 to 44. I think at that point, OG's probably strong enough to push high ground.
I'm going to go with 44 to 60. I think
that's a, yeah.
Team with the first Rex kill. OG seem in better form. So
they really do.
Go with OG.
Like, even if Navi's lineup would lead me to say, like, hey, they would probably get the racks first.
Wait, do I want 44 to 60? This could be a quick one.
Yeah, I actually think this is going to be 37 to 44, man.
I'll still go with 44 to 60. I have some faith in the Omni Knight.
You live life on the edge, Ben. That's
like a twice as big range. That's not really living life on the edge. You do. I'm going to go 30 to 37.
Wow, crazy. Crazy talk. All right, player with the highest total magical or pure damage done to heroes by the end of the game.
Venomancer.
Yep. he hits everybody with that ulti, and everyone gets coated in gunk acid spray. All right, bottom rune, battle it out. General and Artstyle are there, and I think General's going to realize that he can't grab this rune. Instead, it'll go to No Tail. They pull the ball off. Moon was thinking about the top rune. Diddy Ra is coming up here. He's a little bit sticky napalmed. I actually know what Moon's really looking to achieve here. He's going to get leashed, and he will take the rune. And Moon just gets a lot of chip damage done to him. Tango's going to repair most of it as he'll head up to the top lane. So what do we get as far as lanes go? So Artstyle's down here on the bottom, teaming up with General. We've got Seneko starting with Dendi, but he'll head up towards the top lane. So it will be a Dendi Razor going up against a Venomancer in the mid. And that leaves a Batrider off lane up against a Slark safe lane. It's going to be a happy place for a Slark. Yeah, he sees the Batrider, instantly buys a stick. Life is good.
Artstyle already right-clicking.
Bold up bottom lane. They're going down for Artstyle. This could be the first play if they have enough follow-up. But Miracle's getting too much damage from General, so he had to back out. Crit doesn't have a Boulder for a while, and Fly he went for Illuminate to start with. But so there's no mana leak.
He missed out on Artstyle. That would have been really good had they gotten that 2-man Illuminate, but oof, that's a lot of damage coming through.
It's always the challenge, right, with position of Keeper of the Light, to hit the heroes without hitting the creep wave. Oh, Artstyle way too far up. He'll Purify. There's a little bit of damage to crit, but that was an easy boulder. Miracle didn't even have waveform, so they didn't have the damage from that. He just punched him, and first blood. It goes the way of OG, and they've got into the hands of Miracle.
I'm not exactly sure how they expected to contest this with just two. Like, Keeper owns this sort of lane. You have some sustain, but like you have two melee heroes who can't CS at all because of the blast, and then you have Crit coming in with the boulders, and now that all of them are level 2, I foresee this lane going even worse for Na'Vi.
I agree. I don't know how they're meant to turn that one up. Like, and what do you then do? Like, you move and like attack into Moon. The second you attack Moon, he'll just go jungle and start farming.
I know what you do.
What do you do?
You Iron Talon on General, and then you get TP scrolls on Omni Knight. Every time they go on you, just repel TP. Easy. IX Mike would do that.
Is that the reason why he's at TI?
Well, no one picks Omni Knight, really. And he,
apart from Slacks.
He's the off-lane player, not the support player anyways.
Oh. Top lane, that leash over on Moon. Wants to try and break free. He already consumed up one Fairy Fire. So Seneko able to get the kill over on the Batrider. Means there's no extra money in for the Slark, but Crit's already ready to go on the mid lane. Boulder forward, looks, gets the kick over on Dendi. No tell, the damage will be there. Dendi will die, but Crit will join him in the afterlife.
But managed to buy boots right before he died.
Artstyle, you're way too low. Waveform forward. Miracle's going to get himself a second kill, maybe even a third. Yes, help predictions. General, no, the salve. Fly, the Illuminate, quick, but it's off the mark. Barely missing him. Made the break for the tree. That's a very, very lucky Beastmaster.
Too close to the light.
Well, he definitely listened to him. Don't walk towards the light.
Who represents light more, Keeper of the Light or Omni Knight?
Well, he's the man who keeps the light. Omni Knight only uses the light. Pounce on the top lane. Again, they go for Moon. Another Fairy Fire has to be consumed, but the damage, once again, from Seneko, able to reach. So they find the kill, and once again, the same time that happens, Dendi gets engaged. No-Tail's already used the Gale. Not as many Plague Wards up. In fact, General with the Axes flying in. They'll get a revenge kill onto No-Tail.
That value axe right there. Dang.
How many times that Beastmaster never gets like wild axes at level 2 these days.
Yeah, very rarely.
I'm still waiting as well for Fly. Like, he's gone a 102 build, but I was waiting for Mana Leak against the Omni Knight.
I don't think you want it.
Two melee heroes who...
Repel?
Yeah.
Hello?
I'm kind of okay with him expending that, and because he's gone Degen Aura and 2 points Purification anyway. Fly, you're dead. Way too close in the lane, but then again with the waveform, Miracle getting up in Artstyle's face, but General's here with Seneko. They weren't ready for the extra support hero, and Miracle's on the run. No waveform, does have 11-1 charge. It's the kick! Oh, that makes it go! Crit walked in, side of Roshan, and split the mountains. to find that pick. Moon's also in a little bit of trouble up against Didier Ra, unless Didier Ra wants to keep walking in to the middle of the firefight with a sticky napalm. The flame break ticks him out, and Moon gets a solo kill on a Slark. Happy days if you're a Bat Rider.
Having trouble keeping track of these lanes. There's everything going on. Normally it's Venomancer, you're like, okay, he's just gonna place down some wards, but with Earth Spirit and all these roamers, what is happening?
Everyone's just everywhere. And there's like rotations before you have like Beastmaster Raw, before you got decent levels over on Dendi, everyone's just coming to them. Before Didier Ra even has level 6. Miracle low, but he knew what he's up against. He wanted to trigger his salve anyway, so he's fine with this.
And he already has Perseverance. That's pretty scary 5 minutes in.
I'm kind of worried for Dendi. Dendi doesn't have a great way of getting rid of these Plague Wards. Doesn't have enough physical damage to get through it.
Get a Lance.
You could get a Lance, but he's still struggling to kill off a level 3 Plague Ward. Then they go up to level 4, and then Notel, like, this man can micro a Meepo. It's not that hard to micro a Plague Ward to deny up your own. It's actually really, really easy.
Through that.
It's value save. And it keeps the creep wave always pressuring Denny, so he's always trying to CS underneath the tower. But he's done a pretty damn good job. 31 for 9 up against the 29-18 of the Venomancer. So a lot of denies. But still finding his farm. The highest CSer is, of course, Miracle. Miracle's also got the most amount of kills with 3 out of the 5 of OGs as Miracle. Waveforms out, Purification at the right time, but Dandy waiting arms. Miracle will stun his TP, but they don't have a stun. So Na'Vi incapable of killing off the Morphling. General not level 6 yet. Top lane, Didier is on the run. Fly, preps up the Illuminant, is able to connect, but with that Shadow Dance, Slark gets back to the tier 2 tower, regens up quickly. Is that Dire? Yeah, that Dire Observer Ward saw Crypt moving into the mid-tier, tier 1.
And Moon will get an early tower.
Yeah, really early. He gets the last hit as well. Again, building in for the drums.
I like how he locks the boots every time. Saw him do this last game too.
Trade-off's going to be Dendy taking out the bottom tower. Crit's still waiting here in the mid. Snako knows he is there. Like, the pings are coming out. That's Dendy saying, like, guys, like, he is still there. He hasn't walked back past the Observer Ward just yet. But this is the pressure you expect on top of a tier 1 tower with a Venomancer in mid.
Now they don't even need to go Aquila anymore with the advent of infused raindrops. They used to be the standard build so you would have enough mana. Maybe get some clarities along the way, but that one item changes a lot of heroes' builds.
So they give top lane to Fly for the moment. That's confidence up against a Slark. I suppose Slark doesn't really have that much, and it looks like a Hand of Midas build coming in from Didier Ra. Planning for later. Crit's rotation will see Snake go, and they'll see each other, shake each other's hands, and Fly just TP's out. No reason to take a risk. Leached as much experience as he possibly could. Managed to hit level 6. Bottom lane, General. Miracle does have Waveform available, but our style in general, not low enough. With level 3 Purification as well, they have to be careful about the burst damage, which can come from Na'Vi when they think they have a kill.
98 heroes picked and counting, and we're not even done with the group stage yet.
Keep it going. There's always plenty of room for a techies pick.
Is a great
We're never going to give up on that one.
Even I'm not a fan of that.
You so were a fan of that.
Oh yeah, but I don't want the teams to lose.
They're not going to lose with techies. Play it right, bro.
I don't think that's likely.
You got professional players.
Okay, Moon and Fly smoked up near that mid lane. Still no lasso, but he does have his recently completed drums, and it looks like they're sitting on mid.
The Gale is able to connect. The Poison Nova too. Denny just starts his TP. They need the stun. It's a little bit too late, but they boulder forward, looking for Snako. The Plague Lord also kills off the Courier with the Illuminate flying through. The damage will be enough to kill off Snako before he reaches the tier 2 tower, and Arstyle as well. He'll also drop. So they get the 2 heroes. Denny TP'd out. Maybe they can finally finish up this tier 1 tower. The Courier, it had a casual cloak for Dendi on it that was flying in. But just good Plague Wall position by Notel in the chaos that it was the fight.
Veno is so annoying to play against. You have these wards in there, and Dendy's like trying to kill him off and defend his tower, and then like you just sweep in and gank the Veno's lane because you don't know how many people are around him, and it just takes a lot of resources to bypass those wards. That's a shame.
Rin's going to be happy again, able to find a small little stack from Na'Vi, so he'll farm that up. Keep this progression of items going for him. As Snako, oh, Wave of Terror, can he? Stun in time, no he cannot. And there it is.
Got it.
Bada bing, bada boom. How'd you have two showing up as correct already?
But it was just one. It was just the pop-up.
Just the doubler.
Yeah, I wonder what our style is going to do. It's currently 0-4-1, so Omni Knight not really faring too well in his opening night.
Yeah, he needs a little bit more loving. But Miracle's having the time of his life. Easy lane, don't care about the tier 1 tower going down. Got a recall. It's Crit actually being dragged up to the top lane. They couldn't find a kill on the bottom, but as he gets recalled in, they're right on top of Vidaya, Obs, and Sentry. So Didira knows exactly what's coming his way. So this kill will be unsuccessful.
Tome of XP coming out. Looks like they will give it to Crit. Magnetize, ready.
Unfortunately, Vision, ready. These two things are right here.
They know what's going on, though. There's very little chance that he would back off at the exact moment. But I don't know. As I say that, they're sitting there. Do they see the Obs Ward expire? I do not see.
They're on the other side of the tree. They didn't see the Fog of War. Waveform away from by Miracle, gets away from Dendy's static link. Navi's had enough pressure on this bottom lane they need a D-push, but that's the reason why Keep with the Light was picked up on top lane. Boulder forward, Didira gets into the ulti, but he's still ticking, but not fast enough with a Shadow Dance. Gets back to the fountain and will survive. Snako also have to do his own TP. He also got hit by that Poison Nova.
He went for Force Staff first on the Venomancer. It's curious. Not very good versus Slark. Very good versus the Beastmaster Roar and the Static Link, however.
He's getting himself into position when he goes for initiations. Hits the Gale on Arstyle. Arstyle still refusing to level up Repel. He's a 3-0-2-1 build. No-Tell. TP out and the swap. That'll cancel it off with the extra magic missile that guarantee the kill for the Slark. Big one as well. Crit has to boulder himself away to safety.
That was not worth.
Yeah.
Not sure what he was exactly trying to do there. Omni Knight not really going to feel that threat. He doesn't have any levels of Repel yet, though, on art style. So yeah. I thought this was going to be like a Superman Slark or Razor, but it's an unusual build.
Okay, something a little bit different. Maybe it was just No-Tell trying to force a reaction out from Na'Vi, bring a lot of players up to the top. Maybe not the greatest thing to do with a high net worth hero like the Venomancer mid, but it at least allows Miracle to farm up majority of the rest of his Lincoln Sphere. He's already got the ultimate orb sitting on the courier back at base. So there's more and more space arriving for the Morphling.
Necro Book coming out a little bit slow for General, despite not yet dying in this game. Necro 1 will come out, I guess, 14 minutes or so. The no Iron Talon life.
What do you want to see from Didira in this game? Is it worth going for like the Shadow Blade we've seen being so useful today already?
Lincolns, maybe? Actually, does he need Lincolns? Yeah, Shadow Blade seems a lot better. I was just thinking in combination with the Repel. He will be going Echo Saber first.
All right, start with the damage. No-Tell's looking for a play on bottom. Art Style is it's going to walk it off. It's only a quick poison touch. Moon still doesn't have that Blink Dagger just yet. He needs to farm up these last camps and then he'll have it. Can buy it from the side shop and then look for initiation. Thanks to the Skeleton Minion spawning up, he actually has enough from just this one camp. So Blink Dagger timing at 14 minutes for Moon.
You know what build I would have preferred from Veno this game? Well, I think is the Veil build. I think Force Staff can be, like, you can get it on crit if you'd really like to, but I don't know. I view Veno as a hero that's like supposed to die in fights, I guess. I'm not sure. I'm not really a fan of the hero, and I really don't play the hero that often. I'm sure No-Tell knows
recall into mid. Denny may be overstaying his welcome. They can start the mana leak up with a blink forward. Moon, well, he's searching for it. He doesn't actually have the lasso again. Moon keeps doing this with his Battle Rider. He refuses to level up lasso. The kick is perfect, so is the magnetized. Denny is bone dry on mana. The Beastmaster can kill the Venomancer in the meantime. We'll stay on board with Dendy as he keeps running away from the Firefly with 3 sticky napalm stacks up. He wasn't going to survive, so Venomancer dies in front of the tier 1 tower on bottom lane, goes down to Aurora and Necrobook initiation.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, or maybe even a Linken's for the Venomancer. That's something that maybe like Shadow or something would do, but we don't really see anything that unusual.
Kind of becomes a very sad Venomancer then, like you're not doing anywhere near the level of damage you want from him. Puts a lot of pressure onto Miracle as well as Moon.
But you expect your Morphling to do fine. He has Linken's in 15 minutes. He had a very early kill and very early killing spree.
I love how Moon keeps doing this. I don't know if he's like the only one I've seen really lock his boots every time. But he's on it in every single game we've watched OG play today.
Yeah, he likes his casual ring of protection.
Like maybe now he switches it like Ring of Regen on the ground. So yeah, he'll finally combine it and then get a Ring of Regen on top. So they'll be building into the 4 staff later on. Smoke maneuver from Na'Vi. Heading into the Radiant jungle, and then we'll probably rotate down to the bottom lane where Venomancer and Crit are currently wandering around. As far as TPs go, Notel can't TP out. His is on cooldown. Crit can, but then it means he leaves his core behind. The Beastmaster Hawk watching them very closely. But there's also Plague Wards everywhere, so that Hawk wants to come over. That's going to be scouted out. And Moon and Fly, they're also smoked up. They're heading down the river from the mid. General will walk in with Repel on him. Notel's just waiting in the tree line. He can use Plague Wards to block the pass up nicely. It's Didier Ra who's going to get lassoed up. Moon finally having that one, and they look for the kill over on the Slark. And a couple sticky napalm charges on him, but now with Purification, not to mention the Shadow Dance, they get an opening. The Roars on Notel. There's no Nova available, but look for Crit to get a 3-man silence into a 3-man kick with the Blinding Light pushing him back. Now we'll have a hard time hitting him directly, but then again, it'll wear off in just a bit. Morphling looking for his target. D-Ra's probably going to be the easiest one. Adaptive Strike and Waveform away. Unable to do enough damage to find the hit. Seneko in the tree line. He will be a guaranteed kill. He's actually burning down a Flame Break at the moment, so Moon can take that kill. And Moon actually goes in deeper. Blinks into the tree line to the eastern part of the tier 1 tower. At least gives him the flying vision. But they don't have an opening to gank any further onto Na'Vi. Unless, okay, Flame Break, Purification damage has to be taken by Moon. Fly's coming in close, Miracle, Waveform is up. If he Waveforms 40, would have killed off Arstar, but the Repel comes up in time. Now, well, there's a Waveform to help kill off the Razor, but it puts him out too far. Purification on top of Didier Ra gets a revenge kill onto Miracle. Didier Ra can continue the chase. General will arrive too. No Roar available, so we cannot control up Moon, who makes a break for the trees, which instantly get chopped down by General. The pounce forward, the leash. Moon, he just wants to run away. Drum charge as well may help him, but they just follow the Firefly. They're still in the middle of that. General is not a healthy man with a flame break on him. He could actually tick down. The Illuminate's there, but yep, General will pop. Moon will find the kill in death. And one hell of a scrappy fight on bottom lane from both sides.
Yeah, that was a strange one. I think a lot of it goes back to that mid-fight where Moon didn't have Lasso, and they weren't able to pick off the Razor early on in this fight. Razor also going for a build that's especially tailored towards OG's lineup, going for the Hooded Defiance first and the Dragonlance. Dragonlance, he can outrange the Plague Wards, which is pretty useful because none of their heroes can really kill it safely. None of them are 600 range heroes. And I think Didier Ra played especially well that fight, kiting around the Bat Rider and kind of pulling OG into the positioning that Na'Vi were hoping for.
OG were really forcing that though. Like they're still going in between a tier 1 and a tier 2 tower to try and take a fight while not bringing down the tier 1 tower. Like Na'Vi looked like they were going to back out. OG could have just taken the tower and moved on to onto another objective. But they pushed the issue.
Yeah, they need to fight under their bed of Plague Wards.
Miracle, Adaptive Strike up on top. He's got a Waveform Replicate, so he's fine with this. But then again, maybe not. The Roar, he needs to jump out right now, right now. Able to do so. Back to the mid lane where the Replicate was at the same time. Then Slark pounces on Notel. A quick Gale. Slowing down Didier Ra, who is now going to try to pack himself away from this. Moon with the Flame Break is able to connect. The leash is actually on Moon. That was Didier Ra trying to use it to escape. Mana Leak as well, now on top of the Slark, but Repel will protect him. And in fact, now they stun on Moon. Again, OG forcing the issue against Na'Vi and losing their Bat Rider.
They have to play around the Slark so much. The Slark is just constantly causing problems for them. And That was a really nice attempt to kill on the Morphling. I think he used a Necro Mana Burn to pop the Lincolns. But Slark has been a problem without Max Repel. And now Repel is starting to get leveled up. It's only level 2 right now in art style, but I don't know. I don't know how they deal with the Repel Slark. He's just, like, you can't just let him hit you. He's going to get stacks and stacks and stacks.
Finish your defusal. That's all. Once it's up, and then enjoy your fights as a Venomancer. But Dira still being very aggressive. No Shadow Blade required, just blink, echo, jump for any target you can find. Buy space for the rest of your teammates. Level 3 Necrobook is now completed. Same with the Dragon Lance on Dendi. And where's he head? He's heading north. He can actually catch up to Notel. Notel's got 4 stuff and 4 TP scrolls on him, so I'm fairly certain he's ready to TP out.
Oh, that plasma field looks awesome.
Yeah. It's the Immortal. The Severing Lash.
Maybe that's why we see more Razors recently.
Just because the plasma field looks cool?
Yeah. We've seen a lot of Lich. Seen some Undyings. Seen a lot of Morphling. We've seen Mirana, but that's not... I don't think that's because of the Immortal.
Yeah, the Morphling items are very odd.
Seeing Slarks.
See, that's the reason why we need to have that the items created for Enigmas now. More than just the stuff we have for TIs. We need more Enigmas.
I said they already tried with a Prestige item last year.
Hey, that was awesome, man. We had tons of Enigmas.
We've seen a fair amount of LC.
We had like 1 Enigma this tournament so far. Miracle. General gonna rotate over. Lincoln Sphere will trigger. Any waveforms and replicates up. And when I say up, I mean up. They're headed for the northern lane. Up to the tier 2 tower. And Na'Vi are actually headed down. They're moving over towards Roshan. So tier 2 town for Roshan. The oldest trade in the book for a Dire side.
And Venomancer will be the first person to complete the defusal. And yeah, this is not a trade.
They are coming. They want to fight this. Na'Vi's taking too long. Miracle wants to finish up the tower.
He needs to BOT somewhere, though, if he wants to come there. Oh, actually, he can just get recalled.
Well, they've got a Keeper of the Light. Blinding Light can cause some problems because they need Keeper of the Light to stay alive. And then they can start recalling him in. And, well, where is that Morphling? Dira's already killed off the Keeper of the Light. So there's no Morphling in this fight. Moon's also caught in trouble. Crit, he's not controlling up enough. At least they're able to get the kill on the Vengeful Spirit, but it's a 3-for-1 trade-off. The push keeps going. Notel, 4-staff, TP out. They can't reach him around the tree line. Not to get vision and bring him down. So Na'Vi is slowed up, but up on top lane, Miracle almost bringing that tier 3 tower to half life.
I don't think they recalled him that fight. I guess they didn't want to at the end of the day, but taking a fight 4-on-5 into the Roshan pit when Na'Vi have better vision, 2 observer wards on the north and the south side, just seemed like suicide at that point. And that will be the Aegis for Dityara.
Is Miracle actually going to go into... he's getting the Yasha now. Just saw him with that Blade of Alacrity on him. Like, are they going to prioritize into a second defusal as well?
Likely, I would say.
But probably later on.
You can actually just get an EB, I think, and then you can pick off the Omni Knight. As let's say he's Repel and Slark.
Get out of there, man. He's trying to finish the tower. Like, waveform forward and then replicate out.
Just be annoying. And push out the lanes a little bit more.
It was very annoying. That tower's down to 281. Like, he went through a tier 2 and almost a full tier 3. That's not the trade-off you're looking for if you're Na'Vi for just an Aegis. So that team fight had to go their way to make it worth it. And it kind of has. Like, the advantage of OG was almost 6k net worth at one point. It's now dropping down about 1.5, maybe just a straight 1. And the experience goes the way of Na'Vi for the first time, really, in this game.
And Batrider is having a difficult time finding a good lasso target. He lassoed the Razor that fight, but then he got Unstable Current, Purge, and then he got roared.
Fly's dead. Dira was just sitting there waiting for his Blink Dagger to come off cooldown before he jump on Fly. Okay, maybe not with the Huggy Note. Yep. Swap, stun, Dark back.
He's a problem.
The Slark?
Yeah. I think it's on Morphling, though, whether or not he can like force Na'Vi to come back to their base and fight without this enormous Slark at the moment. You do not want to fight in this guy. He can just straight buy a Scotty at this point. I don't know why he dropped his Echo. Oh, he dropped it for the Arcane. But yeah, he can buy straight Scotty at this point.
Wondering if he does that after Aegis times out, but he's only had this Aegis for a minute and a half. With 4.5k gold on him. The net worth looks good, but Miracle's actually more effective with his net worth. He's got items on the hero for the money.
But he does not have magic immunity.
No, he does not.
And that's a problem for his team fights, where everyone on Radiant side struggles, even the Morphin.
Dira. Kick's coming in, it's going to hit the creep wave. Miracle, still a replicate, got the tower. So he got what he wanted. Moon is looking for the middle lane kill on General. 4-star forward as he does drag General back with the lasso into the rest of OG's waiting arms. And they give that General a bear hug.
This is what OG need to do. Split them up around the map, force them to react to the Morphling's pushes, get significant structural damage so that you can pick them apart with the Batrider and Earth Spirit. But looks like Na'Vi looking to change that with a 4-man smoke. They deemed that Slark is strong enough. Ooh, oh, no tail.
Now they move over to him. It's the Venomancer. Unfortunately, he was leashed for so long that he couldn't just 4-staff himself away from Didira. And they push in again for the mid-tier 1, but up on top. Miracle's intercepting creep waves. He can't push in without a creep wave. Backdoor regen will stop that from happening. So Na'Vi know they can take this tier 1 tower with no real issue. Unless Fly is going to defend properly. As Blinding Light makes life hard. Throws out the Illuminate too. That should be able to connect on Dendi, Artstyle, and the entire creep wave. Actually only got 2 of them. Quick blink away from Moon. Gets himself away from Didira. And Miracle pushes the other lane. He's now down on bottom lane. This really just feels like a split game from OG. Trying to buy time until they can get control in the fights.
What item or turning point, though, is going to give them control of the fights?
Just power of Miracle. Like, that's the only way my brain goes with this. It's you stall up the fight as long as you possibly can.
Straight 5-on-5 fight, though.
They don't win. No, you'll need like Aghanims and Veil on a Venomancer, and even then, it's still problematic.
Is he going Dragonlance? On the Veno?
It looks like it. After having a Diffusal Blade as well, it seems like a lot of tier 2 items just slipping in. No big ones for the team fights. Maybe they're thinking about pushing earlier. Like Miracle just completed up, or pretty much completed up his Manta.
Tier 2 items for a tier 2 hero, makes sense.
Dira, Miracle, knows being chased. Lincoln Sphere triggering very early on that Slark.
I wonder if one of them is considering getting an instant cast item to disable the Lincoln Sphere onto the Morphling. That's a good way to deal with them. You get like a 4-staff into a Hex. Like, that's instantaneous. And you can't morph out of that, but that's like 7,000-8,000 gold worth of items.
All right, Mana Star recipe is there. Hurricane Pike is on no-tail. But that's...
Oh yeah, Hurricane Pike is good.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I guess I still didn't really sink in that he had a 4-staff.
That was his first major item. As now, kick up, hits pretty nicely on General. No-tail pushes himself forward. Beastmaster with a roll forward from Crit 2. General will drop down low, now being mana leaked on top of everything else. Iran loses his Lincoln Sphere charge. The top tower has gone down. While all this is happening, Miracle is ripping apart the range tracks. They just need to cancel TPs. With the Nova going out, General can't come back. So Arsenal must stand his ground. No-tail will drop, but the top racks, they have to be fortified, protecting them against Miracle. And Moon, Flame Break, cancels the TP out of Snakers. No extra VS swap or stun. They kind of needed that. And Miracle's even looking at General. He's still ticking down low. If Miracle sees that, he'll probably even go for the kill, but he's taking the range racks instead. So the range racks goes to Miracle. General can't stop this. And in fact, can anybody stop this? Denny's just regened up and come back, but Miracle just keeps beating in at it. He takes a lot of damage, makes a replicate of Dendi. The Slark can keep his battle going, but Miracle does his job. He takes out the racks, waveforms down, and will TP home. Regenerate back up again, so OG lose multiple heroes, but it's OG who claim the objective. They claim top racks.
Yeah, that's worth.
That's got to be worth. Like, you've lost Venomancer and your 2 supports.
But Slark is enormous. He has a Lincoln Sphere, so now the Diffusal Blade is kind of useless.
But Na'Vi willingly take this trade as well. Like, they're willingly saying, okay, Morphling can do whatever the hell he wants. He takes an objective. That's terrific. Slark is getting bigger, but OG still have the momentum on the map. Split push is stronger in OG's hands. their high ground defense is also very, very good.
Not versus Repel, though. I think, like,
It's,
if it gets to the point where they can just repel to Ira, he can hit the tower, what are they going to do? Lasso, he has Lincolns. Diffusal him, he has Lincolns.
Yeah.
And then
double diffusal him, lasso him, find the kill.
They need someone better for base defense, though. I don't know who can hold the line versus the Morphling. Razor clearly was not sufficient, especially with this very defensive build with the HOD, or Footed Defiance, the Dragon Lance, and the BKB.
You kind of need to like blink raw Necro and burn off all the mana so he's incapable of doing what he did. That's really the only way that's going to happen.
Well, Na'Vi looking to limit the area that Morphling can split push around the map, taking down this T1, and immediately Miracle
to bottom lane.
Bottom lane they go.
They look for the tier 2 tower. There's a TP coming onto the lane. It's going to be Didira. He is repelled, jumping forward. There's a lot more support here. Moon waiting for the right time to strike. Crit's also here. That repel will wear off in half a second. And now it is off. Didira jumps forward. Moon can't see him. The Shadow Dancer's out. The kick is off target. Notel also came into the fight. They don't find their opening. And now Dendi on the chase. The Gale well off the mark from Notel.
And Miracle's already in the mid lane. He has Replicate there, and it looks like he will get a T2. And Slark doesn't even get a kill on the bottom lane.
They need a Basher or something. Some level of control. Now Miracle takes the tier 2 tower there.
Na'Vi can't be happy about this.
No. And they may lose more. Moon's looking for an opening. Blink, Lasso, they found our style. Adaptive Strike, he's still going to repel up. The physical damage isn't enough for Miracle to finish the job. So they just bail out, especially before Didira can arrive. He sees Miracle, but it's too late.
And he's out. Na'Vi slowly getting picked apart. What hero can deal with the split push? I'm looking at their items right now, and nothing is a solution.
Oh, this is a nice way. Crit, the Roar is out, the Necro books as well. Can't boulder himself away. The mana burn was just too quick. And Notel's also in a bit of a rough spot, but again, no stuns. No stuns, no disable. Even a casual Yule Scepter would be enough to stop these TPs.
Yeah, and instead, Vengeful Spirit has gone for a defensive build too, also with a Hooded Defiance in her inventory. I would have liked to see maybe a Force Staff or something.
Miracle's
or
forcing
Yules even.
Miracle's forcing at the top lane just so he can switch to the mid and take out another lane. If the Kree Wave can just reach the base. On his way to a Skadi. Or maybe it... No, yeah, it's Skadi.
So what do Na'Vi have to do? The Roshan respawn is almost max.
Can they force the issue high ground? Like
they need Roche to do that. They also need pipes, I think.
Is it worth like Denny thinking about like another old school build, getting Aghanim Scepter?
Definitely.
Over on the Razor?
They want to end the game, and he's the one who actually purchased the gem. I just don't think that if he gets the Ags, it's going to be too late. He still needs 2,700 gold. And Morphling, all the meanwhile, gonna beat down on their towers. I don't foresee him having the time to do it.
You almost need to get Refresher Ags on Dendi to make it work. At least they get the Basher now onto the Slark. So they got a better chance of stopping those heroes who had just been blatantly TPing in front of Na'Vi, understanding they just don't have Disable.
Well, now with the gem, they will make a smoke, heading straight towards the Radiant jungle.
They're looking to Miracle. Didira jumps forward, gets the early bash on Miracle. Miracle has a replicant, so he can jump out this. He's just standing his ground a little bit longer. Now waveforms down before General can get the Roar off. He waited a very long time for that. It was probably to buy time for heroes like Notel to get away to safety. But it took a little too long. He just throws out the Nova. So Na'Vi chipping down a little bit.
They can't commit, though. They have to take down this T2, and Miracle's already threatening, or will be soon be threatening, maybe T4s. And Ditya Ra will BOT to the top lane, trying to stop Miracle. However, Moon is close by. Will Ditya Ra scout him out?
It's Illuminate spam, a little too early on that Illuminate from Fly.
Oh my goodness,
boy.
that bash. Okay, that BOT.
That's an opening. Miracle doesn't have buyback. 70 seconds without buyback right now for the Morphling. No split push pressure.
Oh my goodness.
No Plague Ward set up because the Venomancer is down for 20 seconds. Na'Vi have a big window here.
They need the BOT up, but that's up in just 7 seconds. He can TP on the wave coming in, and here they go. General trying to look for a roar.
And Seneca's looking for a swap. He's able to get one stun on the Moon. Roar as well. Moon's low, but the kick from Crit! It catches 4 heroes. They forced off Moon in deep, but Na'Vi, they're in too deep. They have to pull out now before they lose everybody. Seneca will TP. The kick flies again. It doesn't hit anybody else, but Na'Vi, this was their opportunity. This was their moment when they had the Morphling down. And they found themselves under tier 4 towers trying to find kills. Diorans coming back in again. They trigger the Lincoln Sphere. Mana Leak is available, but not while the Repel's there. They go for the Fuser Blade. 4-Staff trying to help him, actually ending up hurting Didier anymore. And R-Star, Repel is back up. Illuminus for the Flame Break, no effect. Keep that slow going, Boulder forward. And R-Style, they try and protect him with the Lincoln Sphere, but it's not going to happen. R-Style just gets chased to the ends of the earth. He can purify all he wants. No one's turning to help him. And that takes way too long to kill R-Style. He will eventually go down. But Na'Vi missed their opportunity.
I think that was the best opportunity that they're going to get. All they needed to do was wait for Di'Ra or just hit the buildings, wait for OG to come to them. They saw an opening onto the Bat Rider, but he's like right next to their Ancient. Do you really want to go on that? And now Miracle marches down the mid. No Omni Knight available for Na'Vi. No buyback onto him. This could be another lane of Rax or Roche.
Yeah, Venomans have prepped actually a couple of wards inside of Roshan, around Roshan. With the Skadi on Miracle, it is possible. But I think Miracle still wants to keep the lanes pressured in. Trigger Lincoln Sphere that just puts Static Link on cooldown. Wrap around from behind. Didier actually looking for an opening on Miracle. He'll waveform forward, but as always with Miracle, he's had a replicate waiting, ready to split push, and it's the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane. With help from Notel, damn, they attack in fast. A quick pause from Na'Vi. They are TPing in support.
He has pre-repel. Or he is pre-repelled, rather. That staff looks crazy.
On who are you talking about?
Keeper.
About the Keeper of the Light?
Mm-hmm. I'm looking at the main screen.
That stuff is pretty cool. The cinematic shots. No, Morphling just looks so stupid. Just the face when you look from below.
He's made of water. He can't have like a super well chiseled face.
Yeah, you can. Just changes the way the water sets.
Water doesn't set like that, though, Topi.
Well, obviously it does, or else he would fall apart. There's some type of containment field. Unpause.
It's like a wave, you know?
Yeah, wave has a good structure.
But there's like a defined form. It's not like super chiseled. He's not like made of stone or marble or something like that.
Now that guy's chiseled. The Beastmaster. Wait, what's this like lens flare stuff in the background? What is this, a Star Trek movie?
Yeah, what is going on back there?
I don't know. Something has just exploded. Okay, they've all DC'd out. It's the Razor. He's gone all disco. I like little animations that connect his plasma field to him. Why is that lightning different? It's like control lightning and damage lightning.
Immortal.
I mean, I'm looking for the logic of why it's different.
Because this is an immortal. You can do whatever you want with immortals.
You can do whatever you want if you're Valve.
I like the 40 damage tick way above him.
Oh. You know what this makes me think of? Chocolate fondue. Does it look like a fondue fountain?
Kind of.
You know, if they sold that at the secret shop, like a fondue fountain in the shape of like the well, how great would that be as like a great centerpiece for a party? Just saying. That would be pretty good.
That'd be pretty good.
Get a little shopkeeper who will have like little sticks of marshmallows, so you can go ham.
It reminds me of like some of those shops in Vegas where, have you been to Vegas and there's that like one shop with like the chocolate fountain all throughout the store?
Unfortunately, I haven't been rich enough to go to Vegas.
Have you seen pictures of it?
I have seen pictures of Vegas. I probably saw more of them watching Ocean's 11.
There's this one store that just has just chocolate like all throughout the store, and it's this like intricate network of chocolate like starts from the ceiling, just drips throughout the whole store. It's kind of cool.
Okay, that sounds like a heart attack waiting for me to eat.
What? It's for your viewing pleasure.
For your viewing?
Not to eat.
Dude, put your head under that.
You can't. It's sealed off as you wait in line.
In Vegas, nothing is impossible, right?
I don't think you could eat from that fountain. I don't even know if it's sanitary.
Probably not. Who says it's really chocolate?
I don't know what it is.
Does it smell like warm chocolate? Those fountains are hard to keep going unless
It's
you
like
can keep
sealed
the
off with
chocolate warm.
glass, so I don't think I could smell it.
Ah, that spoils all the fun. Meanwhile, back at the fun.
You're a hands-on guy, Toby.
Yep. I like to experience.
You're not a window shopper.
Nope. To the mine, or it doesn't exist. Miracle's pushing at the top lane again. Bottom lane, they're looking at a gank onto Diddy Ra with a recall of Miracle. They may have enough damage for this one. As the Lingus Sphere triggered, they want to get the Shadow Dance off, but Diddy Ra just can't do it. Moon's Lasso arrives just in the nick of time to hold him in position and bring down the Slark. They didn't even need Miracle at the end of the day. The top lane pressure's in, and there is no Slark until he buys back. Or he's got to wait just over a minute.
Oh, how far Na'Vi have dropped in the last few minutes. Went from having a kill on the Morphling, 4-on-5, into this position where OG's about to push high ground with Slark still dead with an Aegis in their inventory.
That experience graph probably shows more than the goal graph the swing of this game. 12,000 advantage going the way of Na'Vi, and they've lost half of it. More of it as like the momentum continues the way of OG.
So how are Na'Vi going to prepare for this defense? Let's see, mid lane is pushed in. Actually, No Tail will not be joining that push as he defends. Actually, he can get recalled.
Yeah, you've got Nag and Incepted now over on Fly. Yeah, this is split push fun times.
So 30 seconds. What is their move? Repel Dendi, I suppose, but he doesn't have that much damage.
You've also got that issue of Diffusal Blade charges now 7 again over on the Venomancer. So that repel isn't even guaranteed. You put it here on the front line. Style drag from the rear. The swap has to be used to save the Omni Knight. And then Deddy triggers his BKB as well. He's looking for a push. He's looking for a moment. That's his 9-second BKB down. Moon's Firefly will wear off in a moment too, but now OG can reset, and when they push in again, they could even wait a little bit longer and have daytime, so then Fly starts healing the entire lineup too when OG push. Miracle's up on the top lane pushing himself, and now going to get recalled down. Observer sees Denny moving forward. But they have to come back. The top lane is pressuring too much. They have to return. And Artstyle is out all by himself. Diffusal Blade gets rid of the repel. You are not safe with repel on you. Simple force into Diffusal, into death of Omni. Left behind, the afterthought of Na'Vi.
I don't think they can fight without their Omni.
Oh, Diddy Ra. He tried to battle against Miracle. He just TP'd up there, jumps back down. They can replicate, recall him down, and that's exactly where they are, beating the crap out of Dendi. And Dendi will instantly buy back. It's all or nothing now. If Na'Vi don't defend this push, OG will take the victory. They found another opening as Diddy Ra. Miracle having way too much fun on this Morphling.
It's not even daytime yet.
No.
With Keeper heal.
Oh, nice bash. Miracle, he's still got an Aegis the Immortal. So it's not as though like you're concerned for the well-being of a Morphling.
Yeah, he can easily BOT back home, get recalled in, but more likely than not, they need someone else to push out this middle lane.
He's getting recalled now. Waveforms.
So Greaves, daytime in 10 seconds. So Keeper heal galore.
I think it's time as well for No Tail to be dragged back once he gets rid of this mid-wave. Miracle again. Yeah, Miracle waveforms up. 2 hits. There goes your mid-tier 3 tower. General blinked in looking for the roar, but he just couldn't get the initiation off. And Na'Vi, they have to be the ones who control this fight. But they're not dictating who they can go on. Morphling's the only one in any kind of position they can kill, and he's got Negus Immortal. You commit Roar and Necrobooks to killing him off, you got nothing left for the main fight.
So 2 buybacks down, structural damage is done.
They found General. Miracle dropping low. Remember, again, still Aegis Immortal. General will die on the back lines. He's just locked on the hillside. Buyback will come out from him. No Tell, a nice Nova, but Diddy Ra able to isolate that Venomancer. A kill is a kill if they can get it. Again, General well far out. He BT'd himself out, I think, and then just
Well, it wasn't even that. He blinked out after a TP scroll. Trying to wrap around from behind and lost his life. So a 1-for-1 trade-off. Miracle almost looking like he wants to die, but once that wave hit from the Keeper of the Light, got a big heal. Swap out, Snako getting himself away to safety so he can survive. Had the way out the mana leak. This is just trading damage at the moment. That Aegis will last for just over another minute.
3 buybacks down, and be pretty good for them if Venomancer had buyback, but he had just bought a Mantis Tau before that fight. Morphling going in yet again. I'm surprised they haven't moved heroes towards the mid lane, but we do see a replicate of the Keeper of the Light headed towards that mid range.
Miracle, they got to keep that bash going. He waveforms in, as you said. That replicate is there, so he's got to get out of jail free card. Dendy completely out of mana, and Miracle did jump to the replicate. They'll jump out to him. Arstyle, purification damage on Miracle is nice, but doesn't really have a follow-up to anything there.
30 seconds left on the Aegis. Let's see if they can make anything out of it. Venomancer rejoins the fight again. There is no downtime with recall in daytime.
Abyssal, get a kill. Get a kill anywhere. They need to get a pick off to stop this OG lineup, or else this will just keep happening. Like you BT onto a controlled Mudgull and Morphling waveforms in. He's going for the range racks. They can't stop him though. It's just a quick chip, then he gets called down to the bottom lane, and they just keep going again.
The ominous sound of the Aegis expiring. Morphling does that buyback and plenty of gold. Let's see if he picks up a Eagle Song. Yes, he does.
Where's that jump? There it is. Over to Miracle. Didira using his Abyssal Blade. He needs to save that for a good time to find a kill. Even with a 35-second cooldown, OGO, they're giving opportunities here and there. Okay, well, that's one way to do it. Jump in, looks for Moon, Abyssal Blade. The Lotus Orb was able to reflect it, but Shadow Dance and Dark Pact allowed Didira to escape back out. This one, he keeps the battle going onto No Tail. The Rax, however, is being taken at the same time. But Didira, they battle up against No Tail outside of the base. Arstyle is about to drop. No Tail still never dies. The support was just too strong. We can go back to the objective-based gaming. Crit to boulder away, but it's Dendy who's lassoed up. Miracle to beat him down. Nowhere to go. You can Guardian Angel this, but I don't think even Heaven can save Na'Vi from this moment, and that is death. Snako will drop. Dendy, he won't join him. He'll TP out in time, but it's GG anyway. The racks will be taken. OG will 2-0 Na'Vi down. And on this last day, the last day of this group stage, the fate of Na'Vi is no longer in their hands. They have to wait and see if they're able to have a tiebreaker situation.
They had that one glorious opportunity where they had killed Miracle with the bash, and just not able to capitalize on that, and they were just unable to deal with Morphling at the end of the day. Too many defensive builds coming out, and I mean, I can't really blame them for that because they were dealing with like this heavy magic lineup from them, but at the end of the day, they could not kill Morph. The repelled Superman Slurk was not enough. He got separated from his team far too much, and the Diffusal Blade also made life pretty easy for OG.
Yeah, it really was. That was, it almost felt like a stroll in the park. OG just going through the motions, never really gave a good opportunity to Na'Vi, and they had everything to back them up. So OG, congratulations, 2-0 victory. Of course, there's a lot more Dota 2 game stalls to come up, another 2 rounds plus tiebreakers if we have them on their way. Malini and I will jump over to Stream 2 in just a bit to do Team Liquid versus Digital Chaos. But for now, we're going to send you over to Stream 4, where Alliance are currently battling up against EG.
Something VGR used very effectively yesterday. eHome also busted out. Now we saw the Storm recalls from the Keeper of the Light. That's something Secret likes to use a lot. And now we're going to see the Chen send back and the BOT Starfall send back. So
all right, well,
teams pulling out all the stops to push out waves and try to siege safely. And
Loda now with 4,000 gold. Let's see where they move next. Do they have any smokes on them currently? I don't believe so. They probably should have some in the shop. In fact, they don't. It's down for 2 minutes now for Alliance, so no team with smoke. So at this point in time, Alliance as well as DG, they're going to be playing cautiously as they lost that Aegis. With that Aegis gone, with that cheese gone, you have to make a decision as to what you want to accomplish. Roche is not up for another 6 minutes, and at this point, I don't know if you wait that long if you're EG, but if you go and you lose that fight, the game is over.
Buyback status. Radiant have 3. Dire have 3. They move in with Universe.
Well, Night Shadow's going to go. He's going to look for the lasso. It's, of course, Lincoln Sphere blocked in Universe. Now caught by the Dream Claw, and here comes Bulldog. PPD in trouble. Sumail trying to do as much damage as possible, but only one down. Bulldog will be next, however, as Sphere is laying in.
He has
with
the
this
buyback.
right click, the damage is absurd. They need more. There's the buyback coming out. Can they find anyone else, though, as EG will back away together?
Batrider actually only used the 4-step to break the Lincoln, so he has it for round 2 of this fight. While they
S4,
are chasing S4.
They found the lasso. They need an arrow. They need right click, and he's about to go down. But no, there's going to be the face shift at the last second now.
Angry Loda rushes in. He says, "Get away from my fairy dragon. Leave him alone." And he does save him for now.
Fear will get the kill, but he's left alone. He's got nobody else to help him out. He does have buyback. Aki going to work at this point. And look at the Aghanim Scepter. They're bringing everyone down. Everyone dying from Alliance, and Fear will finally fall. But Sumail is still here to do some work, even with the Star Storm. It's 2 dead now for Alliance as they've bought back on the puck.
Bulldog has his ultimate. He can heal up if he just gets up one right click. He can't do it. Universe kites him to death. A dieback of Bulldog. S4 also rejoining the fray with his own buyback now. A dieback as well. The Spirit Bear's dead. Quite likely burning down. Falls 2, 4 down for Alliance. EG outlasting them down the stretch.
Oh my God.
Oh, that hurts, Mott. That really hurts.
What a team fight from just everybody. That was again, we've used this term so many times, but it was a massacre from both sides. Sumail now looking to push up. Fear forced to buy back, but there's no buybacks from anybody for Alliance. The only hero coming up soon is going to be Ake as well as EGM in 20 seconds in Loda. He does have another bear, but that's going to be his last as he's refreshed. They lose the Racksmith. They're going to go for the base now. The tier 3 tower is being assaulted, and it looks like this might be a lost game for Alliance here, LD.
EG pulling this one out late, pulling it out in Alliance's comfort zone. Now the BKB from Sumail, the lasso, dragging the Spirit Bear away, and as the glyph ends, EG look to close this out. Can Loda hold it? Sumail 2 will die back, actually, down for 130.
Fear, he
not
needs
over
to
yet.
finish this. They can't do it without Fear. He's about to go down.
The
He
Frost
bought back.
Armor.
No,
The Frost
my God, they're not
Armor.
going to get
The
this.
Frost Armor.
They're not going to get this. They're all dead again.
EG, can they close it? Universe desperately scrapping, clawing, ding, 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 motherfucker. He goes down 2, and Alliance finds the triple dieback to shut down EG. Can they deathball back the other way?
There's no way. I can't believe they couldn't finish the game there. There's so much right click on everyone from EG, but it was just some immaculate play from Alliance, from Loda. They had plenty of damage. They had the Frost Armor. They had ways to control these heroes. Oh my God, I cannot believe it.
That's your MVP right there. Just a little lich with Frost Armor on buildings. Oh boy, EG, if they lose this game, someone's gonna be mad, and it might just happen now. Zai being chased out, Bulldog, they isolate him, the sendback's there, but PPD could die back. Die back number 4, PPD's down as well. Alliance moving forward. Loda wants to throw it, but he doesn't realize there's still a tier 3. It's over,
There's no way EG can defend this. They have 50 seconds before they can come back in. It's impossible. They can't do this. There's no way, Alliance. I can't believe they're about to take this game.
And you thought we didn't know how to play the late game, say Alliance. Oh, EG, they have to be kicking themselves. They underestimated Ice Armor, and it will haunt them to the bitter end. Alliance take a desperately needed game and keep their upper bracket dreams alive.
I can't believe that just happened.
I don't think anyone can believe that just happened.
Like, I've seen some games end in some ridiculous ways. Like base races, that's old news. To go with most of all of your heroes, including your 2 main right clickers, and you can't finish off the Ancient because of a Lich and a lone Druid with... that's it. They just couldn't finish it off.
Savage Roar coming through in the clutch.
The Ice Armor too. I cannot believe it.
We saw the Bulldog not playing Lone Druid, and, you know, early on Loda, he struggled a little bit here, Travis, but ends the game 8-1 and 17. Alliance showing that they have 2 great Lone Druid players on this team, that they can go late with Lone Druid and pull it out, and I imagine EG have to be very frustrated. They'll have to calm themselves down. It's a 2-game series. They're already guaranteed upper bracket, but they're still fighting to try and be in that top position in the group.
I mean, EG have to be frustrated. Alliance are feeling so good. They were about to lose one game against EG, and they need every win they can get right now, and they get it in the clutch. So with that, we will take a break. We'll collect ourselves after that intense hour-long 7-minute game, and we'll take a quick break. But with that, we will throw it back to the desk and see you guys soon.
Whoa. I think my heart's still racing after that, and kind of out of breath as well. What an amazing game. Game 1. EG versus Alliance. EG on the verge of taking the ancient down, and then Alliance come roaring back. And my goodness, when you see the groups in a minute, you'll know why. That was such a massive game for Alliance to win. We're back with our panel right now, and it's been a morning and a little bit of afternoon of intense action all the way around. We'll start with Wings and Na'Vi this morning, because Na'Vi really threw themselves a lifeline cap by winning both games against Wings.
Yes, they certainly did. We talked about it on the panel.
Charlie,
we were a little wrong about that.
Charlie talked about it
faded, I
badly.
believe. Is that the exact words that Charlie used?
Hey, we all said the same. We all said the
we
same.
all said
thing.
Wings.
We all said the same thing.
And we also agreed that
Paul's prediction was not based in any sort of reality. He told me later it was faith. Faith. Bullshit.
You have to have Na'Vi faith.
Don't
you
you know
faith
that
in the yellow?
Faith is on Wings, dude. Come on.
Oh,
my faith is in
did you
Alliance.
really just do a dad joke?
Always in Alliance. You know they're going to come out with something.
Yeah.
They've got that ability to. They played so many games at that point, and that ultra late game that they just seem to
Not
have
like
a knack
that,
for doing
though.
it. Dude, they do that kind of thing for breakfast.
That was ridiculous.
Breakfast, lunch, and
That was
dinner is
crazy
just
stuff.
last ditch. That's what they do.
Listen,
that was
Well, it
crazy.
looks like they weren't eating for the last 2 years then.
Shut up, Charlie.
Paul, this is a synopsis of
Yes.
that last game that
Yeah.
we watched.
Yeah.
Alliance versus EG.
Yeah.
This is the game right here.
Right.
Oh, hey, the game's mine. I'll just give it back.
Oh, it's mine again. Wow. All right.
They took 20 minutes cooking that up, by the way. They were rehearsing the cushion toss. They were getting it just
I
right.
literally
Wait
came
a
up
second.
with it 5 seconds before we
Ted,
went
I
live.
think they were
Not
actually
true.
talking about that on Sunday. They might
Yeah,
get an
no, they were
opportunity to
literally,
do
they were
something
like,
that, yeah.
emailing back
Hey,
and
come
forth.
on. Me and
All
Cap
right.
need all the help we can get.
All right, okay. Let's take a look at the groups then. Groups A and B. We've had lots of games already from Group A. There are a couple more to come, of course. EG and Alliance still have one more game to play, which will continue on Stream 4. But this is what it looks like right now in Group A. OG are confirmed in the upper bracket. They have 11 wins from their 14 games. They are done. They're finished. EG have 9 and 4 now at the top, but they're also safe as well. Wings, 8 and 6. Not safe just yet, because Alliance, of course, have taken one game already. They now have 7, Alliance. Na'Vi have ended on 6 and 8. Now, that means that Alliance game also means that Na'Vi are not in the top half of the bracket. That confirms that. So that's how big that Alliance game was. It also doesn't confirm that Alliance can get in there, because TNC are playing Escape, and I can tell you they're 1-0 up right now. If they win their second game and Alliance lose the second game against EG, then we will have our tiebreaker, and it will be between TNC and Alliance.
You know what that came down to, Paul? The conversation that none of you wanted to have, which was that Escape could take a game off of Alliance, which they did.
What does it mean none of us wanted to have? We threw you the bone and let you
Well,
talk
but
about
hold
it.
on, 'cause
Sure.
I think we actually
Everyone's
said...
like, can Alliance beat EG? Can TNC beat OG? Don't
Yeah.
underestimate Escape.
No.
They
that's-
can take
that's
a game
true.
occasionally.
All right, I'll give you that much.
Once a day.
But we also just dismissed the fact that Na'Vi would be anywhere near there, and actually they gave it a good shot. They're now confirmed that they will be in the lower bracket, but they could at least finish 5th, which would mean they get a choice
Yeah,
of who
where's
they
your
play.
faith right now?
I probably need to
Still
go back
got
to
it.
church and do confession or something. I don't know. I don't know how that works.
Na'Vi Church. You kneel to Dendy.
That Alliance Escape game, the series, the first game, was super, super close. Like
Yeah.
that was their first game of the day. Alliance's game was like another proper long late game,
Yep.
grindy game.
76 minutes.
Yeah, and I thought, man, if you've got to start the day with one of those, how are you going to carry on? They just delivered in another game like that. The good stamina. What a team.
Yeah, imagine if you lost 2 70-minute
Yeah,
games
you'd
in
just
the
be like,
clutch in this group
kill
stage. You'd be
me.
like,
Yeah.
oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. It also confirms that LGD will be playing in the lower bracket as well. That's a little bit of a surprise, Cap, isn't it? I know they've had a replacement in here, but still, I think most people would have had them in their top 6, wouldn't they?
We had high hopes for them in the beginning after day one. we thought, okay, maybe, Banana, TI player.
Yeah, decent
Good
player.
enough as a replacement,
Yeah.
but at the same time, doesn't seem to be quite enough. We'll have to see how I'm actually really interested in moving forward how the other replacement, right, VGR.
Yeah.
Nodo stepped up his game yesterday, so it's kind of interesting for me how that kind of flip-flop, right? Where VGR after day 1, oh god, they're so bad. And then day 2 they stepped up. LGD, it seems to be the opposite. They started strong,
Fallen
now
off.
ending, unfortunately, not so strong.
Yeah, definitely fallen off. And obviously Escape will be in the lower bracket as well. Looks like they're going to be...
Yeah.
Well, they're guaranteed now to finish bottom of Group A. They have just the 2 points, of course. So, but weirdly, TNC, who are currently sitting there in 7th, and 1-0 up against Escape, only need one more game. But they then need Alliance to lose to EG in the final game. This is going right down to the wire.
Yeah, yeah, it's great.
Right,
it's what you want from a group stage. You don't want it to be decided super early. So
yeah, you can see it on your screen now. It's going to be really close, really, really close. Alliance currently have 7. TNC currently have 6. TNC win their final game against DSC, and I understand that they're in that final game right now. And Alliance have to lose. But if Alliance win the last game against DG, it doesn't matter what TNC do. And then Alliance are guaranteed top 4. Would be a great performance cap in that group.
Yeah, I think both Alliance and TNC did surprise me about how they were able to take games against certain teams. Like, for example, just there, Alliance managing to take a game off of EG. I think that I had low expectations of both of those teams. I'm not sure. Charlie, do you think that the group stage benefits either one of those teams? I would say it probably benefits TNC a bit.
I think the group stage benefits probably lower tier teams because, well, first of all, it's the first time a lot of these teams are seeing each other, so you can bring in a lot of strategies that other teams haven't seen and you're not prepared for, you're not thinking about, and at the same time, a lot of the stronger teams benefit more in a best-of-3 series where you can learn from that first loss or, get a feel of how the other team is playing and then pull out the win with that last third series. So, yeah, I think it benefits them, but, Jimmy's fate is in the hands of evil geniuses.
Indeed
it's
it
not
is.
an unfamiliar story for him.
No, quite. Yeah, it's been there before. Let's talk a little bit about Group B. You guys are going to be disappearing this afternoon, but you'll be hanging around, no doubt. I'm sure, Cap, you're going to be doing a couple of the games as well.
Yes, MVP versus Fnatic.
Indeed. Great
be a
great
fun
game.
one.
Yeah, a lot of fun. Always fun when those two go head-to-head. But looking at the groups as it is, domination from eHome in that group that we probably didn't necessarily expect. Perhaps the biggest surprise, though, is DC, isn't it?
Yes, especially given the fact that I casted one of their earlier games where they started off really strong, right? They went 3-1, I believe, after day 1. Part of the reason was MVP Phoenix did lose a game that I think Blitz and I very thoroughly agreed should not have lost.
It's now a record at TI. They lost by being 17 kills ahead in that game, MVP.
Oh, yeah. That was, I didn't actually realize this.
They were 17 kills ahead and still lost. They were higher net worth, still lost. That's a record at TI. It's never been that much. I think it was 2014, and Na'Vi lost a game where they were 14 kills up. So blew all the records away, which is, when you see that kind of, scoreboard never always tells the story, obviously, of the game. But when you see it that far apart, you're like, that game's done.
Yeah.
And then you glance over and you're like, wait, they're getting creamed.
Yeah, so in that regard, I was like, okay, DC still didn't look like a better team than MVP Phoenix. And I thought, okay, good start for them, but I thought they would fall flat day 2, day 3. And
harder games to come.
Yeah, but they still managed to do it.
Yeah, well, while DC, the record does look good, I want to say that part of the reason is not just because they've done well, but the other teams that we've expected in Group B to be strong have underperformed a fair amount. Secret looking like they have, Newbie, Liquid as well, not performing up to standards.
Do you not think that comes back to what we're talking about on day 1, though, where DC matched up pretty good against a lot of the teams in there? Just in direct matchup, not necessarily, overall or in an elite
I think they've drafted really well.
They have, haven't they?
Something that AUI 2000 actually said earlier was that DC's drafts look really pretty. They're really easy to execute and play, and I think that they've done that. They haven't made any super glaring mistakes. And generally, Weehaw has also stepped up his game a lot. He's made really, really good individual plays.
Talking of Wee and ladder players in general, we have to talk about him. We haven't really talked much about the Miracle Man.
I mean, he's just doing his thing.
Do you think he's just miracle things, just
plodding along, doing his thing? Because
he's never plodding along.
It doesn't.
He's the guy who he spots an opening that's this big, and he jumps in and takes it. He gets things out from under the noses of other players. He always seems to be able to spot that opportunity to just push it and get away with stuff. All right, sometimes it doesn't work out, but I love watching him play.
Yeah, did you get a chance to watch the OD that he played earlier?
I did, yeah. He just sort of saved the hammer just for the right moment. But the thing is, they know he's going to drop it at some point, so it's like he understands the threat of it is enough. Yeah, it was great. He's a fantastic player to watch.
And the Morphling as well, Cap.
I didn't actually see that one.
You didn't see that? That was the last game, yeah.
He was busy planning out that throw segment.
Yeah.
Of course he was, Charlie.
Rehearsals.
Yeah, absolutely. While we're on the subject of OG, let's check in with Sir Action Slacks, because I believe he has found another member of the OG family.
Hey guys, here with the manager of OG, Ebony. How's it going?
It's going great.
It's going great. We're used to this, right? I interview you all the time. We even have our own handshake, right? Let's do it. No.
We had to pound.
One more time. Here we go. Here. Oh, you see? Casual interview skills. She's great. Don't worry about it. All right, so standard interview for you. How's the team feeling? You guys have been on top of the world lately, dominating every big tournament that you go to, and now you're here. Does confidence play a big part of this? How's the team? How are you guys doing?
Confidence does play a huge part, I think. But we're always the confidence comes from preparation, and we're always prepared. We take a lot of time doing different things like just scrims, which is normal, and a lot of prep time. We have a coach.
Name drop him, come on. She doesn't remember.
I call him Seb, so I don't usually
It's effing Mad, I believe. Fun Time Mad, I think is his name,
Fun
right?
Time, that's right. And he does a lot of work. He does a lot of prep work for us, so we take a lot of time to do that too.
Okay, cool. Any other kind of stuff that you guys have been doing for prep besides the coach and all that scrimming and stuff? You guys go out, have some fun, do anything relaxing, massages or anything?
Well, we had a boot camp, and it was a really great place. It was a big house in suburban Montreal, and we had a pool, so we had a lot of time to kick back and just enjoy each other.
Right, because that's important, right? Relaxation, yeah. Okay, good. So more importantly, I found out recently you cook for the team, right? And you get them food. Well, what do you cook? What's your style?
Well, most of them have like a Western, they're used to Western cuisine, so I had to adjust my cooking. I normally cook Asian food, but a lot of mostly healthy things. I don't put a lot of cheese or oil or butter or any of that.
That's why they play so good, man. The healthy diet. It's all the food. So, last question for you then. If you had to describe each one of the team as a food, what would they be, metaphorically? Like, what would Fly be if he was any kind of dish?
He likes probably plain chicken and rice. Yeah.
That makes sense. Like, he's ripped.
He's
so,
just
I mean,
very just plain.
Right.
Yeah.
What about No Tail?
Nuts. Lots of nuts. All different sizes, colors, and shapes, and nuts.
Yeah, great. A big fan of nuts. That's good. All right, cool. Well, I hope that they go nuts in this qualifier group stage here that we have, and we'll be seeing a lot more from OG, right? All right, great. Now, well, back to you guys.
There's Ebony there from OG with Sir Action Slacks, just catching up with OG. We'll finish off on OG, actually, before we move on to Group B and start talking about the matches of this afternoon. How do you assess their form in the group stages? It's come a long way since Frankfurt last year, where they struggled and ended up in the bottom of the bracket. Been much more consistent this year.
Yeah, certainly. I think they look just pretty solid. Again, like when I started off the group stage, I didn't imagine that the top team going into this tournament would actually end up on top of the group stage, just because a lot of teams are going to be studying you. They know your play style. But they look very solid, right? If you want to compare them to Liquid, for example, Liquid are not top of their group by any means.
That's true.
Liquid look a lot shakier, right? I think OG in their performance in team fights, their execution, I think that their losses are a little bit more understandable. I think Liquid have made some serious errors. I think that there's a big correlation between.
I mean, I would say that in the very beginning of the group stage, OG did look a little shaky, especially with that loss against LGD, the first game of the game. They should not have lost that game.
Yeah.
And I think they'll take it in stride, but at the time, they probably felt real bad about it.
Yeah. They built up steam, you could say, at the very least.
Yeah, definitely. Are they still the favourites for the tournament, Ted?
For the whole tournament?
Yeah.
I think if you look at the group stages, it hasn't been like one team has just stomped it apart from eHome appear to have done that in their group, but I mean, I love OG. I think they're a great team, and they always seem to be able to pull something out of the bag. And if they've won 2 majors, I mean, they're a big deal. So they should be the favorites. But there's some pretty damn good teams out there playing well at the moment. So I think OG maybe just about, but I definitely wouldn't want to go and stick all my money on one team.
Okay, well, OG are safely through into the upper bracket, and they'll presumably get a choice of who they play as well, unless EG can win the final game against Alliance, and then maybe things will be a little bit different, but we'll find out how Group A finishes off. The TNC match and Alliance match are both still on the other streams. Alliance is still on stream 4 if you want to carry on watching those and find out whether we end up in a playoff situation or whether Alliance can snatch it at the last by winning the final game against EG and claim a top 4 place. Just a clarification for you. Top 4 goes to the upper bracket in the main event. The bottom 4 do not go home. They are not eliminated, but they do have to go into the best of 1 lower bracket at the main event. And trust me, these teams do not want to be down there. We're going to move on now, and we're going to move on to Group B's matches. So let's take a look at the next 4 games that we've got coming up on our 4 streams. Over here on stream number 1, we'll have Newbie versus Secret. Another big game for Newbie. They're not quite there yet. They have to win a couple of matches today at least. Ideally, they can pick 3 or 4 points up. Secret, likewise, are also in a bit of a mess at the bottom of that group right now with just 3 points to their name. On stream 2, you can follow Liquid. Also, not guaranteed just yet, and DC just need 1 more point from 4 today to make it absolutely certain that they can go through to the upper bracket. They're almost there. 4 points clear of the teams that can catch them. MVP will be on stream 3 as they go head-to-head with their neighbours Fnatic from SEA. That's proving to be an absolute barn burner of a game because those two often have fantastic matchups. Not always to the benefit of MVP. So maybe, just maybe, that drags Fnatic back into it from the outside. And finally, we'll have eHome versus VGR. That'll be on stream 4. eHome with an almost perfect record. VGR coming back very strongly yesterday. It'll be interesting to see whether they can break through. There are 5 teams currently in with a shot of finishing in 4th place in Group B. It's going to be a lot of fun in that group this afternoon. A lot of fun. I mean, which way does it go, Cap? Because there's so many permutations. It's not quite as simple as we discussed this morning in Group A, where it's sort of 2, maybe 3 teams can get it. This has got 5 or even 6 teams if Fnatic can step up early.
This is the day to show up. This is the day where Liquid, Newbie, you didn't have great days in the beginning. This is where you need to be like, hey, we are a premier team. Let's get our shit together. Let's get our drafts together, and keep our standing in the group. And this is also the opportunity for DC to say, hey, we do belong here as well.
Okay. So the top 4 teams going into this tournament, right, need to slap down the upcomers. Newbie obviously shutting down Secret. That's already kind of halfway there. And then you need to be able to have Liquid shutting down Digital Chaos. Then I think MVP Phoenix versus Fnatic. MVP Phoenix always shows up to lands. Fnatic have already had a kind of poor performance. They at least got themselves some points on the board.
MVP.
But they always beat MVP. But most of those times, those are online.
Yes.
That is a big differentiation. Not only does the MVP Phoenix usually have to deal with online matches, which they're usually not as good at, but they also really turn up their skill when it comes to LAN and perform much better. So in my opinion, I'm looking towards Liquid and MVP to be the teams that eke through.
If you're not a full-time Dota fan and you're just tuning in and you're thinking, I don't know which game to watch, which one would you pick out of the 4? Because I'd pick MVP.
You're asking the guy who's casting one of those games, Paul. Come on.
All right,
it's got to be MVP Phoenix versus Fnatic.
Let's ask Ted.
I would want to watch
Phoenix.
Liquid DC.
Why?
Because I love watching Liquid play. I love watching like Jerax and Matumba Manasa. I just think they're so good to watch. And they desperately need to like really get a good 2-0 here and kick on. I think Phoenix are a fantastic team to watch, so I would also say that one. But my boys Liquid. Good job. Watch Liquid.
All right.
No, I'm picking Newbie versus Secret. Secret, a very hype team. Look, they just spent, I would say, maybe at least 30 minutes outside. Like we all saw them. They had this giant meeting outside there. Puppy's like spreading his knowledge to the rest of the team. And, they're taking it really seriously. I expect them to take a good, hard look at what the meta is right now and how they're playing and try to adapt to that. So I'm excited to see what Secret brings to the table. I'm also excited to see how Newbie steps up their game.
All right. Well, I'm going to go for MVP Fnatic, obviously. I said it earlier on, which I think means that we are like the perfectly balanced panel. We're as balanced as the game is right now.
No one picked
Yeah, well, yeah, all right, fine. You ruined the balance, Ted.
I didn't ruin the balance. You ruined the balance. You
now
had a
he's very
chance.
upset with you. You ruined the balance on the panel.
Oh, I don't care.
Ted.
Yeah, all right, cool.
It's all Ted's fault. We're going to blame Ted.
Yeah.
Thank you very much to all three of you. We are going to head over to Stream 3 right now because TNC are on the verge of being able to claim another point against Escape Gaming. If they can do it and Alliance drop against EG, TNC will make a playoff match for the upper part of the main event. It's an incredible story. Let's head back to Stream 3.
Needs more mana, though, to work with. Has a bottle on the side. Cinderin steps in. They get the silence, but he's able to blink him back out. Koikfa hiding within the trees. They get him with a magic missile. Can they burn him down? Yes, they can. Triple kill for Cuckoo on the Timber Saw.
Beautiful play right there. Nice stuff. They're chasing after Cinderin as well. Can they catch him?
Can we get an Ultra? He's going to look to burst it through. He's going to get an Ultra now.
And meanwhile, Terrorblade unstopped here as Tinker is dead. He buybacks, but it's too late. The melee Rex is gone.
Already get what they want. Back right out. TNC, they want to get that win. They're looking to move on forward. Elder tied in a bit of trouble. Going to get Yules up now. Going to get shut down from Raven. Raven backs on out and goes right back for what's important. That's going to be for the Tier 3. Koikfa beginning to lay out the march, trying his best to force him back away. The rockets begin to fly. The missiles shoot out. Aaron with a toss back, but there's going to be the Sunder, and there's going to be Kezu dropping the gem, hitting the deck, and that's going to be snagged up right there. Beautiful grab from EU, and TNC continue their assault. They're in the high ground. Tier 3's down, and another Rex are going to be in jeopardy.
That was perfect. They have everything they need right now. Just need to bring down this melee Rex.
Era with the burst power, still not good enough. Cuckoo, the machine, shrugs off all this damage and continues to make his own move. The time dilation will be a bit of a trouble for him, though, but look how much muscle power it takes. Finally, he's going to be going down, but it's only because of the suicide. While back at mid lane, Raven still at work, and they will be able to get the melee Rex. That's 2 melee Rex going down in 2 different lanes.
And Kesu so close to dying, but he gets the time walk off. He has Chrono.
Chronos catches 3, goes for the back. Beautiful laser setup from Koikfa. Beautiful 2-man stun as they clear up the rest of TNC, making them pay for what they had done.
They get the gem back, and they're now in pursuit, but this is one fast Timbersaw. Travels Yules, he's gonna run away. But that was very costly, losing 2 melee Rex. That was at the back of a big mistake, though, getting caught out there. First getting caught out with the Era, then Koikwa happens to die for it, and Cinderin also getting caught out. Just a lot of people dying in a row, kind of a chain feed. But good play by TNC.
Yeah, at the end there, Escape do get a lot of kills, and they get a huge swing.
Oh, they're really happy.
At 6K gold, that's fine.
You gotta be really happy.
Tinker picks up. How much money did Tinker get there?
No, he got a lot of money for the kills, but he bought back as well. So it's kind of going both ways. He didn't have the negative buyback effect when he killed the heroes, though. So he paid a price, then he got money back.
Still, though, I imagine Escape feel like they are still in this one. They know that this is not going to be enough to keep them down. They have plenty of outspam for these waves.
For sure. They just ran out of gas on the Tinker, and he's going for a Bloodstone now, so maybe next fight, if he doesn't get out of mana, that would be really, you saw the amount of damage that he can deal when he has the mana to keep spamming, so we'll see if he can keep doing that.
Yep.
With that Bloodstone coming in. TNC, though, showing a lot of potential in these team fights when they get the picks.
Yeah, when the picks come in, then you can see, like, they go from 0 to 100 once they get near that base. It's like they got an advantage, they go right for what counts.
And this Terrorblade, I mean, he's just saying, okay, you nuke pretty hard, Tinker, I'll give you that, but I'll build into a heart. Let's get some more HP on these solutions.
Man.
But he won't be able to hit as long as the laser is down, so as long as Tinker has the mana, it doesn't matter what HP you have. It's an interesting matchup.
It really is.
Aghanims is complete for Tiny now. Won't have buyback, though, after buying that. Actually, he had no, he had it on cooldown bottom. Ooh,
they're shifting all the way over. Cuckoo's here along with Demon. Demon's the one that's going to be the focus. He gets quickly tossed up and down, but he's still going to be fine and well. Glimmer on himself. Kezu gets off a nice 2-man chrono with a follow-up from Cinder, and they look to get the burst here on the EU. Is it going to be enough? can't quite get it yet. She's still fine. Backs up and away. Well, Kezu's going to be the one that's going to be brought down. Era and company look to go on a retreat because Cuckoo is now godlike as he begins to make his chase. TNC still showing that they are in firm control of this one.
Era tried to go in,
back. Oh, Era tried to sneak in for a creepy play, but he ends up getting spotted out and taken down.
He had so much weave stacks on him. He took 500 damage from one hit of Terrorblade. He doesn't even have 500 damage, so he was down to plenty of negative armor. It's all that impact from Demon's Weave.
They tried to go to snipe him out, but these supports are not easy to bring down anymore.
Yeah, TNC just coming off with a little bit better team fighting. The way they play, they really save everyone that they can, swapping each other out, Yule sceptering and graving each other. It's just very much, it's like we said before, a very tenacious team. They hold on. They don't want to die.
And with this, they have an Aegis now. They could head to the escape territory here.
Oh yeah.
Go for the third melee racks, leaving all range still standing.
That was also escape fighting with Era buying out the entire Aghanims, but not having time to deliver it. So he didn't have it in that fight. That's really sad for him.
He's still out for 25 seconds. No buyback for him here.
Yep.
TNC, they weave up and they begin their move. And it's going to be Cuckoo who tries to keep everyone busy in those back lines here. Him and Sam could do it while the Terrorblade goes to work. Escape need to find a way to drop that gap and get in there. Glyph not going to be committed yet, but the Raxes are going to be exposed now. And there goes the move from Sam. Jumps in, gets the call. Kezu's still waiting, has the chrono in his pocket, but he's not going to get to use it. Kezu's taken out over a minute. No buyback, no chrono for you, sir. And here comes TNC looking to get the win and looking to secure their spot in the upper bracket if possible. But Timbersaw does end up going down. But here's Raven still going to work. He gets that third melee racks and begins to go for the range.
Yeah, he's fighting for it. He wants the megas. Of course, all the range racks needs to go down.
Lasers begin to fly out from Koikfa, but for the most part, Escape funneled back towards their fountain, trying to stay alive. Era goes back in. They get a nice two-man connection with the stun. The burst flies up from Koikfa, and they will be able to get the finish, taking out the Venge. That's Sam coming back from the dead after he pops his Aegis here.
Terrorblade just doing work on these buildings, though.
Yep. Going for what gets the game won after all. Era though, oh, that big hit coming out and he's gonna be going down. Terrorblade is a monster as he takes down Cinder and a double kill for him. He clears out the ranged racks. The Megas are unleashed and they have done it. That's gonna be the game. TNC will secure 7 points for themselves and a much better position to work towards the upper bracket for Escape. Obviously still at the bottom.
10 seconds remaining.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Secret versus Newbie. They are back, Team Secret, after a bit of a not too great day yesterday. But they're here. They're up against Newbie. These guys pretty good at the old Dota 2. We're going to see how this goes down with a 2-game series. Secret, of course, desperate for some wins today, but Newbie, not a team that's going to allow them to have an easy one. Straight up, you know, Newbie, they've done their research. Secret, they were able to win when they had a Huskar. Not all the time, but, you know, it was there prevalent in all of the times they won this this group stage at TI6. So they're not going to let them have it. Newbie realized that that may be a strong point of Secret. Take it away. In response, Team Secret removing the IO. Andy, what are you expecting from this series?
I mean, obviously, I'm expecting Secret to come in today motivated more than ever just to try to get some wins on the board. I mean, at this stage, you know, you're not necessarily saying for sure that you can still get top 4, but there are a lot of teams who are really close together in terms of standings here in Group B. And this is the first Group B game of the day. Newbie right now sitting at 5-5. Secret are 3-7. So if, for whatever reason, Newbie get 2-0'd right here by Secret, then Secret are pretty much right back in it.
They really are.
It's just by virtue of the rest of the group standings.
That's the thing. People are going to remember, because there are so many games in these group stages. It's, yes, you have lost, 6 yesterday in a row, but you know, that isn't the majority of the games you're playing, and there is still a chance, as you said, to climb back up, especially when you look at the overall pitch and how close the groups are and how crazy they've been, how many upsets we've had, how many incredible matches of Dota we've had as well. There we go, back to the draft. Newbie now with their second ban. Taking a bit of time here. I want to go straight in and are eating into the reserve time.
I mean, we've just seen so many different play styles so far in the group stages that it's really hard to put a finger on what each individual team is prioritizing the most in regards to who they're playing against. But we know for a fact that Team Secret had a really good run with Huskar, so for obvious reasons, Newbie want to take that out. Just don't give him the hero that they've had the best performance with. That's probably one of the safest ways to go about it up until this point.
Yeah, this is obviously going to be a series as well today that a lot of people have their eyes on. Yesterday, We can see the man himself there, Envy. He didn't have too great of a time. There were certainly, you know, times where he just didn't look at his best, because we've seen Envy at his finest, and yesterday just wasn't his day. So a lot of eyes on him to see if he's able to step up to the mark and raise his performance back up to where we have seen it be in the past historically. And a Team Secret can really bring it all together in this group stage when it counts the most. Second
I mean, they clearly have the players.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it has to do with the strategy, and maybe the drafting was a little bit off, but today, you know, it's a new day. You sit down, you're like, all right, we're not going to make the same mistakes we did in the previous matches. Newbie or no pushover, though. And I mean, going into it, you know, before the TI group stages started, I always looked at Newbie, Liquid, OG, Wings, these other teams as, you know, top contenders. So I don't think that Secret are going to be given anything too easy here to get their games back on track. But looking at the first pick, it's probably one of the longer ban and first pick phases that we've seen so far in regards to what heroes they want to play. And we're going to see a little bit of a blast from the past. As I think right now it's been like 99 heroes banned and 98 heroes picked.
It seems to be going
gone up because Omni Knight was picked by Na'Vi in the last series.
We had, what, Outworld Devourer as well today.
Yep, OG
everything,
that. Yep.
Everything has been coming out, and absolutely remarkable as well. I'll be interested to see how many people actually are able to predict that, of course, correct in the compendiums, as we are really in the upper bracket of selection. Secret now with their first pick. We'll see what they decide to open up with against the ST from Newbie. Let's see what kind of 1-2 they want to bring in today. And as I said, just referring to the performances yesterday, I'm going to be very interested to see what Puppy does put Envy and also Arteezy on in terms of cores, because it just wasn't coming together yesterday, and it feels like something new might have been tried. They need to kind of go back to the drawing board, look at what the strengths of these players are, and make sure that they're on the heroes that they're incredibly comfortable with.
I really liked the Morphling from Secret yesterday. I know that Artor played it. Granted, they didn't win the game, but I feel like it's something that fits very firmly into what Secret like to do. At some stages in the game, you know, you get to that late 45+ minutes and you can split up the map. You have this hero who's very difficult to kill, can get solo picks. It allows him to pretty much dictate the tempo of the game past like the 30-minute mark. Of course, we're not going to see that until a bit later because it is a core hero, but just something that I personally would like to see them running again. But this is a Team Secret special here. They're going to pick themselves up the Elder Titan. It's something that we've seen them run time and time again. The question is, do they want to go for the Void? I mean, Batrider's obviously taken out of the pool, so you don't necessarily have to worry about picking up your Oracle really early to make sure that you have some kind of counter towards that. But there's still a multitude of heroes you can partner this with.
Absolutely. It's a Puppy favorite and a hero as well that we saw yesterday in Secret Series, where they were able to hold on in a game where they're about a 35,000 net worth behind. They were able to lengthen it and keep fighting, all because of the Elder Titan, because of that aura, because of the way that you can hold the high ground and allow you to fight into an advance from the enemy. It really is one of those heroes that can just do so much even when you're that far behind. And they'll pick up, of course, the Mirana as well in tandem. A combination that a lot of teams aren't letting, you know, opponents getting hold of, because, you know, you look at the ET, as we said, we're talking about the aura. A perfect hero to combine that with is the Mirana, of course. Getting that Aghanims, getting that double Starstorm, it's an insane amount of damage with the Spirit on top of a hero.
And not to mention, Elder Titan's a natural Veil carrier, so you're amplifying that magical damage even more to some point if and when you get that farm, which I assume we're probably going to see. Because I think, even though Secret lost a lot of games, most of them at least went past 30 minutes. So you can say that Elder Titan is going to have this really, really strong influence during the time where Roshan starts to become more prevalent in the game, and you kind of need that Aegis to go high ground. That's when you're really looking at your Elder Titan to try to shine. So now Newbie, balls in their court. Do they want to go for just picking their secondary support now? I mean, we've seen a lot of Ogre during this tournament. It's often been in response to that Elder Titan, but we will see the Timber. I like Timber, obviously good against Elder Titan. The reactive armor is bonus armor, not affected by natural order in any way. The only thing about picking Timber into these types of heroes is that you typically want to go like Bloodstone and then into Hood. And we saw that build multiple times yesterday in the group stage, because you need some kind of protection against just the insane amount of burst that teams are picking in regards to magical DPS that doesn't also cost a fortune, because you don't really want to just buy BKB after Bloodstone. But yeah, well, I'm looking to see the Timber build, and hopefully he can get himself tanky and good to go for this match. But so far, both openings very strong. Secret probably a little bit more ambiguous in what they can do with their heroes, with the Elder Titan and the Mirana. Whereas Newbie, you know they're looking for some other hero to partner with that Shadow Demon, and as I just say that, they take out the Luna, which it does make all the sense in the world. Secret do have first pick out of the second ban phase, so if they want to leave themselves something else, Elder Titan Morph is a really strong combination, because you expect the other team probably doesn't pick Morphling because you have Elder Titan, And it also leaves it open for you a little bit later. And as I mentioned before, I do like that hero a lot when Secret run it.
Is there any reason for Newbie then in that sense to ban out the Morphling from RTZ?
I mean, you can definitely do it. It just depends on what your priorities are. Because you see Elder Titan Mirana, I mean, yeah, you assume that it's going to be support Elder Titan, and you probably assume at this point, you know, Artor has been playing a lot of Mirana for the team. So that's probably also running through the heads, you know, is it actually going to be a mid hero? Is it only going to be the Artor that's playing it, or are they actually going to put it on a support, which I kind of doubt. I don't think Secret are that team right now.
I mean, we saw Envy Mirana yesterday, of course.
Yeah, we did. We saw, but more often than not, it is RTZ who plays it, so we'll see. Alchemist ban is definitely a good thing, though. That hero is... Whew, that's like a Huskar tier hero to me right now. If you get it in the second phase and they don't have the right heroes to cope with the farming capabilities, or they can't pressure the lane, it's almost like, not necessarily an auto win, but it does give you a huge leg up.
And it's very good as well for a team like Secret, especially with the ET, because this is a team that teams have the tendency to find themselves in games that are going on and go to the later stage. If you've got an ET and an Alchemist holding the base, there's always going to be the chance for you to get back ahead and fight back incredibly hard. Team Secret in response will take away the Naga from Newbie, make sure they themselves don't have that late game potential. And that stalling Parasan, absolutely. The Morphling that we talked about, Newbie, not going to let Secret slip that one through. As we saw yesterday, you know, RTZ and Envy obviously can both perform very well on it. RTZ yesterday had some games where he was able to just keep an insane amount of pressure on with the split push. And again, just making it incredibly hard for the opponents to close down the game.
And now the question is, what direction does Secret want to go for Artor's hero? Because I'm actually... With the Morphling ban, clearly Newbie are feeling that this is more likely a mid-Mirana, and yeah, okay, it will be the Void. We talked about that pairing as well when they opened up with the Elder Titan. I do think that this is probably one of the stronger teamfight compositions you can put together right now that don't also give you extremely weak lanes. So Mirana's alright in lane, maybe not the highest base damage, but can hold her own. Faceless Void actually has ridiculously good stats, and also it's very hard to ever force him out. I think it's a decent matchup against both of the heroes that Newbie have right now. And as long as you have some damage that you can throw inside of the Chrono, you're pretty much good to go. So now Secret with the Elder Titan and the Mirana already, they don't have to necessarily focus on that aspect of the hero so much and can maybe prepare themselves for maybe a bit of a stronger laning phase as Newbie do pick up the Nyx.
Yeah, I mean, the Nyx Assassin, that certainly seems to be a hero that we are seeing more and more of this this TI6 group stage. And reasons why, Andy?
I think he's one of the heroes where if you get a decent lane and you get like early 7, early arcanes, you apply an insane amount of pressure. And most of the time nowadays, I feel at least in the TI group stage, the laning phase, you know, it's very rare that you see somebody get crushed. You know what I mean? Like somebody's just not getting anything. And that was the biggest problem that Nyx had because he didn't really have as many places to go in the previous patches. And you couldn't really get away with running him because you would just, like first off, Iron Talon didn't exist. Not that we see it so much, but you know, he just has more choices nowadays. And he's still a great mid-game hero, still a great late-game hero. It's just getting through the first, you know, 10 minutes or 15 minutes is what he always struggled with. But Newbie, they're going for, we've seen this hero a few times. I want to say this is at least the third time I've personally seen it picked so far. Very good in lane. Again, it's all about pressure, following heroes around. You kind of act like an ogre to some degree. You just walk around and you just hit people with your zombie hands and just force some kind of reaction out of Secret up until this point. But I'm kind of curious how they're going to lane it right now because I'm feeling like it's most likely going to be mid-timber and then Nyx is going to be played by KP. And if that's the case, I'm wondering what their core is going to be right now for Newbie. What is their answer to the Razor Faceless Void?
Yeah, what are they going to pick maybe to utilize, obviously, the Shadow Demon's disruptions? Anything that's going to be able to benefit from the pushing power of the illusions?
I mean, honestly, Luna and Dro are the top tier
They're the ones you first think about, yeah.
And then Terrorblade's also okay, but the problem with the Elder Titan response from Team Secret is, like, Natural Order is unbelievably good against all the illusion heroes that you would want to pick, right? So they take out the Weaver, which is a house special for sure. Newbie have played that in the past. Heck, they played at lower bracket TI5 and he won. Or, no, sorry, that was Luna. But they do play a lot of Weaver. So a very, very good ban there. And to be honest, they do have some lockdown for it, but only really one reliable spell, and that would have been Chrono. Otherwise, just too annoying, really strong laning hero. Good mobility during the mid-late game.
Oh, Slardar ban, and indeed, this final pick for Newbie.
Is it actually going to be support Mirana? It's looking like it is right now.
At least, yeah, Newbie
because they're banning Slardar, so they're
yeah.
thinking that it's actually going to be a support.
Okay. Well, Newbie now. They need the carry. They need Hao's hero. I mean, I'm thinking about you. One of the heroes that we haven't seen that I do love Hao on is the gyrocopter, but I feel that we're not at a point yet where we're going to be able to see the delights of a gyro again.
He's definitely the hero that it's really good fighting potential. That's the one thing that you can look to.
We all remember the age.
I mean, they could always
barrages.
safe lane Timber and pick like something to go mid. Yeah, okay. So Juggernaut and Timbersaw are fairly interchangeable in this game.
Yeah.
Probably both heroes just flat out lose to Razor, like no questions asked, because it's melee versus a Razor. You just can't win that lane, but we'll see which one they feel is the better matchup here. Even potential for Secret to go aggro in this game.
10 seconds remaining.
Because there's 4 melee right now on Newbie.
I mean, yeah, that is going to be the thing, how Secret do want to lane this against Newbie. A Secret final pick. And indeed, as we've said, you know, there's still a bit of a possibility to switch around some of the roles and heroes. Bet Mirana throwing a bit of a spanner into the works, and as we can see, Newbie are indeed assuming that it's more likely to be that support Mirana position. We'll see if that is going to be the case, as Secret will reveal their final part of their hand.
That Slardar would have been so nice if Newbie didn't ban it. That hero would have been like perfect for their lineup.
10 seconds remaining.
Some kind of control would actually be great, because they... Yeah, okay, there's the control, the Beastmaster. How did that hero make it all the way through? It seems like, to some degree, Beastmaster, you see him either like first or second picked in some games, and then other games he's
totally
ignored. And yeah, that's why this group stage
them.
is so unpredictable, because people just have so many different approaches of how they want to draft and the way they want to play these games out that it becomes increasingly difficult to keep track of. And as such, a lot of the teams are trying to find themselves here, Team Secret being one of them here in the group stage at TI6. But I'm looking forward to this game. I think it is going to be the KP Nyx, and it looks like we are going to be seeing the old mid Timbersaw.
Absolutely. I mean, the question is, Andy, we've seen a lot of Secret's draft yesterday, and I remember casting you, there were certainly some games, and I think other people did agree as well, where Secret did, you know, effectively come out with the upper hand in the draft. They just weren't able to execute it. Would you say here Secret have a draft advantage, or a Newbie in a very good position?
This one's really close, in my opinion. I think the laning phase is going to dictate a lot. So Newbie, if they can get KP some kind of good start, and the Nyx gets his early arcanes and gets his Vendetta going, I can very easily see a lot of pickoffs and just fighting around, having the Undying, the Timbersaw, the Nyx. Those heroes all are very good in terms of early game aggression. But if Secret get ahead in the lanes, and then the Beastmaster gets his Hawk going, you know, you get that early book, and you have Chrono for this teamfight potential and Moonlight Shadow. There's so many utilities that Secret have that they can use outside of the laning phase to force engagements in their favor. So it's a 50-50 in my opinion, but the lanes are going to be super important for Newbie here.
Well, I'll be able to see the lanes settle out as we get ourselves into this one, as indeed you ladies and gentlemen at home can see us getting the heroes and the players on the screen, so you know who to follow and where the action is going to be going down. Puppy, of course, the captain himself. We'd imagine he would have had a stern talking to the team after yesterday, and been able to build back up the spirits of Team Secret as they come into today's first game against Newbie. Of course, they will have to go on to play. I believe it's Liquid, isn't it? The other series they need to play today.
Yeah, not easy games.
No, absolutely not. It's not an easy day for Secret today. And of course, though, theoretically, can it be any worse than the day yesterday?
Yeah,
I can.
I mean, if you want to word it that way, it can be as bad, but it cannot be worse.
Well, we'll see the two runes. No one's going to contest each other at the moment. Timber to grab bottom, raise it. Will be able to grab himself top. And lane-wise, in terms of aggression, we are not going to see any aggressive tri-lanes coming out from either side. So it's simply going to be Bulba on the bottom lane on Beastmaster, and top lane will be KP on the Nyx Assassin. So no one deciding to go aggressive against the farming cause. And do you like this decision? Do you feel that one side's going to get more out of the fact that a little bit of space is going to be given to the safe laner?
I think that Void's going to, or excuse me, the Beastmaster might be able to get a little bit more than the Nyx, because Nyx isn't a natural Iron Talon carrier. Like, Sam has a backup plan in case his lane goes poorly, which is just go to the jungle and hit creeps, whereas KP, he kind of needs to sit in lane and soak as much as he possibly can. So in that regard, I think that Secret are going to have a tiny bit of an advantage here. It just depends.
And this mid lane matchup, Moose Timber versus Envy's Razor. We did see there were a few games yesterday where Envy did struggle in the mid lane in terms of CS. Is he going to have a final time here against the Timbersaw?
I would assume so. This matchup is pretty hard for Timber. the best thing that he can do, which is what he's already done, he's skilled his Q and his W, so he's got the chain and the whirling death. He's not looking to really let the waves stay. He wants to push it in as hard as he can to make sure that Envy can't just freely link him every single time. And that's about all you can do. Eventually, the Razor's going to pull ahead, and outside of getting a gank, Moo's just going to have to sit here and get it, whatever he can get.
And in terms of rotations from the two teams' support, so are we going to see any attempts on the mid lane?
I mean, Arrow could actually kill Moo, but he needs to be harassed a little bit first. I think that's probably the most likely kill. Envy is a very hard kill on this lane.
Kaka, of course, at the moment on the Undying, has come up to the top lane to help out KP, put a bit of pressure onto Team Secret's safe lane tri-lane. RTZ 6 for 4, and indeed, as we can see down on the bottom, 11 for 9, a much better time for the Jug, as Bulba has already started to head out into the side camp. So how indeed is going to get a lot more space in his lane compared to RTZ's Faithless Void.
Yeah, the rotation of Kaka changes the dynamic of this lane pretty drastically, because the Mirana is not really known for the right-click harassment during the early game, and this Undying, you know, he's already used a little bit of regen, but it should still be more than enough to keep Hao ahead of RTZ for the time being. Just keep in mind that because he's playing Void and they have great synergy with the hero, that even if he's not CSing like perfectly in lane in comparison to the Juggernaut, he still has a multitude of follow-ups for his Chrono, and that's really what matters the most, I think, for them.
This bottom lane, of course, I mean, how, as you said, in terms of combo, it's not necessarily there as much as RTZ's Void with the setup, but how this Jug is going to get out of control with a start like this. And, I mean, at what point are we actually going to see Secret look to try and do something about the Juggernaut? Is it more just of a case, as you said, just trying to do something with RTZ's Void?
It's more about the combos, I think, for Secret's team. And also, you do have an Elder Titan as well. And Juggernauts typically, you know, they build their Diffusals, the Mantas, the Scotties. All those items are stat-based, and they just get crushed by natural order. I mean, look at the game they played yesterday, 61 minutes. And Artur was playing Morphle in that game as KP.
And top lane indeed. Oh, the arrow is going to be whiffed by Pi as KP's able to move just in time out of the way. The combo not quite there for Secret.
Super close. But yeah, as I was saying, it's more just about the fact that Elder Titan is just so good against any agility-based hero that, say Hao has one full item on the Void. It doesn't matter if that item is like a Butterfly or a Scotty or whatever, because the natural armor that you're getting from those items just is useless against Elder Titan. You're still super squishy. So the way they want to play is just aggression, you know, get that Nyx going.
Yeah.
Fight around your Timbersaw during the mid game and just get whatever map control you can.
Yeah, as we saw there in the mid lane still, MV certainly holding the lead, 21-22 for 9, 12 for 0 on the Timber. I guess it kind of works both ways in the sense that MV's going to have the damage to CS, just sapping it from the Timber each and every time, but at the same time, Timber doesn't need the right click to find CS in the lane. So Moo's still going to be able to find something. You're never going to totally shut him down.
Yeah, he's playing it very well. He understands the matchup, and getting doubled up is expected, honestly. Yeah. Like, sometimes you might even lose the lane worse than he's losing it right now, but also having the regeneration rune in his bottle is going to allow him to just pretty much stay here forever. Yeah, just a little bit of a quiet early laning phase here between both teams. About 5 minutes in, everyone's kind of just hitting their creeps.
Bulba, it's going to be interesting to see how Bulba advances this game on the Beastmaster as well. Obviously one of his heroes that he's very comfortable with. He's rocking the Iron Talon. Level 3 at the moment. He keeps popping in and out of the lane. He hasn't entirely committed himself to the jungle. But we have indeed seen in games gone by how much a Beastmaster can do if he gets a lot of space at the start. Chua coming around behind the tower. Just going to have eyes on the boar. See Bulba keeping himself back and safe. Poppy's actually heading over to this part of the map with the Elder Titan, so we'll see if they can do anything in response. Mid lane, Envy. Just moving in, zoning Moo back. Another easy 73 stolen damage. The Razor is Hao and Chuan start to put a bit of pressure onto the tower with the help of Kaka. Poppy and Bulba doing their best to hold things off here. There's no point in healing ward for Hao, and I mean, I guess this is just down to the fact that in lane he hasn't needed it, as there's not been any heroes beating him down. But as we can see, without that point, it is going to slow the side of Newbie down when they do start to turn into a bit of a push.
He did opt for a point in his stats, and I think that's just to ensure that he has enough mana to be able to use his ult and spin. but I don't think he actually needs it anymore. With just the branch, I think you have enough. So
yeah,
maybe a bit of a miss skill. I'm not sure. It does help you in the early stage because Juggernaut's base damage isn't like amazing. He just has a good animation. So maybe he just felt more comfortable having the stats to out CS the Beastmaster. That's also something else because if the support's pulling and he knows that Kaka's top and Bulba's in lane, having 1 point in the stats doesn't sound like a huge deal, but it can allow you to CS a little bit more effectively against a hero like Beast who has ridiculous base damage.
In terms of build-wise for How, do you feel we're going to just see standard stuff, Battle Fury, Yasha, and then into the later game items? Is this a game where he needs to pick up such a demand to Diffusal against Secret's lineup?
For now, it looks like he is opting for the Battle Fury.
Yeah,
at the very least, he has the Ring of Health in his inventory. I don't know if we're going to be seeing that Vanguard build that, you know, prior to TI became a little bit more popular. Just you would push behind it and just have this really tanky frontline jug. I don't think that works against Razor at all. So yeah, I'm thinking that it's most likely just going to be the good old BF build.
Well, How again wants putting the pressure on. Tier 1 on the bottom lane, falling very low for Secret. Only Puppey at the moment down here, soaking up the XP. Bulba has now moved straight over to the real jungle of Secret, so he's going to be able to continue to find some space there. Chuan and Kaka have smoked up with a movement. Let's see how they want to wrap around Chuan. Actually just going to come across the river, maybe looking to see if Arteezy gets a little bit aggressive onto KP. See if they get a chance of punishing it, but it's going to be hard. Arteezy, 3 points in the Time Walk and Chronosphere at the ready. It's a very hard kill for Newbie as they don't have a huge amount of lockdown between these heroes. And it looks like Chuan and Kaka, yeah, as the smoke wears off, and with the ward that Puppey was able to place here earlier, Secret well aware of Newbie's plans, and nothing's going to be found with this movement. And still 7.5 minutes in, no blood yet to be shed as both teams just playing it very carefully.
The offlaners are about dead even in regards to overall farm and experience. Interesting part is KP actually has 100 more net worth than Bulba, which is just...
Ooh, Pi could be in trouble as moves come with a rotation. Pi gets the leap off. Newbie are going to look for the chase down. Tombstone drop. Moo cuts him in half.
Got him.
First blood for Newbie as Moo finds the successful rotation and is able to break the piece that we've had for the first 8 minutes.
Yeah, that damage with Soul Catcher and a Timber Saw is no joke. You just get blown up if you get caught by that. And it just, again, shows the aggressive potential of Newbie's heroes. Didn't even have to land the stun, just killed the hero anyway.
Bulba on the bottom lane, just about to hit level 6. And it looks like Secret might want to do something with this. Pi and Arteezy coming down for the action. How would be a very big kill for Secret to pick up at this stage of the game. He's had pretty much perfect CS in lane. How all the space in the world, and well, they're going to look to lead in. Bulba with the roar. Artur jumps forward. He's going to drop the chrono. No messing around. They're not even going to need the arrow because Hao's already dead. And Secret able to pull off a nice clean kill on the bottom on Hao's Juggernaut, which is exactly what they were looking for, as they're now able to turn it into a push. 4 of the heroes on Secret down on the bottom lane. There's going to be a TP in fact, from Moo. We'll see what they want to do about this. They're already moving in. More TPs coming in from Newbie. Moo has to be careful. Pi jumps forward. The Starstorm damage not quite enough to kill him, and Moo still alive. The defensive disruption from Chan, keeping Timbersaw fine, and Kaka drops the Tombstone. Arteezy trying to take down the old grave. He Time Walks away. Newbie, they're going to be able to chase for anything more. Looks like Secret will be able to back off. So no one to fall, but Newbie able to stop the push from Secret.
Top lane as well.
KP with the first Vendetta strike onto Puppey. Puppey's been left alone. The rest of his team headed to the fight down bottom. Can't quite get himself out of the range of the Blade Fury. As Newbie ends up managing to play round Secret's play. They send resources down bottom, but they leave enough up top to find a kill and punish Puppey's loneliness.
Yeah, the rotations from both teams are more or less on point. Like, they recognize the fact that Secret more or less had a TP bottom, so they know that Puppey's vulnerable. Puppey's up there just trying to soak whatever experience he can, right? You want Earth Splitter as soon as humanly possible to partner with Arteezy's Chronosphere. So it's like, okay, he's going to be greedy, so we can just go ahead and get this kill. And in that sense, they didn't get to kill Moo, which was a bit unfortunate. The disruption there from Chuan saved him. If that wasn't there, for sure would have been a dead Timbersaw. Maybe even the tower would have died just from that one trade alone. But now it's being sieged pretty heavily here. No reaction just yet from Newbie. A lot of people low on mana. Not sure they're going to not TP for this. Just going to let it die, I guess.
So that's going to be the case. They're hanging around in base. Looks like the TPs are actually going to come out towards the top lane. They're just going to accept that they've lost the tier 1 bottom. Arteezy takes a bit more gold into his pocket. And with the TP top, KP looking to set up with the Vendetta. Pylite die. The lone man guarding this top lane. KP will get the wrap around. He's going to need a bit of backup. Does have Chuan coming in close. Pi Realizing Chernobyl is trying to get himself away. The stun connects. They got the damage. The first bit of poison will come across. KP's going to need another touch, and that poison is going to do it. Chuan perfectly landing it from a mile off. As Newbie will get the kill and also find the tower up top.
That's really unfortunate for Pi. Like, he leaps because he wants to get into a better position, but not realizing the Nyx is right on top of him. Normally, if you knew the hero was there, you would never use leap like that. You would wait until you got stunned, and then you would leap away to ensure that you had made a bigger distance between you and the hero. But unfortunate circumstances, not having a sentry behind the tower. They get the tier 1, but Secret are pushing into a tier 2 right now, and they do have their ultimates available.
They do. They have everything ready for a fight if Newbie want to kick it off. They've smoked up Newbie, and they're going to make the movement across the map, see if they maybe can get a bit of a wrap round onto Secret. As Secret already realizing the danger could very well be on his way, and they'll just be content with dealing a significant amount of damage to the tier 2. Newbie still might find a chance to find a pick off. KP leading him with the Vendetta. Puppey starting to back off. See Newbie just checking out the pit, making sure no one on Secret was hiding in there. Careful. Here we go, see how KP wants to start this one off, and he's already popped the ult. Moonlight out, the hurrah onto Hao, and the Earth Split, the Chrono is going to catch Hao and Chuan. Is going to be enough damage though. Hao still alive, gets the Omni Slash onto Envy, and Envy the first to fall as Newbie forcing Secret back. So only 4 of Secret getting themselves out of there. Envy will drop, and Newbie have the position to find another tier 1 from this bottom lane by the looks of it, as Secret are going to have a hard time defending with all their ults expended.
Now, they were kind of lacking damage there. Like, the Roar comes out, but there's spin, so there's not really like any arrow or Starstorm that's going to follow it up. And even with the Chrono and the Air Splitter on top of it, Hao was just too tanky during that. You had KP on the back line disrupting the other heroes, getting the Vendetta and the stun off, and the damage output of Newbie right now is just way higher than Secret. Like, Secret's scale probably a little bit better with the items, but if they can't fight around all of their abilities landing perfectly in a team fight, they probably don't even do enough damage to get a kill, which is the biggest struggle of their lineup right now. And with that, RTZ's buying a Vlad, so I'm guessing he's going for the Diffusal Manta build after this. Because right now, there's no book.
Oh, MV. He had a painful day yesterday. This is looking to be the start of another painful one as KP, Hao, and Chuan catch the Razor out. No help for Envy as he's out all alone on the top lane. No tier 1 or anything for backup to come from. And Envy falls for a second time in the last couple of minutes. Newbie lead 5-1. And 13.5 minutes in, it's certainly looking to be Newbie coming out on top of this early game.
I mean, this is the lineup that they drafted, right? They need to be winning this stage in the game. Like, you don't pick on dying and Nyx, Timbersaw to not, go fight heroes. So going the Boots of Travel build on the Razor and teleporting from lane to lane, hoping that Vendetta is not going to be off cooldown and farming in front of a tier 1 is very difficult to do. And I think to a degree, Nyx is just really good against Secret in general because of the style of their cores. Like, Artor and Envy both like to farm a lot. So if they're off on their own in side lanes doing whatever and you're playing against a Nyx, it's just very easy for you to get picked off in that situation. Like, maybe the Void can get away, but when you send that many heroes, like I think it was 3 or 4 Newbie who went up there to gank the Razor, you're gonna die. Like, there's no chance that you can live through that.
See in the mid lane Moot, making sure the Puppey doesn't get too comfortable, looking for the levels and experience and farm in that mid lane. At the same time, bottom Secret grouped up as 3. They'll finish off a tier 2. Arteezy takes the final touch. He's just about 500 gold behind Hao's net worth. It's still relatively close between the two of them. Hao looking to keep that lead though as he puts some pressure on the tier 2 top. KP backing around behind him under the cover of Smoke and Vendetta, just in case a reaction comes out from Secret. As Newbie do have 4 up here ready to fight. The Secret at the moment more interested in potentially looking to push down the tier 1 mid or into the jungle though. Puppey comes, KP is gonna not catch the stun, and Puppey under the cover of Moonlight will be fine as Newbie unable to catch him out even more. RTZ actually gonna try and use this Moonlight to potentially set something up as he moves in. Has a Chronosphere available, Kaka hiding in the trees. RTZ's gonna waltz past him. Goes straight back towards the tier 2. Newbie with the full team around.
They shouldn't take a fight without Sam. He just teleported back to base. He has his book 1. But if Secret try to fight this, I don't think they have any chance of winning unless the Beastmaster is actually there. For now, it just seems that they're trying to split up the map as best they can. They actually knew where the Nyx was for the first time in a little while, so that gives them a bit more breathing room and feels safe about doing the split pushing thing. Like we can see Envy here is just farming up the woods. But yeah, they need everyone if they're going to fight.
With this space, Hao finds the tier 2 top. It's just about 600 away from Battle Fury's completion with the phase boots and Yasha. So still very, very fast farm for Hao. 7.5k, 16 minutes in.
Radiant's middle tower is under
I see a
attack.
scan from Radiant. It did catch Secret moving across. KP is going to get eyes onto Pylite Die. We'll see himself if he wants to go for a bit of a solo kill potentially. He might just be lacking a bit on the damage. And Pi throws out an arrow. Secret, they do have heroes around Bulba. MV moving in, looking for Kaka, dropping the Roar, taking down the Undying. Get themselves a freebie. A sentry is placed, but KP's already on his way out. So Secret get a nice arrow connection from Pi, take the kill, and Newbie not in a position to fight back.
It just goes to show that Secret understand their weakness of, we need to throw everything at one hero to kill it. It's like we need to roar, we need to just make sure we hit an arrow, just all the kitchen sink. Doesn't matter. If one hero from Newbie is dead, there is a lot less likelihood that somebody's going to be getting ganked in a side lane. So I think it's definitely the right approach right now if you're Secret. You want to make sure that you're getting those kills, getting the map control, taking it to a later stage in the game. Like, try to delay as much as possible.
This is going to be that point as well where Newbie and Moo more specifically has the chance to snowball out of control or get knocked back down. Bloodstone is finished. And we'll see if he's able to start to rack up the charges. I haven't really seen too many kills so far as both teams have been trying to play as safely as possible. It's pretty much mainly been KP able to kick stuff off with the Nyx Assassin, getting the lock onto Heroes of Secret as we can see. 4 assists out of the 5 kills so far down to this Nyx Assassin and his initiations.
It's a very similar feeling yesterday when we saw Secret play against eHome.
Yeah.
And the Nyx of eHome just completely dismantled them. It seems like they're not struggling as much as they were in that game, but you can definitely tell that Newbie has the map control advantage. Their cores are farming a little bit more than Secret. The Battle Fury with the Yasha is done on Hao, so his farm is going to start to accelerate even more. Whereas the Void, he went for the Yasha and the Vlad's build. He's trying to make himself relevant as fast as possible, but also make sure that he can still farm a bit. It's like a hybrid build going for like Manta Diffusal with the Vlads. Because you still do a ton of damage when you get all the items, but you need at least one thing that's going to allow you to stay out in the map and be more efficient, and that's kind of why the Vlads is necessary in this situation. Also, it's just a nice pairing with Beastmaster, having the Inner Beast plus Vlads. Gives you a lot of damage and survivability inside of the fights.
Secret bringing Envy over to the bottom lane. There's going to be a smoke up from Bulba and Pi. Let's see if they want to go deep into the jungle of Newbie, try and find themselves a pick. Puppey, he's ready to go in as well, picks himself up dust, making sure that there's not a chance they get caught out by the Nyx Assassin, ready to pop it if their smoke does get dispelled by the invisible hero. But as we can see, Newbie, again, they just seem to be aware of Secret's plans. How immediately TP's away from the bottom lane. The rest of Newbie have moved back towards mid. The Secret, the smoke runs out, and they're unable to find anything. I'm going to continue to move over to the mid lane. But the ward's down. Newbie are well aware of Secret's movement, and they will be there to react if Pi goes in. Pi coming across the mid lane. Comes close, he waltzes back out. We can see KP playing around with the idea of going in on Bulba, but the sentry's there. Bulba does have Roar, and Arteezy in the neighborhood if KP comes back in range. Maybe they could try and go for something here. But at the same time, Newbie, they're just trying to use the map to their best. How? Moment hanging around with Kaka and Chuan. Did just pick up the side camp. Top lane's pretty much free reign for Moo on the Timbersaw. Chuan just going to toy with Pylite high a little bit. Actually dropping the Demonic Purge. Pi forced to just TP straight back to base. But again, neither team finding the opening that they wish to work with.
And KP was so close to getting killed there. And the funny part was he walked into Sentry for a second, but obviously you don't want to just casually walk straight down into the Nyx and try to roar him because he's in Vendetta, so he's going to be running faster than you. And he was trying to walk down as if he was going to kill the small camp and go to the right, but KP still backed off, even just not knowing if the Sentry was down or not.
Okie dokie, KP grabs an ED, but they had the Sentry down. Secret ready for the Nyx Assassin.
That's big. That is so big. Beastmaster and Vlads, this is free Rosh.
Opening up the Roshan pit. Newbie, they are they going to try anything for this? They're down an Nyx Assassin. Secret, actually, they want to find themselves another pick by the looks of it before going for the Rosh attempt. They headed towards me, but the TP out was already there, so they don't find anyone. And Secret, now with this time that they spent moving away from Rosh, there's going to be the full 5-man of Newbie back up, and Secret Looks like they're not confident enough to try for Roshan at this time, feeling that it could still be a little risky against Newbie's lineup.
I'm really surprised that they actually didn't go for that. I felt like that was a really big opening for them. And I'm pretty sure they had vision of at least 1 or 2 newbie heroes at the time where they killed the Nyx. Maybe they felt like without having Chrono, it was just too risky, but they still had Roar. And they still had Necrobook as well. So I think those 2 things alone are enough to turn the fight. Because you can put the book on the Timber, you just mana burn him, or you put it on the Shadow Demon, and Shadow Demon just dies to a book 3 because it's a Shadow Demon. I feel like Secret may be underestimating their position in this game, or just respecting Newbie.
One lane Newbie, ready to group and go. KP, of course, has just picked up the Blink Dagger. He lined himself in the tree line, see if he's able to get a bite as Secret may move out. MP at the moment, the lone man standing with Pylai die right beside him. The rest of Secret not here on the bottom, but Newbie themselves back away. In terms of Roche potential, I guess Newbie, they can't really do it that quick themselves, so are we unlikely to see the Radiant try for a Roche attempt, at least with when Secret's still on the map as a 5-man?
I don't think so. If Secret have Chrono and Elder Titan with the Beastmaster, it's like going into the pit when all of Secret are alive is ill-advised. That is for sure. But it's not that their team is bad at killing Roche, it just takes a little bit longer. With Healing Ward, they should be more than okay. I mean, Timber can tank it up too, just in case. It's very easy to stay at a high amount of health as a newbie. Now this game is a lot of movement. Both teams trying to just vie for whatever map control they can get. It's hard though for newbie because they are playing against a Beastmaster now who has a book 3. And when that happens, you're in the situation where as Nyx, your game suddenly becomes super difficult. Granted, he does have Blink, so that's going to help in some regards of getting KP actually into the fight when he sees an opening. But just getting a pick is becoming increasingly difficult.
Newbie again, they're going to try for a play here with the smoke on the mid lane. Secret are all grouped up as a 5, so we'll see what kind of opening Newbie can find and how quickly they can react. They've got the eyes onto Arteezy, looking to set up KP, allowing How to get him with the Omni Slash, and Arteezy taken down. Secret just going to have Puppey hold back the rest of Newbie with a stomp. Arrow's not going to get in as the zombie is actually blocking the arrow. So Newbie finds a pick and Secret with a man down, unable to fight back into it. Puppey's got to deal with the zombies. The rest of Newbie head towards the mid lane. They've got their eyes onto a tier 2 as they look to take another objective. Fortification comes out from Secret. As Puppey's just going to try and do his best with the Spirit to slow down Newbie's aggression. 20 seconds before Artur's back. He will have the Chronosphere, of course, at the ready when he's back in the game. It's not going to be before Newbie are able to finish off the tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Oh, KP jumps in. It's the stun. Immediately Mook gets the damage down. Envy pops the BKB, but the Demonic Purge from Tron kiting him up. Envy can't quite close the gap in onto any of the members of Newbie. And they'll find themselves the tower. They force a BKB charge out from Envy, and they get out scot-free once again.
That was a really nice jump from the Nyx. Just getting that bonus kill, making sure the tier 2 is going to go down. Elder Titan's the best hero at delaying any push and also delaying Roche if you were going to go for it. So he's a high priority target even in the support position. I thought for a minute that Artur might decide to buy back just because Roshan's always on the table, but after realizing that you have Elder Titan and Beastmaster Vision, I don't think Newbie would have ever gone for that.
Bulber and Envy, they've got to be careful here. Newbie hot on the trail. Indeed, will leave the jungle, and they're actually going to head into Roshan. Envy and Arteezy starting to go to work. Puppey's back up and heading his way over, so Secret will have the full team ready for this attempt. Newbie, they're going to have something to say about it, though. On the high ground, stacking in the poison. At the moment, top is Moo on the Timber, putting the pressure on the top lane. Now he'll bots over to the bottom. Roshan down to less than half health. Newbie, if they can't stop Secret from doing this, Secret are going to have a nice little leg up, and here we have the jump in Moo. Spooking Artur. Secret back up. KP's going to miss the stun. Secret can't find access to go back in onto him, but they'll go into Moo instead. Raw into nice static link. They'll start to steal the damage. A disruption trying to hold back. The advance is not going to occur here, and Kaka with the zombie tombstone down is making Secret back off. The zombies stacking up. Alright. The Moonlight and Envy is trying to go for this one. BKBs takes down Tron. Demonic Purge. It's going to stop him from being able to do anything more. Arteezy coming across, still has the Chronosphere at the ready. Does he want to try and go for a jump? He will, goes in, hits the two-man chrono, but he himself getting stunned up by KP. They'll look to Hao, but Hao incredibly tanky at this point, and he just walks off, jumps back in fact, looking for the Omni Slash, but the damage is not quite enough. Can he finish up Pi with a Blade Fury? He can. Arteezy needs to be careful now himself. Time walks up, but they've lost Pi. Secret on the retreat. KP blinks forward, can't quite close the gap onto Envy. Moo might be able to. Now the Strakgrim's just a little bit short. But that at least Newbie forced Secret away from the Roshan pit. How? He's going to jump straight back in and look to finish this one off and take it away from Team Secret.
Man, the fights are so hard to win for Secret when they don't have Book. Like, the whole problem is that if Necro is dead, you can't fight.
Secret, they are still wanting to try and do something about this Envy. Coming across, Static Link's going to be broken immediately by a blink out from KP. Envy posts the ult, trying to go in. Arteezy looking for the steal. Oh, he gets the kill! Arteezy takes the Roche kill, gets the Aegis. Is he going to be able to get himself out alive? No. They'll take the Aegis straight back out of the hands of Artur, but he took it away from Newbie. He is going to pay with his life. But a little bit of a silver lining there for Secret as Artur is able to take away Roche and take away the Aegis out of the hands of the Chinese.
Give that man a purple heart. He gets the last hit and he gets the Aegis. Wow, that was insane. I mean, they're doing such a good job at delaying Newbie from hitting their full stride, but it feels like the lineup just hasn't quite come to fruition yet. They're having serious damage output problems. It's just too difficult for them to line up all of their spells in conjunction. The Nyx, like KP, he pops Spike's Carapace, he gets in there. If Puppey tries to stomp, you can just walk into the Spirit with Carapace on, and you just stop the Elder Titan from casting his spell. Like, there's so many different ways that the Nyx can screw with the Elder Titan in this game that, you know, Puppey's having a very hard time with it. The other part too, and we're gonna get to see it here.
Absolutely.
This is just like.
So you got Hao beating down. Arteezy comes in, gives it one hit, and bam, he's got it. Aegis in the hands. Of course, he does end up going down twice, and Newbie, of course, still with a very sizable lead this game. But little things like that are what's going to keep Secret in this. But they certainly need quite a bit more before they're able to swing it back around into their favor. As Hao continues to get out of control. As expected, we said at the start he was getting a free lane, having an easy start, and the game's pretty much continued at that pace for him. He's 3-1-4, 17,000 net worth at the 28-minute mark. Moo, of course, he's continued to have a great game before and post Bloodstone pickup. 16 charges, Blink Dagger, Yule's bots, the plate mail as well in tow. This is one scary, scary Timbersaw as the game goes on. 28 minutes in, 9-for-4.
The way that Newbie are itemizing and the heroes that they have, because of the Blink Battle Fury on Hao, because it's a Timbersaw, they're able to just shove out the waves so effectively and just farm so much faster than what Secret can get. Like, you're farming against a Razor, not really a hero known for being able to maintain a high level of CS per minute. Void is more or less the same thing unless you're going for either a Battle Fury or a Maelstrom. So Newbie are winning these fights, they're shoving the lanes, and they're not allowing Secret to really get enough out of the map to make some kind of comeback. It's really going to be reliant on that big Wombo combo. And I find myself often saying this when I watch this combination of heroes now, is that it almost becomes 100% reliant on that to happen in order for the other team to win. And that's not really a good thing. You don't want to put so much pressure on your heroes to say, okay, you need to hit a 3 or 4 man chrono, you need to hit a 3 or 4 man Earth Splitter, but that really is what it feels like needs to happen for Secret to turn an engagement.
Okay, Pete. They're just playing around at the bottom lane with Moo as they had eyes onto Pi. Secret moving as a 4-man through their own jungle. At the moment now, starting to band a little bit more together to create space for MV to keep the farm going on the Razor. He's nearly about to hit level 16. He's on top with Arteezy in terms of Secret's net worth, but of course there is still that massive gap between them and the cause of Newbie. Newbie actually heading up round behind Secret. We'll see if they find an opening to make a go. Put the ward down. They are going to see the movement. KP's going to be the one to lead in, but Bulba, they've got the vision down. A Meteor Roar now take down the Nyx Assassin. Earth Splitter not going to connect onto anyone. The Secret at least forcing Newbie to be a bit careful about moving in for more. Secret 1 kill up at the moment in this fight, and it looks like that will be all.
You can see how confident Newbie are. When that hero died, they were walking forward. They weren't running away. They say, yeah, we have a huge advantage in regards to net worth. You killed our Nyx. Nyx is like 5K net worth. No one really cares if that hero dies. Sorry, KP. You've been playing a great game, but if you're dead, it doesn't matter. Like, Newbie can just still run at you And because of the fact that they have to throw so many spells into like an offlane / support capacity Nyx to get the kill, it just means that Newbie know they can win the fight even if it's a 4v5.
That's no surprises. I mean, if you just look at the network, probably without the Nyx Assassin there's still a lead for Newbie. So the maths don't lie.
Yeah, even with Nyx being dead, Newbie still have an advantage. Oh dear. That being said, the Secret have the ability to delay the game very well with their heroes. They often pick these types of lineups that are just super good at defending high ground. I mean, we casted a 61-minute game of them yesterday.
Out of time.
Yeah, and they just sat there and held and held and held for what seemed like 30-plus minutes at least. I don't know if Newbie are going to take the same amount of time to crack that high ground, but the later the game goes, the Juggernaut, he will get to a point where his inventory is going to be full. And once that happens, you know, the Void's going to start to get more powerful. You're going to see Aghanims, you know, just finished here up on Pylai Diet's going to start helping out here.
See, looking at RTZ, he'll time walk away, pop the Chrono with the Omni Slash as Hal rides Artur out of the Chronosphere. And at the same time, Moo, he's able to clean up a puppy kill. Before it all went down, they did lose KP down bottom, but as we said, we're sorry, KP, but your life is worth a lot less than those two of Secret's.
My God,
at this stage, Newbie very happy with these trades, and Hal is a bit of a ninja.
That was nasty. That was straight up nasty. I mean, it was almost so close with the timing of the chrono that it might have not even been 100% intentional, but still, it looked really freaking cool.
Oh, Hal, he's going to find himself straight up with Envy. Envy pops the BKB, has to back up immediately. And Hal just turns his attentions back towards the tier 3. Fortification coming out from Secret. They'll have RTZ back in 10, but no Chrono. Pi actually jumping forward here. Moo jumps back onto him with Hal and Pi. That was not the leap you were looking for. Newbie takes the kill, takes the tower, and now with KP stun, moving for more. Puppy is down. It's a double kill for Moo. There'll be a roar from Bulba. MV stealing a fair bit of damage. Artur now jumping back in to force them back. Hal able to blink away thanks to the save from this defensive destruction of Chuan. The stun from KP forcing Artur to time walk back. Newbie still hanging around right outside the door of Secret's base. A 2-man down for 20 seconds. Chuan, disruption. KP with the follower, stun, and again the control is beautiful from Newbie. Perfect execution. RTZ down for a full minute. Newbie, they're going to be able to find the window to finish off the racks in the mid lane. 50 seconds with no Void on the defense. See how much Secret lose here, as Newbie may stick around for more. KP, he's jumping in.
He wants that stun.
He just teases. As Secret trying to hold with the 4-man. But as we see just every time, Newbie's so good at jumping in on this. The Tombstone down, and Hal in with the Omni Slash. Puppy ripped to shreds. Envy's in trouble as well as KP hits the stun. It's a godlike streak for Moo. 3 dead on Secret. And Newbie will now look to take a second set of racks. Pi, gotta get yourself back to base, son. As Newbie 16 for 6 at this stage. It could all be over for Secret here in game 1. They need something miraculous. RTZ will be back on the Void. Chrono at the ready. But they need Puppy. They need his Earth Splitter. It's already been used. Bulba finds the Raw. Moo maybe overextending a little bit too much. The follow-up arrow, they'll get the big kill onto the Timber. But the rack stop are already gone. And Newbie say, you can take the Timber Saw. We've just taken your hopes and dreams and we've crushed them in our palms. As 2 sets of racks down on the side of Secret. Need to find more. They need to punish Newbie harder. Maybe with the movement onto Kaka they can. Out of mana. But Hal just jumps in, cleans out the army. So there's no follow-up damage from Secret there. And Newbie looking to jump in again. The setup into the stun onto RTZ. The stomp from Puppy will allow Artur to get the chance to time walk back. But Hal jumping in. He's looking for blood, looking for kills. He'll take a dog. But 16 for 7. It's just amped up the pace of this game. And Secret seeming unable to deal with Newbie's aggression, and just look at these net worths getting absolutely out of control. 25k now on Hal, 20k on Moo. Secret needs something miraculous.
Yeah, they need a miracle for sure. I mean, they can throw out a Chrono, put the Earth Splitter in there, hope for the best. The Roar is going to be back up in about 5 seconds on the Beastmaster, but this is definitely the last hurrah. Like, getting a kill on the cores of Newbie right now requires such heavy commitment. You need to throw everything at them.
This needs to be the fight, the best fight that Secret have had over the last 2 days if they wish to bring themselves back into this one. They'll find the Ron to move. RTC jumps forward. He has got a Chrono. He's going to catch Tron and move. They need to follow damage. Pi coming in with a Starstorm. But Omni from Hal rips Bowl to pieces. Envy, he's trying to get himself out with the BKB, but it can't escape. 2 dead. Envy's being surrounded by Newbie. They've lost a third. Secret Pi jumps in as a final run, and indeed it is that, the final one. GG is called. Secret will lose yet another game here in quick succession in these group stages. And Newbie will find the first of this series with a very, very convincing performance, and a performance the Secret were just unable to knock.
You know, in the laning phase, it seemed everything was more or less going according to plan for both teams. KP and Bulba were getting about the same out of their lane. Kaka was kind of just existing, making it so that they could stay in experience range in the offlane, and everything seemed to be fine for Secret. And then the first couple of fights happen, and you just realize there's this glaring issue of, if our spells don't all land on the same hero, we just don't do any damage. And then Healing Ward comes out, and Timbersaw and Juggernaut are building these very tanky cores. There's an Undying who can heal. There's a Shadow Demon who can save. Newbie's lineup just hit its stride so fast that Secret just weren't able to respond in time. And by the time it was already to where, you know, Artor had enough items to fight, you're looking at Hao, and he has almost double the net worth of the Void. And unfortunately for Secret, they just never really got to a point where they had the items that were necessary to take a straight-on 5 versus 5 engagement. And also, just a quick shout-out to KP. Even though his net worth was super low, for what he did in that game for his team, his net worth might as well have been up there with the top, because he played a really, really solid Nyx this game.
Absolutely. I mean, of course, a lot of people would have been wondering coming into this game today whether Secret, you know, would have been able to solve some of these issues over last night, and issues still standing, and Newbie making them seem very, very raw. This was Newbie absolutely holding back, not at all, going all in, and with an incredibly impressive performance from Newbie. We'll see if Secret can step it up in Game 2 and try and do their best to get a victory here on Day 3 at the group stages. But Newbie, they're going to be feeling very confident coming out of Game 1. And Game 2 will indeed be right around the corner, ladies and gentlemen, so don't go anywhere. But for the time being, we'll be able to fill your lust and hunger for Dota 2 here at the TI6 group stages. So we head over to the action on Stream 3. We'll see you guys soon for Game 2.
Something entirely different to go for the Midas first and try and finish the armlet before jumping inside the Rikis once. It's such a powerful combination.
It is the main reason why you pick it, is that first rotation is going to be so strong. And it forces MVP to just consistently play back, and you just do it once, and after that, you don't have to do it.
Jump in, get a little damage on QO, in fact, getting a lot of damage, but now he will heal it all back up. And Forev is going to reveal himself with a Blink Dagger, tries to go for 3-4-3. He doesn't actually have any dust.
Yeah, now they're going to reveal that they have the Blink, but Mushi, meanwhile, would like to see him at least think about joining the rest of his team, because I think as 5, they are a lot stronger.
Get the stun on a mid one, gets the amp damage there, but DJ, quick with the response, does manage to get the Fortune's End on mid one, clearing through that amplified damage. DJ, he's going to have to play a great reactive game here once again. Will be able to get off the ultimate onto mid one, buying him some time. They swap him out, but the Timber Chain still goes through. Looks like he's going to take his fair share of damage. Will actually heal up a little bit. QO, oh, the Vengeful Spirit, the first to go down. Looks like QO is also doomed to fall here. Doesn't have any way of escape. Looks to juke it out, get away from Ohio, bottle up, but that's just, oh my god, spinning. Wand, he's gonna go for the TP out. He's actually away, but the flame break is just in time. So damn close.
Yeah, and the first time the Lifestealer shows up in the fight, they absolutely dominated, as Mushi is way too strong of a frontliner, and this is exactly what we wanted to see from the get-go. MP opting to just TP to the bottom lane, realizing that fight was gonna go great. And MVP just got way too over-aggressive, considering that the Timbersaw is so tanky. He's got 1200 HP, he's got a wand, the Oracle backing him up. It's pretty hard to take down.
Now Mushi will push forward into that mid lane. Gets a small swipe on the tower, forcing out the glyph, backs himself away while the rest of his team is invading the Radiant jungle. Now you see the rest of Fnatic, they're feeling good with their control. They push out mid, they're controlling the bottom lane, and they're even going to make sure their own jungle isn't being exploited by MVP Phoenix.
Yeah. I'd still like to see them execute the Riki combination pretty soon. I still feel like it's really strong for this situation. Like, Mushi just jumps in 3-4-3 right now. They'd get a kill for sure.
MVP Phoenix setting up to take this tier 1 tower, keeping themselves pretty well spread in case Fnatic get an initiation.
I don't think that mid tower, you had to lose it if you're a Fnatic. If they just make their way down there, they can take the fight. Their heroes are so strong right now, but instead, what's going to happen, or what I predict will happen, is that Fnatic are just going to start losing heroes across the map if they don't start 5-manning soon.
Well, fortunately, they will 5-man right now. They're going to go for a 4-man smoke with 3-4-3 leading the way on his invisible Riki. A Lifestealer surprise inside. Now, they're going to go bottom lane where MP was just farming up, but MP, a lot of heroes off map. Maybe that tipped him off. He's going to TP up to the top lane, join the rest of his teammates.
They know they're in their jungle right now. If nobody pushes out this top wave and nobody's pressuring in mid, despite the fact that Fnatic know they're stronger, then you know they're in your jungle 100%. And this is around the timing that they either go for Roshan or they're going to straight up push the mid tower. And right now, they're going to show that they're pushing mid. But this trade isn't worth it. This is a trade worthy if, for example, Cap, you take Roshan off of this. Because this would be a free Roshan now for Fnatic.
Yeah. They're going to try and make it a little bit more of a 2-for-1 by taking that mid tower and pressuring bottom.
I don't think
but
MVP want to give this tower up.
Yeah, certainly not.
So it's going to be hard, though, because they have no vision.
They'll start running themselves down instead of just TPing out. Looks like Frev, part of the problem there, he doesn't actually have a TP, so he has to sprint his way across the map.
Febby is so dead. They can probably grab him if they're fast.
Febby or Ohio? Yeah, I was about to say Febby or Forev. One of those two was going to get picked off. It looked like Ohio wanted to go for Forev, but they will try and grab Febby now. Managed to get the lasso. There's the stun in response, but Forev, he just put himself in the firehouse there unnecessarily. Couldn't save his support and gives up his own life.
Yeah, and MP has to get out now. They're pinging him like crazy. They might just actually wrap the angle around so he has nowhere to go.
Doppelgang, Chakram right over him, bouncing back into that smoke screen. They do manage to get the swap in, though, and that will probably mean Dubu is going to lose his life for that save. Still, though, Fnatic going to be pretty happy with getting an extra pick off and taking this tier 2.
Yeah, that just felt like an unnecessary trade by MVP. It wasn't even a trade because they didn't gain anything off of it.
Right.
MP had to have known that they were making their way down, but he stayed to farm the last 2 creeps, and Dubu's going to pay for that one. And in terms of going into their jungle, they know that they verified that Fnatic were in their jungle because nobody pushed out this top wave. And once they left mid, they started going downwards. So they should have been able to predict that movement, but I think MVP are just playing much more sloppy than we're used to seeing them.
In hindsight, a lot easier to call, but in hindsight, do you think that because they didn't have vision, should they have tried to contest that tier 2 bottom lane push at all, or do you think they should have committed for that 5-man top?
I think you can send the ET right here. Just have the Venge sit behind him.
Right.
And then PL probably farms out this camp, these 2 jungle camps, which Fnatic, by the way, were prepared for. Then probably Jug just farms these 2 camps, and you're perfectly okay.
Yeah.
In this game.
So you just stall as the Elder Titan while your 2 cores farm up jungles.
They have no vision in their own jungle right there. They're pretty much just fighting blind and allowing Fnatic to find free pickoffs there. That's not something I'm used to seeing MVP do, just because they are inherently at their core just a 5-man team.
Yeah. Well, a Black Dragon now for our Lifestealer as he's picked up his level 11. And that Midas will start putting in some serious work now. All his roaming around inside the Lifestealer, or inside the Riki, or inside in this case, a Black Dragon. He's not going to actually lose that much farm efficiency thanks to that early item pickup. So it slowed down his timings, but it is giving him a lot more space.
Oh, this is pretty significant. First rush of the game.
Fnatic.
They should know about this because of the ward.
Oh, nice. They're actually going to go for the Elder Titan Spirit TP as well. So they actually managed to smoke all these heroes in.
Because they placed this ward up here, though, I think they just got spotted.
Yeah. I think so too, but is Fnatic going to be able to get there in time? They're all smoked up. Mid-Wan, he's going to need to make the initiation. The Black Dragon's already down. They see how low Roshan is. They're going to pop out, try and get their stuns. No, it's not enough. QO managed to pick up the Aegis, and MVP Phoenix still pretty well spread for this fight. QO inside of the Chakram, trying to finish off 3-4-3. Can't actually get him. The swap over. QO dies on top of the cliff, and they're actually going to leave him there. He doesn't really have a way out. Meanwhile, Febby does manage to hit the stun there. QO bounces down thanks to the Omni Slash, but
out of the fire into the pit. Oh no, they've actually managed to pick up the kill onto the Oracle. QO, he's almost the last one alive here for MVP Phoenix, and he's just gonna get dumped on here on the side shop. No way out for him. Forev, he speeds around, but Fnatic, ultimately they win that fight even if they didn't manage to claim that Aegis.
That was one of the worst scenarios that you could have, especially since QO just got swapped on top of that cliff by that Venge. I'm pretty sure that put him into a lose situation where either, you know, he tries to spin TP out but the Batrider just picks him up, or he tries to Omni Slash his way down, and now he's committed the only spell that really threatens Fnatic whatsoever in the team fight.
Yeah.
That, ooh.
And Mid-1 has 18 Bloodstone charges.
Yeah.
Just
and
like that.
Mushi's also got his Maelstrom now too, so that's going to be the item of choice for him to deal with this Phantom Lancer when it comes to the late game. MP's kind of strong right now though. He still has 8.8k net worth, not even 1k behind the Midas Lifestealer. So I still think Fnatic though they should continue to put on this pressure.
Net worth wise, it looked like MVP Phoenix was kind of keeping it close, but this last dip is a serious one. Almost 5k and over 5k experience going the way of Fnatic.
Yeah.
As you said, got to keep up the pressure though.
Like he is going to go the Shivas by the way first on this Timbersaw. Absolutely has to.
This Phantom Lancer is hardcore countered for the mid game.
Yeah.
MVP Phoenix got to stretch this well into late game where you've got like Heart on PL.
I think.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 2 now between Team Secret and Newbie. We just saw Game 1, and indeed Newbie looking to be an incredibly strong and dominant force, and Team Secret at the start of a day that came after a very, very hard time for them is not looking to be up to the starts that they would have hoped for, of course. This painful loss already. Game 2, Andy, I can't help but feel that we're yet again going to need to see something a little bit different from Secret, because that last game just did not cut it.
I feel like it's a combination of things, right? When you pick the draft that Secret had in Game 1, you know that Newbie are going to be the ones who are pressuring you. They pick Undying, they pick Nyx, they have Timber, they want to play aggressive. You know what their game plan is. And a lot of the time in that game, Secret were looking to make moves around the map. You know, they got a couple of towers, it was seemingly okay, but the team fights were just always not really there. There was no damage. You know, KP was being a huge nuisance on his Nyx Assassin, and after a while, Newbie just get farther and farther ahead because their heroes are all well equipped to fight at that stage in the game, where Secret, they basically had to outplay in order to be able to win those engagements. And unfortunately, they weren't quite at that level. So maybe they need to change the draft a bit. Maybe they just need to change how they're playing with their heroes instead of trying to go head-to-head with Newbie with a draft that I personally feel is much better if you let it go, you know, 20 more minutes instead of trying to fight into the just ridiculous farm advantage that Newbie had at one point. And of course, it's easier said than done. But you have a Beastmaster, you have a Mirana, you have ways to disengage fights, you have a Void Core. I feel like they could have drawn it out a little bit longer and maybe not put so much pressure on themselves to control the game. But again, that's Game 1. It's in the books. For any of the Secret fans out there, I just talked to Knoxville between games. There is still an opportunity for Secret to place in the top 4. And it's only because of the extreme difference in the top and low end of the group. So if you look at the top, it's like 9-1 or 8-1, and then the bottom of the group is just like 2-8 right now, or 1-9, something similar to that. So because there's such extreme differences, there are only 3 or 4 teams who are kind of in the middle of the pack. Obviously, Newbie was one of them coming into this. Right now, they're sitting at 6-5, whereas Secret now, that makes them 3-8. So they're looking at, if they win this game and some other teams who are in the middle ground lose, they still could potentially get top 4, but there will guarantee to be tiebreakers if that situation.
But if they lose this game,
if they lose this game, then it's real bad.
Then there's still a chance.
I don't know if it's 100%,
okay,
but I think it's pretty sure that there's it's pretty sure that they're going to be stuck in the lower bracket.
Oh, draft underway. Similar things to the start of last draft. Difference here being Secret will. They'll ban the Moo Timbersaw, and understandably so as well. Moo had quite a remarkable game. I think he only ended up dying the once that last match. Had a great time in lane. Even though at the start we did see that Envy was able to keep an edge with the Razor, it's never going to be enough to slow down a Timber's flow. And Moo able to just kind of carry forward in the game and get those early Bloodstone charges built up. And yeah, you just would rather not deal with a Timbersaw kind of messing around with you.
It was either that, I think, or a Nyx ban, honestly. That hero just did so much last game. It was very, very frustrating for Secret to deal with. But they're going to go for the steal the Shadow Demon away from Newbie. That was Newbie's first pick in the first match. And Newbie, in turn, just say, you know what? You guys played Mirana, we can play it too. And we know that we're also very flexible on the hero. We have a multitude of people who can play it. Things just pretty wide open. I'm wondering if Team Secret want to take a similar approach, because as much as I thought the Razor was good against Timber in that game, I also kind of feel like when you have to buy bots first on a hero like Razor, when you know the game is going to be fast tempo, it almost seems like kind of a waste of money, because you bot to a lane, and what happened to Envy? He died, right? He bots the top, he's sitting by a tier 1 tower, he gets ganked by the Nyx, and I feel like you might want to save that for like a niche, I'm in a 4th or 5th pick Razor to make sure that I get a super hard counter and I know that I'm going to have a good game on the hero. But Secret, they're going to get their hands on the Luna that they themselves banned in the first game when Newbie were the ones who were first picking up that Shadow Demon. This is already a different approach. Yes. Because you're not playing around the team fight wombo combo anymore. You're playing around, okay, we have Luna or Lunar Blessing, so we can group up as 5. We have pretty decent laning phase, because Shadow Demon Luna is not too terrible. Just depends on if Newbie want to go their Undying +1 and try to meet this lane head on, and that will still give Team Secret some time to adapt.
Another tailored ban from the last game. Newbie actually taking away the Faceless Void that we saw Arteezy play.
It makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. They've already picked a support, and to be honest, we could even be looking at Newbie's support duo right now. And if you already have a Shadow Demon, which is a hero that saves, you have less incentive if you're Newbie to pick up the hero yourself. And I think that Newbie are the type of team who want to play a faster tempo than taking Void in the first place. They just know that Team Secret has a tendency to pick the hero. And you can still run it, like you said, Bulba can play the hero, and then you have good control. Luna with the Eclipse is great damage inside of team fights, and the synergy between them is actually fairly good. And it doesn't look like Newbie just want to deal too much with that. So good ban. Good ban for sure.
I mean, do you think we'll see Team Secret take away anything else from Newbie that we saw them bring out game 1? Cottle will be the banner hero that we did see yesterday. This is a hero that, you get that early Aghanims timing, and the self-sustain on the high ground pushes can be absolutely insane.
It is a bit silly. And I think with the type of opening that they have, Luna, Shadow Demon, unless you're picking this mid hero with really high kill potential, you're probably not going to be seeing too many rotations out of Secret, and Cottle can just give you so much out of the early game in regards to greed. Like, you can be stacking your jungle, you can, give Chakra to whatever lane you want to ensure that they can continually span waves during the mid game, like you mentioned. If you do get a good start, you get the Ags, and it honestly is such a game changer that you can end a game in 20 minutes, even in a normal scenario, or if it was any other hero, there would be no way you could breach aggro on that early. So he does offer just a tremendous amount to any composition. And Newbie, going to take away the Kunkka. Obviously, SC Kunkka is a support pairing that we've seen before. I think eHome were the ones who ran it the most up until this point. But
yeah,
Kunkka,
Puppy's been playing the Kunkka quite a bit as well this tournament.
Yeah, that's very true. But he's kind of come into the limelight just because of his ability to get guaranteed initiation. And also the fact that you can do stuff like bottle abuse, TPing back to base, getting X marked back. The utility that hero has is pretty darn good.
Newbies turn to pick.
Well, the joke ban for Secret, and the hero that we'll see how it probably is his. Would you say the Jug is Hao's best? Or is there anything else that you feel is Hao's hero? Because Jug is certainly up there.
He plays a lot of stuff really well.
Yeah.
I think Weaver and Jug are definitely up there. Maybe Luna as well. To the ones where, like, when he's in a pinch, he plays one of those heroes, and it just seems like it fits his style so well. But I think, in my opinion, he's one of the more well-rounded carries. He plays everything really well.
I'm pretty strong against the Luna.
Yes. Yeah. I wouldn't actually hate Weaver here for Newbie right now. Just looking at their hero. Okay, maybe not now, because that's a super all-in. Dude, you know what this reminds me of? I'm looking at these first 3 heroes. Keep in mind, 1437, aka Theban, does do coaching for Team Secret. This is an LGD int lineup. Like, back when were you commentating back then?
I wasn't alive.
I think you were actually, like, 9 months old when that happened.
Was that what, TI3?
TI3, yeah.
It was TI3. I saw TI3.
But Shadow Demon,
I collected the cards.
Shadow Demon Shen was like one of the bread and butters of that lineup, and 1437 played on that lineup back then. So it was pretty terrifying. And they also did the early grouping up 5-man around Luna as well. It's a little bit of a blast from the past. Very effective strategy still. And once again, why I was saying in the first game, it's like the amount of strategies right now that are available in Dota 2, there have never been more viable styles of play than there are right now.
Yes.
It's just, it makes it a lot more enjoyable to watch because sometimes you just don't know what a team's going to do until you see the 5th pick. And then you're like, oh, all right, that's what they're doing.
Yeah, it's just a question of whether Secret are able to find one of those viable styles here. We'll see.
I mean, I'm okay with the Puppy Chen. I'm down with that.
Dude, Puppy Chen.
Team Secret's turn to pick.
Newbie going to take the route of the Batrider. Obviously something that can be very good in dismantling a push. You get one lasso target, and if you're fast enough before the Shadow Demon Disruption comes out, you can stop the push just by getting one pick. It's very, very helpful. Also a hero that is probably not going to be contested too much if it wants to go back into the jungle, because I'm assuming right now it's probably going to be off lane. So that's going to be the KP hero, I would imagine. And there's the Nyx. Snap pick after the Batrider. Super strong hero against, you know, Elder Titan and Bat. It feels like Team Secret are trying to give Newbie a bit of their own medicine here. Like, the Nyx is so disruptive. Elder Titan Spirit, Batrider Firefly, there's so many things that you can spike carapace this game. It's a great pick right now for Secret.
I mean, who do you feel Secret are going to pick for Envy this game? I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what Newbie is scared of Envy playing.
I mean, honestly, when I see these types of lineups, I always think of stuff like Dragon Knight, but I mean, Dragon Knight's naturally good against Elder Titan because Dragon's Blood isn't base armor. You know, it's a hero who naturally builds into Armlet and BKB, which is really good against Newbie's draft. It helps you go high ground, but I don't know if Envy's a DK player. I mean, DK is super simple, but at the same time, you do have to have some sort of comfortability on a hero in order to warrant picking it at a stage this big, so we'll see. It definitely is going to be something that that's going to want to supplement the push a little bit, I would imagine.
10 seconds remaining.
Newbie, how's the hero that we need?
5 seconds remaining.
Secret already banned his Jug. You mentioned the Weaver earlier. You feel that that's still not a hero because of the play style of Secret here.
Yeah, it's harder to run now because you know Secret are going to be running at you with a lot of heroes, and Weaver needs some time. They may have enough D-push, though, between the Elder Titan, Batrider, and Mirana to buy the time for the Weaver that he needs. And also is very, again, dependent on the laning phase and how that turns out. Like, can Secret get rotations with their Chen and their Shadow Demon? Can they win the lanes hard enough to start pressuring and force Newbie into a defensive position? Because that's definitely what you want to do with their lineup. You don't want to take it super late.
A very important ban here from Puppy. They need a win, Secret. As you said, there's still a chance for them to get themselves in that upper bracket as certain situations fall into place. Ban will be on the Ursa.
Interesting ban. Although it's one of those things where if you know you're going to be 5-manning a lot, Ursa is that hero who can sneak Roche by himself. So say, you know, Team Secret push the safe lane tier 1 and House sees that that's going on. He decides, oh, I'm just going to kill Roshan. And then when you get Roshan, you might be able to take one fight because you have that Aegis and it can stop the push, and if you happen to win that fight, it really puts a wrench into Team Secret's game plan. So that could be the thinking behind it. Ooh, okay.
So we're going to see a switch around and Envy play the Luna safe and RTZ will go mid on the Invoker?
That would be my immediate assumption, yes.
Because we're not going to get an Envy Invoker, are we?
I don't know.
Surely not.
I mean, he's played Batrider, so I don't know if he's played Death Prophet. I don't know if he's going to play Invoker. I would say that Arteezy's definitely
we want
way
to see
more
the
experienced.
Yeah, you got to put Arto on
I don't want to be saying like this is some Fnatic Mushi Invoker. You know what I mean? That's just that would make me uncomfortable.
That's the new one. That's a new hero. We haven't had a spec yet, have we?
That is so ballsy.
I don't think we've had a spec.
That is so ballsy.
House Spectre, indeed, Envy is going to be back on that farming safe lane. Luna and Artor on the Invoker. I did read a comment on a forum where very smart people post, and someone said, Puppy, just frickin' pick Arteezy Invoker, and he's done it.
All right.
He has done it.
Confirmed, we're not the only people who read Reddit.
I was going to say, if Secret win, that Redditor was right. Just pick Artor Invoker. But it's a big if. Secret looking to break the lost streak. And Newbie with a new hero, the House Spectre. And this is talking about House heroes. Spectre certainly was one of them.
It is. It's just been not really looked at a whole lot during the TI6 group stages so far. And a lot of it just has to do with the pacing of the game. There is some validity to the pick, though, because if you think about it, you know, you look at IO Bat and you say, okay, these heroes are a very good combination because you just get a lasso and then you relocate. Well, the same thing can be said for Spectre. Anytime there's an engagement on the map and you know that you're going to outnumber them with a haunt, you can just go for it. You can just go in and you can say, look, I have max dagger, I got 2 points in a Desolate with my haunt in level 7, I got like phase. I'm just going to punch people, right? And it's still pretty good. My concern is that if Secret get ahead and the Spectre's not finding the farm, the game's going to get real rough real fast. It can look very similar to what game number 1 was for Secret, where they started getting behind and they just couldn't find the damage to get kills and they couldn't take fights. Newbie can be forced into that position. It just relies on Secret executing their game plan very early on.
Oh boy. This is going to be quite a game 2 of the series between Secret and Newbie. As we have indeed seen these exciting change-ups in the draft and position being playing. Just checking, of course, how he is rocking his signature Spectre set. Very nice to see on the cosmetics.
You know you're pretty good at a hero when you have your own set.
Absolutely. That's got to be scary for the opponent. Lane-wise, from both teams, are we going to see anything aggressive, or is it again going to be both teams just kind of letting the offlaners deal with the tri-lanes?
I don't think Luna and maybe if it was against a weaker tri-lane, maybe Secret would decide to go aggressive. But even then, Luna's just a very mediocre aggro hero. I think it's a lot safer to just let your Chen and Shadow Demon do their thing, try to find rotations. Oh, it's going to be the Mubat, by the way.
Mubat and the DKP offlane Mirana.
This is something that we've seen a handful of times too. It's not so much, but I think it makes a little bit more sense for this game because you know that the roaming Mirana is probably not going to be able to accomplish a whole lot against a hero like Chen. I mean, best case scenario, what, you arrow his creep and then the creep dies. I mean, that's okay, but I think he can still move around the map, be a nuisance, try to stop the Shadow Demon and Chen from getting together. And it's not a huge deal if he doesn't get a lot of farm.
I can see at the moment. I mean, the matchup then that RTC's got in the mid lane against Mubat is how's Invoker expected to fare here? I mean,
I think it's probably slightly favored for Invoker after the first few levels. But like levels 1 to 3, I'd say Bat probably has an advantage. And then, you know, once Artor starts getting more points into Exort, gets Cold Snap and whatnot, then he can start actually fending off the Bat Rider. But for the first few levels, since you don't have any spells, he kind of just does what he's doing now, just stacks Napalm and just punches you.
Obviously looking at the safe lane of Newbie, how on Spectre. Does have Bulba's presence up there. I mean, how much could a Nyx Assassin do to slow down a Spectre's early game farm?
I don't think he's going to be able to necessarily slow down How too much, but he's also not really feeling like he's in any danger. It's a Lion and an Elder Titan support. They're not really going to be able to kill him, especially since he already has enough money to get his own Poor Mans. Like, he wasn't even pooled. He just has a full set of tangos and has the healing salve on top of that, so he will be getting a pretty good amount from here.
Boba chunking into Chuan. As we can see at the moment, also Mirana has headed over KP just to find what she can from the jungle. Stacking up the camps as well. Puppey to grab the top rune, or at least drive for it. We're going to see Newbie come and try and look for the contest. The arrow's not going to connect. Moo, fire flying forward. He's got a troll trap on Puppey, and he'll actually get it down onto Moo. The turnaround's there from Arteezy as he rotates across, and they'll take first blood. Secret finding the first kill of the game. Newbie still hanging around. KP, he's got another arrow at the ready, but Arteezy chunks him back, and that's the start that they needed, Secret.
Getting that kill on the Bat Rider, giving it to Puppey. First rotation successful, gets the rune, gets the kill. Puts Artor at level 4 right now, so he's going to be ahead of the Bat Rider by about a half a level. That's a huge deal for them. Also, look at the farm difference right now between the Luna and the Spectre. You know, I didn't think Sam was going to be that disruptive to this lane, but he's still causing some issues.
And of course, as we see, Envy's just getting the free lane.
That was such a nice stun. That stun pulls the creeps away from the pole camp, and so instead of getting his entire like double wave denied, he's going to get full EXP from all the melee creeps and the range ones, which are obviously even more important. Like, he's honestly playing this lane super well right now.
Mid lane,
That's dead again?
Again, the rotation from Puppey comes through. Again, another troll summoner. 2 of them, in fact, and that does the job.
That's the dream. That is, against a Bat Rider, that's like the best possible creep combination you can get is multiple Warlords. Or Dark Troll Summoners, excuse me. They used to be called Troll Warlord somethings, I'm sure, at one point.
That's a hero, Andy.
Not a Warcraft 3. I mean, it was, but they were called something different in Warcraft 3.
2-0 start for Secret. It's already feeling to be a little bit of a different flavor to the games that we're used to seeing Secret playing over the last 2 days. Arteezy, with those kills under his belt, having a very strong start in the mid lane, as you said, between the two safe laners, Hao and Envy. The edge is there. And will he continue to see if this was the answer all along? Just pick Arteezy Invoker, put him in the mid. And Secret are able to maybe find a bit more success. Puppey gets a haste rune, and he has got a troll summoner. We'll see if he's able to find another kill. He's looking at Moo. He's going to lead in. Arteezy trying to close the gap. Cold snap down Moo. Fire flying away. Kaka with a stomp to disengage Secret. Will still stick around. Chuan hits the stun off onto Puppey. They can't follow through to finish him off. Still has that haste rune. Pie's there to back up the side of Secret as well. Newbie, they'll keep Moo alive this time. Unable to kill anyone on Secret though, as Puppey takes down his own creeps.
He's still just creating a lot of space. He's going mid. He's just forcing the bat back over and over again. You can see the difference reflected in the CS now. Like Arteezy's pulled ahead 16-9 versus the 10-3 of Moo. And as long as your Invoker's having a good time, he's not dying in lane, he's getting his farm, the Chen is still more or less doing his job.
KP. It's actually headed down to this lane. Of course, Mirana has been mostly in the own jungle of Newbie. He's level 4.5. He's just making the side push. He's going to do what he can to start to slow down Envy's farm. And indeed, Envy, as we've been saying, having total free farm and a free lane down here. He's level 6, 34 for 13 on the CS. And pretty much at this stage of the game, all 3 lanes are going very, very well for Secret. Top lane, fantastic for Bulba.
Look at how much CS the Nyx has. He's got 23 creep kills. This is so much.
What happened to the Secret we have for the last 7 games, and what have you done with them, Valve?
Well, they picked lanes that are actually going to win. That's what they did. I think laning phase is super important right now during the group stage.
This is the thing as well. In all of the losses, it could be said the Secret really did lose the laning phase in most of them. It really was from the start that they were struggling.
They were putting themselves behind from a very early point.
I mean, if they kill Hao here, that's going to be very un-Secret.
Well, unfortunately, he has phase boots, and his reaction time is on point. So Pilot Die is not going to be able to close the gap fast enough to really get that kill. Can also see that now Moo recovering with some of the stacks. I'm a bit surprised, actually, that they go for the smoke on the carry instead of trying to go for the jungle stacks, because I think Batrider is always going to be a bit of a nuisance here if he can get his blink.
Putting as much pressure on as they can. Puppey's going to wrap around. Actually going to get eyes onto Chuan. Chuan looking to Puppey. But Puppey's under the invis. Chuan's unaware of what's going on, but he keeps himself back behind the tier 2. And Secret, they're just going to cement themselves up on this top lane for the time being, making sure Hao gets no farm, and Envy continues to take it all. Bottom lane, Bulba, he switched it over. He's been given the safe lane to get that level 6, which he's now got online. Top lane, Secret will now just try for the tier 1 push. Fortifications comes out from Newbie, but they're not going to be sending any heroes up here by the looks of it. Hal heads back to base.
They can't fight. Like, Newbie don't have what is necessary in order to stop these types of pushes, unless they have, like, Haunt available, like 2 or 3 extra heroes around the area. It's just because of the fact that Moo had a pretty bad start. He's not skilled last week yet. I think he's just holding on to the skill point for now and deciding if he's going to need it for the fight or not. But yeah, it's Secret pretty much just running this early game.
Newbie with the 4-man KP. Just taking away Puppey's creeps. That's the second one he's done in quick succession. Took away a troll summoner around the tower as well. A Secret. I mean, what is the next play here? Is it the fact that, you know, Bulba with the level 6, can we expect to see some rotations from the Nyx Assassin?
Yeah, he's the one who's going to start gathering that information. He's going to walk around the map in Vendetta. He's got the max impale. A Sunstrike with the Nyx also guarantees a kill, more or less. I mean, maybe, let's see, who's tanky enough to live through that? The Batrider has the Infused Raindrop, so he'll probably be able to live. And how? Any other hero's dead. So.
See, now bottom rune's being taken, mid lane. Secret starting to get together for a push. Bulba reveals himself onto Kaka. I'm going to need a Sunstrike. We're going to get it, but Kaka stopping for the stomp. The Sunstrike won't connect. Secret using the space to look for the tier 1 mid, and they should just about find it. Any kind of a deny coming out. Chuani gets it. Nice little cheeky play from the Lion.
The thing that Secret have to be very careful of is not getting isolated and allowing... Oh boy.
Can they do anything with this? Yeah, How wants to join in. There's going to be a Haunt. Bulba just coming in with a Spy Carapace, stopping Newbie from wanting to move in and jump on Artur. So How unable to find any action with that first Haunt usage.
That's actually really bad, because now they can go from lane to lane with the Chen and just take towers. Because Haunt is the one utility that Secret have to be really scared of when they're split up, and you know, a Haunt comes in and there's one extra hero there, whether it be the Bat Rider, an Arrow lands, or whatever. That can just be a quick pick, and then Secret have to back off. But with that hero being without ultimate, it's a really long cooldown, right? 140 seconds at level 1, so well over 2 minutes. It just gives Secret so much more time to get these tier 1s off the map.
Top tower is under attack.
It's easy. Looking for Moo. Hold snap down. See if we can do this one. Bulba's coming in as well. There's a Moonlight Shadow. They'll pop the stun. They have a Sunstrike. They don't have detection, though. Moo's going to be fine. No more AoE that Secret can throw out as he backs himself away. An arrow will be thrown back just to make sure the Secret don't chase. And Moo, he just walks it off thanks to the Moonlight from KP.
That is some space created. That is attracting almost, what, 4 heroes from Secret? Saves your tier 1 because Puppey was the only person remaining from the team up there trying to get the push done. He needs to be careful. I think he might be dead.
Absolutely, the Stomp to set this one up. Chuan, he's got a lot of disable. There's going to be a TP coming through, but Puppey, he's already dead. And now the Hex from Chuan onto Pi. Not going to be able to chase Pi down. He's fine. Puppey, of course, isn't. There's Newbie. Just holding their ground at the same time. Bottom lane, Secret are looking for a tier 1 Pi. Just coming in and playing around with Newbie. KP's got a haste rune, he's low on mana, so won't be able to jump in and punish the Shadow Demon. Secret unable to finish off the tier 1 bottom as well. It looks like Moo's presence on the bat was enough to stop the push. So Newbie getting their first kill on the board, 2-1. Again, a game that 10.5 minutes in, not a lot of bloodshed as both teams playing very, very carefully. And as we can see farm-wise, top of the board, RTZ's Invoker 4.7k. How? He's on their second, but Envy's keeping himself very, very close with that Luna. But it has to be said, though, How he wasn't having as much CS in the lane as Luna, but he is now ahead, so How's kind of recovered.
He's been farming a little bit of the jungle, too. So in terms of just sheer value per creep kill, I think Envy is still ahead of him a bit. But there's also something that we need to keep in mind is that Moo almost has Blink. And when Blink Bat Rider comes out, and you have Haunt on top of that with Moonlight Shadow, like the amount of fights that Newbie can force.
Chuan needs to be careful. A setup from Bulba into a Sunstrike would do the job. Chuan, yeah, he's coming down to the lane. If Bulba's able to close this gap.
Oh, he's so dead.
He absolutely is. Chuan. Oh, Bulba! That is not the stun.
He doesn't have Invoke up. He can't invoke Cold Snap.
And that is not the Sunstrike either. And now with the arrow, Bulba's going to pay for his sins. How comes in with the Haunt. The stun from Chuan onto 2 and Moo's there. Has a lasso available. He may not even need it here. They'll play with Arteezy. There's a sentry down. Newbie there wants to carry detection. And just like that, a mess up from Secret hits them back hard as they lose 2 of their cores.
Oh, God. That was not the play. Not the play. Especially after having such a good start, to miss that stun and have it be such a disaster, like losing your Invoker because of it, not getting the kill. Man, that was painful.
Here's where it all went wrong. Bulba gets the hit off. Chuan jukes it out with the swag. And as you said, Artur, he gets the Sunstrike off, but no invoke for the Cold Snap. And Chuan walks it off, and this perfect arrow into this stun. I mean, Arteezy's still sticking around, wondering if there's any kind of hope. He tries to get away, but Chuan says no. And Moo, he knows that lasso's not needed. He'll save on to that for the future. As How as well. The fact that the Spectre's there, the presence from him, getting himself involved in both of those kills.
Well, I guess on the bright side, Envy's farming the whole time. But in reality, that was a really big loss. I guess you can look to the Chen now to, with his army, maybe come help to push, but Moonlight Shadow here. Or excuse me, Smoke, not Moonlight.
With Moo's Blink, Observer down so they can try and find an opening. Eyes onto Envy. Pi will be there ready with a defensive disruption if the jump's made onto the Luna. Newbie, they have everyone apart from the Spectre. No Haunt available. As of course still on cooldown for, what, 40 seconds. So indeed How it's not going to be available for this fight. Arteezy finds the tier 1. Secret still sticking around. Envy has Eclipse. Let's see if they want to push in for more Puppey. Actually coming in with a creep army. He's lost the Hellbear Smasher.
Is under attack.
A Secret wanting to try and get this push online. Newbie are going to be doing their best to stop it, and with the pings coming out, Secret back away, 2 TPs to the top lane. They'll leave it at that. Taking a tier 1, making sure not to throw anything away. Bulba and Envy will look for some action onto How. How's already started to back up though, as Newbie realized the push from Secret isn't coming in any longer down bottom. They did have the wards out as well, so they saw Secret reacting to the play and heading top. So How's not going to be caught out. Does have a Haunt now, so if Moo can get a jump onto Arteezy, How can get himself in with the rest of Newbie. But Arteezy backs away. Bulba looking around the jungle. There's a sentry down though. Bulba, there we have it. The jump on him from Newbie. Tron reacting immediately. Sentry wards winning games for Newbie at the moment.
It's getting real rough right now for Secret. They've lost a ton of momentum in this game. Like, they were winning the lanes, they got a tower, they pushed down mid, they try to go for that one Lion kill, and everything just gets completely destroyed. Look at how much farm KP has right now.
I mean, and look at the build that he's going for as well. With 14 minutes in, phase boots, and he's nearly got the goal for Relic. He's got 3.4k on Spectre. So if he gets this Radiance timing, that's going to be absolutely devastating for Secret.
They needed to play a faster paced game. Like, you cannot just let Newbie continually farm at this rate. With your heroes, you need to get more done out on the map. Like, Secret are definitely feeling the pressure right now. They're trying to find something that they can do to influence the map in some way. But the problem is, Newbie already have almost all the core items they need.
Chuan, 1500 towards a Blink Dagger. There's a lot of things on the horizon. Bulba, he's looking to see if he can find a setup. How? He's behind his teammates though. 4 of them on Newbie. Group 2 up around mid lane. It's hard for Secret to find a jump in here. Bulba teasing himself in. They really want to try and find a fight. It's so hard for them to do so. And Secret, with the smoke wearing off, they just can't find the angle to jump in. And Newbie are going to be A-OK here in the mid lane. No initiation from Secret. Yes, Newbie just stopped the push and forced them back. And at this point, How, yeah, he's picked up the Relic. That first hurdle has all been climbed for How. And this Radiance is going to be a very, very respectable timing this game.
I'm kind of asking myself right now, is Secret are even capable of breaking high ground?
Oh, well, Moo, he's capable of breaking Puppey's neck. Jumps in. The Chen's down. Secret, the rest of them retreat. And indeed, in a game where Secret may have shown their strength for a little bit in the laning stage, Newbie have been quick to punish them back. As we are 16 minutes in, 5 for 2. Arteezy's still at the top, and indeed, Envy's farm is there. But we're seeing mistakes from Secret being punished immediately by Newbie.
But the Luna is not the hero that's going to really change the influence of the game, you know? The whole purpose of the Luna in this lineup is to group up with the Chen and hit towers. That's all you want to do. Because when you go late game against Spectre and you're playing Luna, you're not going to have a great time. Because he's going to kill your supports super fast. Like, Chen and Shadow Demon will just get annihilated. And then you have the situation where, okay, we got a Nyx who probably doesn't do any damage to the Spectre, and the Invoker might be able to do some work, but I'm really concerned that, you know, Secret, with their start, they're meant to be playing from ahead. They're not supposed to be in an even game against a Spectre, the Batrider who has Blink, Chuan who almost has Blink at 17 minutes on a position, you know, 4 or 5 Lion. Like, this is not the ideal situation for them at all. So Newbie now have the Haunt available in about a minute, multiple Blink Daggers. They can just take fights whenever they want. They have almost no fear right now.
How's KP? How close is KP to the Ags? Yeah, he's pretty much got it done, hasn't he? Yeah, 150 gold, and Mirana Ags will be online. And as you said, in regards to the Horn, I was just wondering if he's going to have Radiance by the time. Probably not.
He might,
but it's going to be close.
Yeah, he might be close.
By the time that stage, he's going to be very close to having the full Radiance gold. Up top, Moo. So actually around with Bulba towards the bottom.
I mean, they just tried for a Roshan sneak and immediately just get scouted out by Kaka.
Top lane, Bulba. Actually going to find Moo. Pies coming with the dust. And Moo goes for the AFK play, accepts his fate. Secret will find the kill.
He did spend his money before he died, so now he has Force on top of his Blink Dagger.
Talking about Blinks, Chuan's got his picked up from the shop. The little old Lion ready to get those jump-ins.
An article of faith.
This game at the moment, though, 18.5 minutes in, certainly is closer than in game 1. Secret still with a chance in this one.
Yeah, they have a chance, but the longer the game goes and Secret continue to not get objectives, the harder it's going to be for them. The weight is going to shift, like how good the Chen and the Nyx are in this game. It's going to shift all onto the Invoker pretty much, and then the Luna at some point, maybe if she gets like a tremendous amount of farm, can kind of contribute, but otherwise it's a very one-dimensional draft from Secret. You know, you group up as 5, you use the Nyx to scout out for kills. You can maybe get a kill with a Vendetta plus a Sunstrike, which is nice. And then if you go to the ultra late, you have the Shadow Demon to fall back on with the Luna illusions and try to push that way, which is all fine and good. But Newbie just has such good ways of controlling the map. Like Moonlight Shadow, Haunt, a Batrider with a blink, a Lion with a blink. Their ability to pick and just stop you from really ever getting to their base. That's the problem.
You know, what do you think about this as well? I mean, in a game where you're the Secret were maybe wanting to push the pressure up the tempo, Bulba has picked up a Midas for Nyx Assassin rather than anything like the Blink or the Force early on.
Well, he recognizes how hard it's going to be for them to find anything right now, and he could just be under the mentality that if I get a Blink Dagger and this Blink Dagger does not do anything for me, then I am just super far behind because I don't have an item that allows me to get farm. My Blink doesn't result in a kill, it doesn't result in getting me a tower, and that doesn't keep me relevant. He wants an item to make sure that he's going to stay relevant. And Midas is pretty much that item on Nyx. And it's not even the first time that it's been picked up here at the TI6 group stage. A lot of Nyx players do this. When they feel like the tempo of the game is slowing down, but you want to play fast tempo, you buy a Midas to make sure that since you're not playing the game you want, you're at least minimizing the damage that's dealt by not being able to find kills.
Algorithms is now complete for Arteezy. We're also yet to really see him turn up to the fights, as he has been focusing on the farm. It's kept him comfortably atop with the Midas. 20 minutes in, it's good item timings for the Invoker. Finds an Arcane Rune as well. I mean, it would be nice for them to try and fight, but at the same time, it is into a Howl that's level 11 with Radiance complete. Haunt is available.
This is so terrifying. Like, your Invoker is super farmed, which is great, but the Invoker can't win the game alone. Like, he needs some kind of supporting cast. So the farm war, I don't really think is going to be favoring Secret that much. And Newbie are just in this position where they're happy with the space that they're given, you know. KP has Aghanim's done, and he's more than halfway to Blink. Like, this is an off-lane Mirana who pretty much walked around for the first couple of minutes and just threw arrows out randomly, and now he's got,
8K now. I mean, he's nearly as rich as both Envy and Howl.
Yeah, exactly. This is the issue. Because of the fact that Envy and the Invoker are both splitting up more or less the same side of the map, like, it's forcing Artor to go into these dangerous positions. And when he goes to those positions, he has to play super scared because he recognizes, you know, Newbie are off the map. Obviously, we see that they're smoked right now looking for some kind of pick. But it's difficult to play this style because the Luna needs the safe side of the map. The Invoker has to farm the dangerous spots. And if the Invoker starts dying, the game becomes increasingly difficult. But yeah, Newbie not able to find anything with this smoke, which is definitely a good thing for Secret.
I mean, I guess in terms of taking Roche, that's something that Secret don't have to be worried about Newbie doing too much. They don't necessarily have the quickest lineup for it. Secret themselves, I mean, if they get in the pit, I guess once Luna's got a bit more of a build on her hands, Envy can chunk through the Roshan, but at the same time, Newbie have got a very good lineup for fighting around it. So.
Well, Newbie just don't do any damage to Roshan. That's their problem. They don't have a hero who hits the boss very well. Whereas Secret, they can do it extremely safe because they have the Chen. Chen creeps can just tank and you just kill it. Takes a while, but can be done.
Top lane, they're looking for Arteezy. Moo jumping in. Got to close the gap for the lasso. The Napalm slowing him down, and they've got him. In they go. Arteezy brought down.
Yeah, they're being forced. This is exactly what I said. It's just because he has to be up here. Envy cannot farm this side of the map.
Maybe Boba can find KP. He's got eyes on it. It's just Boba and Puppy. Well, with the TPM from Envy, they might have a chance for finding a kill. They'll look towards Kaka. Envy's presence as well. They'll burst down the Elder Titan. So Secret find a kill in return. Still, though, is a trade that Newbie come out on top of. Envy's still saving up the gold on the Luna as well. He's got 3.5k. Is he just looking for BKB?
Yeah, he needs a BKB.
BKB straight.
In order for their game plan to be executed, he needs magic immunity. If he buys a Manta, then they're going for the later game stage.
Oh, Twani wants to go on. Envy jumps in with a finger of KP! Bursting down the Luna immediately. Secret, they did have 2 in the sidelines, but not a chance or a millisecond for them to react to that jump from Chuan.
That was brutal. He just died super fast.
Bulba, is he going to be able to avenge Envy? He's looking for Chuan. KP is still there. They've got a Sunstrike. They'll punish the little bugger. Chuan taken down, but Chuan, he's giggling all the way to his grave. He killed Envy, and that is the kill the newbie will be happy with.
Killing both cores back-to-back. Really good stuff from newbie. Just, again, maintaining their position in the game. Not forcing it too hard. They didn't have Haunt for any of those fights, so unfortunately Hao was not able to go down there and make anything happen. But he's still farming away. He's 3-0 right now. He's only about 2,000 net worth behind the Invoker, and KP is actually just hot on his trail in regards to farm. Dude, this guy is like... I think every Mirana that I've seen...
It's ridiculous how farmed he is.
They always get this way, though, right?
Yeah,
Like, it just seems, as soon as you get the Aghanims, your GPM goes up to like 700 instantly, and it's like, all right, well, got every item in the game now, boys, because I finished my Aghanims.
Oh, Moo. It's going to be Demonic Purge, but Moo turns around, just goes for a lasso onto Pylide's eye, straight into Kaka's Earth Splitter. And Secret just losing heroes across the map. As newbies slowly but surely break away with kills. 8 for 5. Bottom lane again. Chuan with the jump in onto Puppey. Hao turns up for the fight as well. Puppey, he's going to be able to heal himself up. And now looking for the turnaround. They'll take Bulba. Puppey TPs, but he says, actually, I'm going to stick around for this. Eyes onto Hao. Hao will get away, but nicely played there. And not quite enough damage to bring down the Chen. I mean, Puppey's got the mech, has the hood, and pretty much saved his backside there.
Yeah, they're a super tanky team, but this is just by nature of how Secret like to play the game. They farm on pretty much all of their heroes, except for whatever Pi is playing.
Bulba. He's got eyes on KP. RT's just a little bit too far away to help. Maybe a combo and a Sunstrike could do a fair bit, but
it's not going to
kill KP. Yeah, 1500 HP.
There's no way it kills.
Let's see what Bulba does. He's just keeping the vision up. Eyes onto KP, just in case KP does move down for the creep wave, but it's not going to be the case.
But, Secret are maintaining a pretty good level of farm. It's not as if they're falling behind by how much they're getting out of the map. It's that they're falling behind because their lineup is meant to be doing something at this stage in the game, not farming. I mean, sure, the Shadow Demon Disruption Illusions during the late game with Envy are going to be, fairly potent. It's just about Spectre's ability to get in the fight and just kill Pylai and kill Puppey extremely fast, and it's going to be very hard for them to compete with that during the late game, just how good Spectre can be in those situations. But with the BKB almost being done on Envy, I think he's actually sending it out now. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, it's complete.
Yeah, so the BKB is done. They might look to try to do something with this, because Arteezy, he's got Max Exort, he's got his Aghanims done. He may look to finish the Lincolns before they do anything else, and that Sentry and Observer combo is going to scout him out. So newbie are going to be well aware of what's coming their way. But yeah, it's